publication of the Black Sea Studies volume in Arcus from 2006 is the most complete synthesis on this topic. I added some other recent important contributions in the field, although very specialized, in law and poetry. For Shchitsiamin, later Museum inferior, the historiographic landscape is even poorer. Although in all synthesis works regarding the political or economic history of Roman Dobruja, mention fishing, fish processing, and fish consumption as important elements of this province economy, there is not by now a synthesis on this topic. From the work of Jurescu, History of
Fishing.
Yeah. History of fishery and pisciculture in Romania, which actually treat classical antiquity in only one chapter, fishing in Dacian and Daco-Roman epochs. In 6 pages, few special studies brought into discussion only certain types of sources. Archaeological through sporadic publication of some fishing tools or through the essay of identification of some recipients, amphoras or ucei used or reused to preserve or to transport some salted fish products. Also, osteological and epigraphical sources. The ancient literary tradition remembers the excellent quality of the Pontic fish products, traded and consumed far away sometimes from their origin, being very appreciated on the markets from Rome or Alexandria. Pontic salted fish, Tarikos ponticos, was tasteful and had reasonable prices. Herodotus pointed the importance of fishing in Borysthenes River, who offered fish good to mention. It provides, I quote, it provides very big fishes without bones, whom we call antakis, and many other memorable things. He also mentioned salt from the lagoon. And also we have many other important sources which mention the quantity of fish caught in the Black Sea, also the species of fish, information regarding fish migration, so the seasons where fishes were entering or exiting the Black Sea or the Marmara Sea. Also on fishing techniques, on trade and consumption. Epigraphical sources of Olbia prove the existence of a fish market. For the circumpointing area, the written sources concerning the economic activities generally and those associated with salted fish industry particularly are incomplete. The numismatic ones might have. It is well known that since the archaic and classical periods, Greek cities minted coins with elements linked to the resources that ensured the reputation on the prosperity of the city or of the region. Karkinitis, Chersonesos, Pantikapayon, Histria had fishes on their coins, and Olbia had a fish and a legend, Theta Ypsilon, maybe Tunos, and Arich, maybe from Tarikos, those salted fish. The area we are focusing on is the Black Delta, the Danube Delta, which is not a very friendly territory, although it was well inhabited from prehistory till the late Middle Ages. Still, there are not such a big amount of settlements discovered and more studied in that area, who might provide us many information about the topic I present now. The most important city in this area Austria. A Milesian colony whose existence is proved from the 7th century BC till the 7th century AD. But what is so special about history? An epigraphic monument brought to light in this city, which includes in the beginning the decisions of the governor of Moesia Inferior in 100 post-Christum, Manius Labellus Maximus, concerning the limits of the rural territories of Histria, thus reconstructed, and the custom immunities given to the city, and in the end present the consecration of the initial decisions. The monument contains, between the beginning and the end, put in Latin, a folder of 5 letters in Greek from the governors of Moesia to the inhabitants of Histria, dated between 47 and 100 post-Christum. The inscription was called by the governor himself, Orotesia Labellum Maximum. The letters of the governors of Moesia guaranteed to the inhabitants of Histria their right of fishing in the Danube Delta and of exploitation of pine wood for torches without paying any fee. Although the custom circumscription placed to the sea and your city is placed so far from the mouth of the river, your emissaries assured me, and the Prefectus Asiaticus told me that almost all the revenue of your city comes from selling salted fish. I decided that you keep your right of fishing at Peuce mouth. What is to suppose from this document? First, the main revenue of the city comes from the salted fish. Fishing and fish processing were important economic activities of Histria. Second, important Halieutic resources of the Danube Delta. 3. The existence of a custom fee for the limited area of Histria. 4. Fish processing centers in the vicinity of the fishing places and not near the city, but near the Peuce mouth. We had also fish bones remains which were analyzed, but that most of them are those from Ibida, so Slava Russa here, which is not near a water source, and it was okay. Just the conclusions. We have fish bones, we have amphorae, so recipients, but we don't have any of the vets which might prove the fish industry. So it might be due to the fact that, or to the evolution of the shore and the delta, also to using another technique, but it's not applicable because in all the other areas it's traded in amphora and it's processed in vats, but not, it's unusual, or the lack of a perceptive universe needed in collecting, mapping, and interpreting archaeological sources, at least by now. The fishing techniques remained quite the same, so I have examples from different periods, from antiquity to Middle Ages. Also, even today, the fish processing and fish preservation techniques are quite the same, but we don't have for sure.
Okay, Mr. Ianscu, the first communication, and then the second communication. Okay.
I will monopolize and I will enjoy this session. The first question. Salt used in the Christian Church of late antiquity, literary and archaeological evidence. The study aims at making an introspection in the economy of ecclesiastical communities of late antiquity and early Middle Ages related to exploitation of salt resources and its consumption under various forms. In the Christian Church, through its natural importance, I quote, the salt of the earth, Matthew chapter 5, symbolizes the effect of the gift received during baptism. By becoming a healing sacrament, mean to drive away the evil enemy. If I quote, divine salt turns into a token of mercy and everlasting life. The Christian status of the one admitted among catechumens was provided by blessing with the sign of the cross, as well as a series of rituals such as exorcism and the sacrament of salt. Furthermore, this mineral was also used in the funeral ritual. It was used for embalming the Egyptian monks, a fact confirmed by the archaeological research at the monastery of Epiphanius at Thebes. Concerning the same geographic space north of Africa, the purifying role of salt is attested during religious controversies among the supporters of Augustine, Bishop of Hippo, Hippo Church, and the Donatists of Bishop Macrobius. When they came into possession of the Hippo Church in 407 AD, the clerics cleaned the floor of the worship place with brine in order to purify sins. Across time, within Egyptian monarchies, illustrious friars and venerable fathers established an elaborated diet that included, alongside bread, wine, or fresh fruits and vegetables, salt-preserved foods. The text on papyri and ostraca containing expenditures, incomes, profits, type of products requested or sent by monasteries refers to the salt used in the industry of monastic food preservation. Moreover, textual evidence within hagiographic sources such as Historia Lausiaca, as well as a series of ostraca discovered during archaeological excavations, show that the main food of Egyptian anchorite was bread accompanied by olive oil, vinegar, and salt, to which they added vegetables preserved in salt or oil, syntheta. This mineral was also included in the list of the main foods recommended to sick people within the healing process through incubation, a medical treatment accompanied by fasting and praying administered by patients while waiting for them to have visions of thaumaturgic saints in their sleep. A fact confirmed by miracle of Saints Cyrus and John. A remedy used for healing people in pain was fish meat person and derived products such as garum or liquamen. In the 4th century, in AD, the latter was generally called fish broth. In his rules, Friar Pachomius allowed only to the sick monks to intake of fish broth, liquamen de piscibus. Some monasteries allowed the intake of such products only occasionally, but generally not during fasting periods. In this sense, the discovery of the St. Jeremy's monastery included ceramic vessels containing traces of such foods. Among the products purchased by Theban monks, along with the grain, oil, or wine, salt was also present. This food was also mandatory in the diet of even the most rigorous ascetics. It was consumed as rubbed salt or salficum. In the words of John Cassian, it was usually kept in hampers or pots. This preservation method in the kitchen is also apparent in the culinary-inspired speech of the Friar Pachomius in the 5th century. Asked whether he wanted to become a bishop, he replied, "I am a bishop over the kitchen, the shops, the tables, and the pots. I am the bishop, and if there is any sharp wine, I excommunicate it. But I drink the good. Similar, I am bishop of the pot. And if his salt or any seasoning is lacking, I throw it in unseasoned. This is my bishopric." The necessity of this diversified production among Egyptian monastic communities determined the monks to close contract with various suppliers. A Coptic ostracon that between the 6th and 18th centuries mentions a salt dealer named Simon, paid by the council of the Holy Monastery of St. Thomas with one solid as food and foods in exchange for the salt he brought every month. In the Syrian space, Coptic Ostracon discovered the well Sagra, which mentions a salt dealer. And this is Bawit Monastery. In the Syrian space, in 594, Athanasius, known as Gamolo, or camel driver, the future Syrian Orthodox Patriarch of Antioch, used camels to deliver salt from Jabul Salt Lake near Aleppo. His monastery, situated on the eastern bank of Euphrates, was approximately 100 kilometers away from this salt lake. Aleppo, this is the salt lake. Returning to the Egyptian space, a set of ostraca dated between the 6th and the 9th centuries highlight important information concerning the monastery of Bawit, related to fishing activities, salted fish processing, and its distribution by the monks. The monastery had their own equipment such as fishnet and boats, reason for which the monks bore the name of fishermen. Some papyri on the strata suggest that fish was prepared on the monastery estates. It was preserved in pottery vessels and subsequently distributed to the monks by superiors or by the administrative personnel of the monastery. Archaeological discoveries have revealed a significant amount of amphora from Palestine, late Roman 7, but also from the Egyptian area, late Roman 5 or 6. Initially, they were used to transport wine, but their destination was changed to fish cured in salsamenta. In his anecdotes, Synesius of Cyrene takes about how he amazed a community with no access to the sea. They had never seen fish before. So he showed them a barrel of salted fish from Egypt. Salt, this essential resource in agricultural economy obtained from seawater, salt lakes and salt mines, was controlled strictly by the state, and it was sold through special licensed trade. In the 6th century, in 553, a famous home salt jobber named Theodulus constructed a basilica in the Jabal Has area, modern Syria. In September 689, Justina II offered to the church of St. Demetrius in Thessaloniki a salt store, situated near the city, owned by the state. The incomes from salt sales were meant to cover the restoration of and indoor illumination expenses, as well as other needs of the church and the clergy. A storehouse, salgamum, comprising salt or pickled fruits and vegetables, owned by the monastery in Roma, comprising monastery in Rome, across the street from it, is mentioned by Pope Gregory the Great in one of his letters written in April 599. For the West Pontic area, which I am more familiar with, the existence of important agricultural, fish and salt resources and the influence of Egyptian and Palestinian monarchies represented factors and patterns for choosing the location of certain monasteries. In this sense, I mentioned Halmirissos, situated, according to Vita Sancti Hippati, in the rural territory of the Halmiris city, and Stratonis Turis, modern-day Tuzla. Tuz means salt in Turkish. Situated south from Tomis. In both cases, there were 45 monasteries, Castella, Quadriburgia, dated between 6th and 6th century, 5th and 6th century. In the first case, the name means salt source, salt pond, salt water, brine. One of the lakes nearby, with the highly salinized waters, bears the name of Sărături, while Lake Razum was called Halmiris in antiquity. Lake Sărături.
Can I tell you in the second presentation? Your time.
Next presentation. The second presentation is about southern economic activities on the Prut River from antiquity to the later Middle Ages. The study was based on the two diametrical opposite trends. One, Roman imports in the Iași area between the 2nd and 3rd century AD, and a second time the diet habits of late antiquity friars with an emphasis on the diet of Greek friars within the Romanian medieval space. Consider that the term is incipient and that the research is far from finalized. This study proposes to present from that perspective the first economic activities attested along the Prut Valley, with an extension to the Iași microzone provided by the existence of custom and commercial points. The discovery at Cruteni, Republic Valley, you can see of 4 furnaces for big amphora destined to fish transportation indicate the existence of multiple economic activities in the middle Prut area: fishing, fish processing, and trade. The pottery making center is directly connected, most probably to fish processing activities, for which salt from an average distance was used. At the same time, watercourse favored the transportation of this amphora both the downstream and upstream using the towing technique. This aspect attests the dynamic of local trade in the Daco-Capric environment. Fish products were traded in local markets or used within merchandise exchanges with foreign nations. In the settlement distributed along the Prut Valley, the presence of Roman amphora deposit that transported Heraclea Pontic and Sinop wines indicates the existence of dock points for ships with merchandises like the one at Cuza, probably. And the distribution of wine amphora deposit along the region. The activities related to fishing in the Prut waters and in its pond or on its main tributary are confirmed by the sailors fishing utensils, hooks, and fishing nets, widely discovered at Holboca, Hinge in the 4th century, as well as between 9th and 10th century. In the later Middle Ages, because it was turned into an imperial stream by the Ottomans, Prut became the main axis connected to the Danube mouth to the upper eastern centers, Cotin. The Navigator General and the water body of Tuzora ensured the presence of ships carrying salt and that sailed on the Prut waters up to the Isaccia port on the Danube. And Prut at Tuzora. Turkish boat. Alongside other types of vessels within the imperial fleet, in the context of the battles with Poles, an Ottoman chronicle mentions the attack of boats berthed on the Prut banks, which were used for transporting food supplies from Iași. Therefore, a part of the products used by Ottoman armies involved in the Upper Eastern battles were loaded in Iași at Tuzora, where the Ottoman treasury had a store for bare necessity. For such large boats like Sirnik, 200-ton, single-masted vessel used for transportation food supplies on the Danube. Probably Ștefănești town was the punctus terminus in that period. Furthermore, 3 iron anchors were discovered there. Employees of the Botoșani Museum have mentioned me that during the restoration and conservation works, one of the three anchors had a stamp featuring the year 1832, stamped while the other had a German origin. The third anchor disappeared in the 70s. This aspect was not revealed to the scientific world. Hence, the scientific literature in the field mentioned all three anchors as medieval. Back to our issue, according to the testimony of a Turkish scholar from Hotin, the logboats sometimes went up to the Prut, to the Poduli Burg, later called Lican. It is a fact that small vessels such as fishing boats went upstream to Gelit. Iași, Cuza, Ștefănești, Lipton and Cernivtsi. The tutorial channel along with the city of Iași represent the outlet for carloads, marge, with salted or fresh fish either from the Danube, the Dniester or the Black Sea, sturgeon or the Moldavian rivers, ponds or steels, carp, crayfish, such as the fish ponds at Vlamin. For the Iași area, medieval documents attest two categories of fishermen who offered their merchandise for sale. Fishermen, I quote, for fresh and for salted fish. In Romanian, pescarul, prospătașul, I sărătașul. This suggests that the second category knew how to sell fish, while the first category of fishermen merely sold fresh fish. The second category of fishermen used huge amount of salt for their business. These fishermen or mere fish sellers came from the entire southern region. They brought noble fish captured in the Danube mouths area, which was considered food of an exceptional quality. In this sense, it is worth mentioning that Prince Gheorghe Duca gave to the monks of the Cetățuia Monastery 5 roe-bearing belugas each year. Accidental discovery and the documents edited by the princely chancery of Iași attest the use within fishing activities and for transportation of loads on the Prut and of boats shaped, such as the log boat discovered in this riverbed. Made from a single log, it is dated to the 18th century, maybe even sooner. The presence along the Prut Valley of certain toponyms, such as the village of Cornuts, which means brine, Fântâna Sărată Cârniceni, Budăiul Sărat, of Mahalaua Frecăului in Iași, Sărata River Valley within the Fălciu region, Gura Sărății, Sărata Village, Sărata Town, indicates the existence of saltwater spring, most probably used for household purposes. For completing the picture of diet habits in this area, besides the archaeological evidence that indicates salted fish consumption in antiquity, medieval written sources also add Mediterranean delicacies, dried octopuses and mashed raw, which were brought by Greek merchants from the European Turkey, as mentioned by the Syrian of Aleppo, secretary of Macarius, patriarch of Antioch, concerning the consumption and preservation of agricultural products which represented the main food of monks. The same Syrian clergyman mentions sauerkraut, bima vamir, which means in salt and water, as a part of diet followed by the Greek monks of Iași. The record of the well owned by the Galata Monastery, dated in November 25, 1656, mentions the pickled goods stored in cups, as well as 1,100 salt boulders stored in the monastery pantries. The culinary preferences of Iași-based merchants included salted meat and pastrami. All of them attest the use of salt as rocks or boulders, a raw material brought from the mines, Ocne, by carriage.
Mr. Alexandru.
territory situated very near from here. It's called Bessarabia. It's the main part of nowadays Republic of Moldova. And in the 19th century, it was actually bigger than it is now. In the southern part of this in the southern part of Bessarabia, there was situated about 11 lakes, salt lakes, lins, how we call it, and after the Russian-Turkish War of 1806-1812, the territory between Prut and Dniester was annexed by the Russian Empire, and of course the Russian Empire had a lot of wars in that times, needed a lot of money to sustain that wars, so the salt lakes became a mean for getting money from this new acquired territory. Even from during the war of 1806-1812, these lakes were given concession to different entrepreneurs, and for the one who offered the best money took the right to extract the salt and then sell it. Thus, Russian government didn't have to involve many clerks for this job and many workers, so it had the money very easily. Actually, this practice continued until 1823, and during this period, first period from 1812 to 1823, the concession didn't involve the government. Or the extraction of salt didn't involve the government efforts. In 1818, it was instituted an administration for the managing of concessions, and it also made some works of these lakes, but didn't invest much money. This period is also characterized by the fact that Bessarabia continued to have an autonomy, also autonomy in terms of customs, because on Dniester it was the cordon, the sanitary and custom cordon was kept, so the Bessarabia, the products of Bessarabia that were to get exported to the other gubernias of Russia were also imposed to taxes that were equal to the import taxes for all the other countries. It was strange, but Bessarabia was as a part of, not part of Russian Empire. Also, in this period, it was the local government tried to get this customs, to annulate this customs, and it was possible. Government accepted this only if the salt was imposed to a special tax, a tax that existed in the Russian Empire. A tax, very high tax. For example, the extraction of salt costed only 6 kopecks, but the tax was 60 kopecks. So it's 10 times bigger than that. For the first period, the government accepted that this tax was half of that, about 35 kopecks. But when local government instituted this tax and the duties for the export of salt were annulled, it was discovered that it was impossible. Nobody wanted to take these salt lakes, in order to manage the extraction of salt. So the local government decided to reduce the tax. For this, the central government from St. Petersburg reimposed the duty because it wasn't something they wanted, due to the fact that they had a very important extraction in Crimea that it was giving them a lot of money from the taxes they used to put on salt. So the cheap Bessarabian salt wasn't what they wanted to have in their borders. For this duty, restored duty, local government tried to ask the government to bring to the works at the Salin's serfs. But the central government said that it wasn't supposed to use the works of serfs as it was in Russian Empire for in the territory of Bessarabia. It was serfdom wasn't annulled here from the half of the 18th century. The second period, from 1824, 1830, it was characterized by the fact that it was anybody who wanted could buy a place near the lakes and extract salt and pay a very moderate tax, and after that to take the salt and sell it inside the Bessarabia or in Ukrainian gubernias. The tax was 35 kopecks. At that time it was about half of that tax levied from the salt in Crimea. And after that it was discovered that actually this method wasn't quite good because of the fact that many private workers could take salt without announcing the right quality, the right quantity, and the quantity actually extracted were controlled by any institution. So they discovered that the trade of Crimean salt was reducing due to the fact that Bessarabian salt was sold over the Dniester without any restrictions. So in 1830, they decided to take control over the extraction of salt. So the period between 1831 and 1837, the trade was kept free, but extraction was taken to under state control. And this period ended in 1838, when it was decided to institute some magazines for the state trade of salt. Even as the salt was taken under control of the government, instead it tried to improve the transportation of salt. It instituted the steam ship, the communication of the steam ships between Ackerman and Ovidiopol, and instituted special magazines for sale of salts in Ackerman and Ovidiopol near the Odessa's Porto Franco, where cartmen coming with grains to Odessa port would take back to their territory salt, so they could sell it cheaper than it was to come, especially for the salt. So this period, I would say only that it was possible during this period the extraction amounted maximum to 5 million puds. One pud is about 16 kilograms, but it was possible to extract about 50 million puds. The extraction was very easy. The cartmen got into the lakes, and with forks they took the sedimented salt from the bottom and carried in the carts, and then deposited on the shores of the lakes. In 1850, the salt lakes of Bessarabia were flooded due to the storm on the Black Sea. So this ended the story of the Bessarabian salt lakes. After that, it was needed that Bessarabia were to be provisioned with salt from Crimea. Thank you.
Mrs. Irina Cereș.
Bonjour, my presentation is in English. But I speak in French. Il y a toutes sortes de sujets de interes particulier, care linia când études diverse problèmes sur tous ces aspects dans la perspective de ces conséquences pour l'économie de ces pays. Les limites chronologiques de cette étude comprennent la fin du XVIIIe siècle et début du XIXe siècle, intervalle choisi pour la recherche dans les événements ainsi que les changements politiques, économiques et sociaux qui ont laissé leur empreinte sur les relations économiques entre la principauté de Moldavie et de l'Empire russe. Cette étude prend en considération la période chronologique entre les années 1791 et 1812, quand il a eu deux jalons importants dans l'histoire des relations internationales au niveau européen et surtout pour l'histoire du peuple roumain. La limite inférieure est marquée par la conclusion de la pays de Șisto, suivie par celle de Iași, et la limite supérieure chronologique comprend la période de l'action du territoire entre les rivières Prut et Nistru, qui conduisait à la truncature forcée de la principauté de Moldavie, la séparation de la société et la promotion par l'Empire russe du politique commercial doyen, qui visait à intégrer du code économique les territoires nouvellement annexés au sein des structures de l'État de l'Empire et le système de marche intérieur russe. Les SEL jouaient un rôle important dans le commerce entre la principauté de Moldavie et de l'Empire russe et représentaient une ressource importante pour la principauté de Moldavie en bien d'exportation stratégique. Le sel a été exporté plus de Nistru à travers les bureaux du doyen de Modelă, Isacoveț, Bucăsar et Criulei. À la suite de l'interdiction du commerce avec l'Empire ottoman et les possessions autrichiennes, l'Empire russe est devenu le principal débouché pour les sels de la Moldavie. Dans le cas où la Russie n'a pas importé directement les sels de la Moldavie, il a été acheté sur la marche Ucraine où les sels d'origine roumaine a été exporté. Dans l'exportation des sels de la principauté de Moldavie à l'Empire russe, un rôle important jouait les marchands russes qui bénéficiaient de beaucoup de privilèges. Contrairement à la Valahie și la Moldavia a exporté sel non seulement de l'Empire ottoman, mais aussi en Russie, en Pologne. L'analyse des données de rapport de consul russe nous pouvons remarquer qu'en cette période, l'exportation de sel à partir de la Moldavie à l'Empire russe était insignifiante. Après les 1800, l'exportation de sel de la Moldavie à l'Empire russe a augmenté. Le grand intérêt de la Russie pour la sel de la Moldavie peut être expliqué par la fait que pendant cette période, le gouvernement russe a cessé les relations diplomatiques avec l'Angleterre et pressé les règles maritimes dans la mer Baltique. Après les traités russo-français de Tilsit et le bloc continental mis en place, la ville de nord-est de la province colonie de la Russie ne pouvait pas être livrée avec du sel sur la mer, tandis que le sel de la péninsule de Crimée a été envoyé à la province de la Russie du sud-est. Dans ces circonstances, le sel de la Moldavie a acquis une importance stratégique pour l'Empire russe. À la fin de 1807, l'intérêt de la Russie envers le sel de la Moldavie a augmenté. Par exemple, en cours de seule année, en Russie ont été exportés 5 millions de copaci de sel, cu un local echivalent în măsură contemporană 1 kilo. En cette période, l'administration russe qui s'installait en principauté de Moldavie reconnut que l'exportation de sel de la Moldavie était devenue extrêmement avantageuse pour la Russie, parce que les revenus de principauté romaine sont utilisés pour notre profit, tandis que les revenus de cette branche, il est connu, sont assez importante pour contribuer à l'augmentation de la trésorerie. Ainsi, nous pouvons atteindre un double objectif. Il est pour cette raison que le tsar Alexandru I ordonné en 1808 a exporté du sel provisoire de la Moldavie à la Russie sans payer de frais de douane russe. La pénurie de sel dans l'Empire russe déterminait le gouvernement de Saint-Pétersbourg à prendre des mesures afin de résoudre la situation créée. Ainsi, à la fin de 1809, Karin, le ministre des Affaires intérieures de la Russie, a ordonné au gouverneur civil de province de Kherson, Ekaterinoslav, Poltava, Podole, Volhynia, d'encourager les citoyens de cette province d'importer si possible en plus grande quantité de sel de la Moldavie. En décembre 1809, Pushnikov conclut avec les propriétaires de mines un contrat d'achat pour 1 million de sel. Mais selon de nouveaux frais de la douane adoptés le 19 décembre 1810, l'importation du grand nombre de produits a été arrêtée, alors que les nombreux biens de frais de douane ont augmenté. Dans ce contexte, l'exportation de sel de la Moldavie de la Russie a été affectée, étant autorisée uniquement avec des frais de douane selon le tarif russe de 1797. Il a été restauré les frais de douane pour l'importation de sel de la Moldavie. Dans ce contexte, l'exportation de sel de la principauté de Moldavie dans l'Empire russe a subi de nombreux dommages. En conclusion, nous pouvons dire que le montant d'exportation moldave de sel à l'Empire russe a varié au cours du temps en fonction des conditions générales du processus de production et sous les circonstances particulières qui ont été observées au cours du processus de vente. Un rôle décisif jouait les fluctuations cycliques qui est devenue évidente au cours de la guerre russo-turque qui avait lieu en 1806-1812, lorsque l'exportation de sel humain à l'Empire russe ont été grave touchées en raison des mesures prises par l'administration tsariste.
Okay, Mircea Cristian again.
Yes, thank you very much. The title of my paper is From Blessing to Punishment, the salt issue within the Romanian space in the 19th century as seen by foreign travelers. Because of the naturally understood time limitations, I will read only the introductory passage and the conclusions of my paper. For the rest, I will simply mention the foreign travelers' names which I chose to appear in my text. As far as one can say, until now, there was no approach of the subject which brings in front the importance that was granted to salt in the accounts of the foreign travelers within the Romanian space in the 19th century. Two groups of foreign travelers have especially drawn our attention: the German-speaking travelers and the French travelers. Not only these two groups seem to be the most numerous in the 19th century compared to other ethnic or language groups, but they had rather different approaches regarding the salt issue and the ways in which the salt resources were exploited in the Danubian principalities and in Transylvania. On one hand, we have a group of German-speaking travelers. Here we include Austrians like Josef Rohrer, a statistician who visited Bukovina and Moldavia in 1802 and Maramureș in 1809. Josef Adalbert Krickel, a keen traveler and a military clerk, who traveled through Transylvania and Banat in 1827-1828. Stefan Dietrich, a military physician, who was present in Bucharest during the imperial occupation of the Danubian principalities in 1854-1857. We also mention in this group a Croatian military, Count Fyodor Karajoy, who visited Bukovina and Moldavia twice, the first time in 1814 or 1815, the second time in 1817. Wilhelm Gottlieb Ernst Becker, a mining foreman originated from Freiburg, visited Maramureș and Transylvania with a special interest for precious metals and salt mines. The Czech Adolf Schmidl traveled within the Romanian space sometime after the Russian-Turkish War in 1828-1829. Johann Georg Kohl, a preceptor and publicist from Bremen, visited Bessarabia and Banat in 1838. Originating from Upper Bavaria, Ernst Anton Witzmann was a military physician and a very talented writer who passed through the Romanian space, Banat, Transylvania and Wallachia, in 1846. On the other hand, as already mentioned, we have the group of French travelers. For our paper, we chose only 3 names from more than a dozen. Benjamin Nicolas Maria Père, who arrived in the Romanian space in 1851 in Moldavia with the purpose of examining the medical situation and the detention facilities. Thibault Lefebvre, attorney and economist, visited Wallachia twice in 1853 and 1858. Finally, Joseph Caillat, a physician, spent several years in Wallachia from 1845 until 1848. The accounts and reports of these foreign travelers contribute to the visualization of salt in its natural background, not only from a geographical and geological point of view, but also from an ethnic and historical one, allowing the drawing of some interesting observations which may emphasize the economic and commercial value on one hand and the appreciation it had among the Romanians and other nations on the other hand. From this perspective, one might develop various analyses regarding the eating habits, the salt smuggling in the border areas of the Danubian principalities, Transylvania, Banat and Maramureș, the share of salt in the whole of the resources exploited and traded, the presence of salt as an ingredient during certain moments of magical and ritual importance, etc. Forcing this idea a little, one might even talk about a true salt civilization in certain regions in the Romanian space, with connections which go way back for almost 2,000 years in the Roman times, as the Romans were the first who exploited the salt in a systematic and organized manner and at a significant scale on the territory of the former province Dacia. If in the case of other travelers like Italians, British and Russians usually prevail rather general observations and descriptions regarding the salt issue and its exploitation, those belonging to German-speaking and French travelers are different in 2 aspects. Thus, many of the texts written in German distinguish themselves by thoroughness of description of soil and subsoil resources and also of their economic and commercial importance. German-speaking travelers are more concerned with the practical utilitarian side of these aspects, paying attention both to the resources themselves and to the possibilities to improve their exploitation in the interest of the profit growth, but also for various military usage. For them, this abundance of salt constitutes a true blessing, as even Wilhelm Becker mentions, yet this blessing must be seen and understood mainly from an economic and commercial point of view. The human factor of this issue, the minors and convicts living and the reasons that caused this, matters less for them. The particular attention that some of the travelers originating from the Habsburg Empire showed for the resources of the Romanian soil and subsoil, including here the salt, might be also explained, especially towards the middle of the 19th century, through the existence of the plan of edifying the empire of 70 million Germans, one of the ideas loved, for instance, by a personality like Karl von Bruck. On the other hand, some of the French travelers referred mainly to the human side of what the process of exploiting the salt meant in that time, starting with the fact that salt was extracted both by miners and convicts' labor. This particular aspect made a powerful impression on some of them, including for personal reasons, as it is the case of Benjamin Appert, who was imprisoned for about 3 months in 1822 in France, being accused of helping 2 political convicts to escape. The French see in these convicts actual miserable human beings, not only some villains. Perhaps in a larger approach, this attitude might be connected with the past of Illuminist essence from the second half of the 18th century, or even with the well-known Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen, August 1789. Excepting the poor work conditions in the salt mines, the only plan which was largely developed by the French travelers' accounts when talking about salt was the commercial one, a fact explainable especially after 1829, when the Ottoman commercial monopoly in the trade with the Danubian principalities was abolished. The salt issue as a whole presents a particular interest not only for archaeologists and specialists in geology and geography, but also for ethnographers, men of letters, and historians willing to research this area. The aspects really briefly presented here might also constitute a solid basis for further studies regarding various aspects connected to the salt exploitation process and the salt value within the Romanian space. In our opinion, this is one of the points of the 19th century travel literature worth exploring in order to better analyze and understand the importance of this element, the salt, for the Romanian space during the modern times. Hoping that it was not too boring, as I had no pictures to show you. Thank you very much.
Okay, as chairman, I give the floor to Mr. Pantecmon. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My presentation that will be in Spanish, but I will try to speak in English. It's a presentation about how the salt is obtained. The salt is obtained from the seawater in the coastal area of Chile. It's a little history of the salters from Chile. But I'll go a little to which I call the environment of the production of the salt. It's very interesting because the environment, it's where there is evaporation ponds. It's a river, and the mouth of the river it's open, and in the rainy season, on the beginning of the summer, the water with the high tide enter. And enter here something like 7 kilometers. So the salt water from the sea enter here from 7 kilometers, and here are the salt evaporation. Here are some pictures of this. You can see here with the high tide, the water enter for 7 kilometers to the river, and here we have some example of this evaporation pond. It's interesting how it was organized this salt production, and I think it's I don't know if it's special. I am not a specialist in this, but it's interesting because they use different types of evaporation ponds. So it's not only let's say only one evaporation pond. But we'll see it's different evaporation in different concentration. Here are some models. There are it was almost 80 evaporation ponds. Now are almost 40 in our days. There are some dimension of them. Here's a little the organization of an evaporation pond. It's the first part where enters the water from the salt water from the river, and then they are organized in cuarteles, streets, The smallest part here, it's the basic unit for organization and for the production of salt. This smallest part, there are some rectangles of 8 meters or 15 meters, and there are 10 or 15 centimeters of height. What I said before, it was very interesting that depending on the concentration of the salt, there are different denominations. I don't know the translation. If anyone can help me, I couldn't find a translation. The first evaporation ponds are called cosederas. After that, the water passed to San Conchadoras. After that, to recosederas, if finalmente finally at quartel. Here we have the different part from the brine, the little concentration to the brine with a bigger concentration, and which is interesting. You can find in the same period different type of concentration of brine till we got the salt. There are some images of this. It's how it was in the process of production. It's a process of 7 to 8 months, because it's starting. There are some stages. It's starting with the first stage of getting the water which was collected during the winter. They get out this water in order to prepare the places for the evaporation. Then in the part of getting out the mud, there are a lot, which is interesting. Everything is made manually. They don't use machines. They don't use they use only I don't know, older, but all the utilization there are from, I don't know, from 100 years ago. They didn't change almost anything. This is a process to clean the ponds and to prepare the ponds for the water. This is very important. Is pison. I don't know how could be translated in English. They prepare the soil in order not to get the water, so the water can stay there. And then they pass the water with some very primitive methods. They pass the water from one pond to another, depending on the concentration. So the water stay in the first type of ponds, the cosederas, stay for 1 or 2 days, then go to San Conchadoras for another 2 days, then to Recocedoras for 1 day, and finally we go to Cuartel for 25 to 30 days. This is a process of passing the water and increasing the grade of concentration of the brine. Pass the water. This is a scheme of this. Here it's a mistake because the Cocedora is the first stage of the process. Here are the process of passing the water. It's in the beginning the crystallization process. It's very important to keep the water moving or make all these procediments in order not to get salt, the crystallization, a bad crystallization or something. They use some utils very old. And here it's the last stage of salt production, when after more of a month or 40-45 days they got this salt, which is then translated to some other spaces and is commercialized. But it's very, in my opinion, it's very difficult. it's a very difficult process because it's made only manual, and they use some utils which are not so modern. I have here a part of the utils, herramientas. I say there are the utils very simple and very, the majority of them are made from the people, they are called salineros, personas which produce this salt. Here. There are a lot of things we can say about this, but I think I got me 2 minute time, so I show some pictures and maybe we have 5 minutes left for discussion. If anyone want to make some comments or to put some question to all the participants of this session, I think we have 5 minutes. If there are some person. Okay, thank you very much. Any question, comments? Okay, thank you. And we have the coffee break or? Okay, so coffee break for everyone.
Thank you. Yeah.
Pentru asta trebuie să mai
And all of them are late bronze age.
Very, very hard.
I work in my day, try to get salt, pieces of salt, using iron tools, and they didn't manage. It's very, very, very hard. The only possibility is water, we fix fresh water, which fix on salt, bring tools. Deep. After that, I put wooden pieces inside, and in a few hours it cracks. And I have pieces of salt. And you need these tools after you crack salt, not at the beginning, the final stage, to get lesser. I don't, you have 4 such pieces.
We start now the third session of Anthropology. The first paper, Anthropology, Salina Center. Okay?
Hello, my name is Anthropology. I represent Salina Center Iași. This is a center where we value salt really, really much. So, first of all, the need of an artificial saline on the surface has appeared as a solution for some of the current necessities of our communities. In Romania, there are a lot of places like this. They are private or individual and incorporated in medical units. In these areas, like Iași, where there are no natural saline reserves, at the moment there are 3 units like this in Iași. They serve very varied purposes, like therapy, relaxation, fun, free time, business meetings, recreation space. Our unit marks the pioneering phase in this domain in Iași and Moldova. So you can be found 2 types of salt, from Pride and Târgu Ocna. The first block is from Pride. You can see that is processed. So the Prides are delivered to us more pure block salt. And the second one is from Târgu Ocna, is unprocessed. As you can see, the color resembles the walls from the salines. So next, I would like to show you the physical manifestation in artificial saline. It is necessary for us to maintain the natural conditions, like temperature and humidity. So the salt can give us the curative benefits for both adults and kids. Our space functionality depends on what our client or the applicant for our services wants to conduct inside the salon. So you can have corporate events, support group meetings, business presentation, also parties for kids. This kind of activities are programmed previously in order not to affect the daily activity of the salon. So you can also use our space for more activities simultaneously, like playground for kids, coffee shop, cinema, or conference room. Here are some activities that have been took place in our Salina Center. So we have a foundation, Hope for Angels. This is an event for Christmas Eve with a special guest, Julia Vântur. Another conference meeting, business meeting, we had SophieMed, dental care, and the product presentation. We also host sports club like karate. They are practicing in a healthy environment, and they are really glad for this. Also the teachers and the kids, and this is one theme party, a carnival for kids. Speaking of economical, we can observe two periods of time. Most important, I would like to say about the autumn end, winter, and the spring start. This is a period characterized by the presence of the allergens and the frequent colds that we get in the winter. The other, it will be with equal, as you can see, in summer. There are some equal parts there. It's when the hot days are a problem, and there are temperatures above 35 degrees Celsius. You can come and find a refugee with temperatures between 16 or 18 degrees Celsius is the standard temperature in the natural salines. Well, I would like also to remember some clients, our favorite category of clients, or how we love to tell them, the friends from Salina. These are the kids. They come frequently to us, no matter the season, because there are a great chance to increase their immunity, and especially when they are going to society or collectivity like school, kindergartens, and so on. Also, we can remind the people with diseases in which is indicated the saline aerosol cure. They are trying to maintain their health condition. Also, I would like to say that this cure can't replace the drug treatment, so it's just for maintain your health condition. Respiratory disease like asthma, bronchitis, respiratory infections with allergic nature, cold seasons. I would like to remember also depression or low resistance to stress. So, in conclusion, I would like to say that the healthy alternative for some problems, and in a non-saline area where artificial saline is an alternative, especially when you can find an area where you can go below the earth line. Thank you.
First, thanks for the presentation, but I understand this is a commercial presentation. Yes? Because after the finish of our session, I have in my left part the most important doctor in Romania, Dr. Yuri Simonka, which is from National Institute for Rehabilitation Research. And he put the basis of halotherapy on the scientific proofs in Romania. It means you have a kind of spa halotherapy. Yes? It means that everyone can come, can have this activity with no problem. To be approved as a halotherapy medical center, please contact Mr. Yuri Simonka, because we just put at the Ministry of Health. Okay, I understand the law. How can be made a therapeutic medical halotherapy or saline? Yes, it's different. Thanks a lot. No emotion. The second one, it's I think Mr. Dr. Yuri Simonka, the underground salt mine environment and therapeutic properties.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry. I was mentioned Romanian language. Încă în anul 49, doctorul Karl Helmut Spanagel, după câțiva ani, era reprezentantul Organizației Mondiale a Sănătății. Împreună cu alt specialist geolog, a format Comisia de Speleoterapie. Deși speleoterapia a existat încă în anii 50-60 în Polonia și în Germania, în peștera Cuza. Asta este traducerea speleoterapiei oficială. S-a numit subteraneoterapii. Pe urmă, Comisia a hotărât denumirea de speleoterapie. Prezintă interes speleoterapia în lume și la multe congrese se discută efectul terapeutic. Sunt circa 60 de centre de speleoterapie în lume, care sunt diferite, cu temperatură de la 9-24 de grade până la 18 grade și cu temperatură de mai mult de 24 de grade, 45 de grade este în mina salină Bad Gastein, în Austria. Asta este clasificația minelor saline și a peșterilor utilizate în scopuri medicale. După cum vedeți, sunt în diferite țări și se folosesc și în zilele de astăzi. Începând cu anul 1958, Velicica. Sunt în Germania. În Germania sunt 14 centre. În Cehia, în Polonia, în principal, în Rusia, în Ucraina. Și numesc acele centre în Italia și mai ales în Austria, Valgașten, care are temperatura 45 de grade. La adâncime de 600 de metri se face speleoterapie. Vorbim despre Velicica. Experiența speleoterapiei a început de la Velicica, toți au învățat în Velicica. Deși metodele s-au schimbat. Ulterior s-a dezvoltat speleoterapia mult în Maramureșul istoric, Slatina, zis Solotvino acum. S-a vorbit despre Solotvino datorită faptului celor că Solotvino, din păcate, acum a intrat apa, cum a intrat și în Velicica. Velicica a fost recuperată, dar Solotvino nu. Și, de fapt, speleoterapia acolo, acum, este distrusă. Se caută o soluție pentru o nouă secție de speleoterapie. Cele mai principale care funcționează acum sunt numite astea de jos. Deci Velicica, Bohnea, tot în Polonia, deci Solotvino, care a funcționat, Plutert, Zlate Hori din Cehia, Cișarska, astea sunt peșteri. Și se poate dispus că a funcționat și este recunoscută Mina Unirea Slănic Prahova, care are documentele necesare medicale. Asta este Velicica. Vedeți, sunt paturi, pacienții stau și 12 ore, în dependență de patologie, de starea pacientului, de necesitate. Asta o determină medicul. Stă 2 ore, 1 oră sau 12 ore. Bohnia. Doar pentru copii. Solotvino, Slatina. Vedeți, sunt paturi și pacienții sunt în pijamale, nu se intră îmbrăcați de la suprafață, nu se aduce pungi, nu se aduc pungi, nu se aduce nimic. Se lasă înainte de intrare în secție. Yerevan, în Armenia, Zalina Avan, Soligorsk. Este o fotografie mai veche, e mai modernă acum, în Belorusia. Azerbaijan. Bad Bleiberg, la suprafață și în subteran, cu pacienți. Austria. Cluter, peștera Cluter, Germania. Valgașten, despre care v-am spus, la o adâncime mai mare. Cișarska Cave, din Cehia, e centru de speleoterapie a Cehiei. E bine dezvoltat. Și la suprafață copiii au și școală. Deci nu pierd nici lecțiile, nici școală, nu pierd și fac și terapia. Tot aceeași Cișarska Cave. Zlate Hori. Într-o fostă mină de aur s-au găsit galerii, nu departe, unde este și sar. Giusti, în Italia. Și am ales una mai altfel, care are și apă, deci în peșteri și în minele saline este și apă care este utilizată în scopuri balneologice. Deci, după cum v-am spus, în 65 s-a format Uniunea de Speleologie, iar în 69 s-a format Comisia de Speleoterapie de către reprezentantul Organizației Mondiale a Sănătății, Carl Hermus Panagel, medic, și de către doctorul geolog, speleolog Hubert Trimmel, care era vicepreședintele Uniunii. În 1971 a fost primul simpozion de speleoterapie din lume, care a fost în Germania, acolo unde este peștera Cuza, iar în 2012 a fost al 14-lea simpozion de speleoterapie, care a fost în mina salină Turda, din România. Ulterior, al 15-lea simpozion de speleoterapie anul trecut a fost în Wieliczka, în Polonia. Asta este Comisia de Speleoterapie, în centru, fiind membră în UIS, nu s-a găsit soluția ca ea să fie doar pur medicală. Nimeni nu și-a asumat răspunderea, deoarece trebuia de cineva să-și asume răspunderea de securitate, de intrare în mine și în peșteri. Și atunci doar Uniunea de Speleologie și-a asumat răspunderea și medicii împreună cu speleologii au format Comisia de Speleoterapie. Fiecare se ocupă cu problemele lui. Deci este membră și partener în mai multe organizații, inclusiv în Consiliul Internațional de Știință, cu Societatea Mondială de Geologie și în cadrul UNESCO. În 2010-2012 s-a făcut o evaluare a unor centre de speleoterapie, acestea care sunt numite, și s-a dat drepturi de utilizare. Am vorbit despre Slatina, deci a fost anul trecut 50 de ani a Uniunii de Speleologie, de când s-a format, și în anul 2019 să fie 50 de ani a Comisiei de Speleoterapie. Deși 50 de ani de speleoterapie a fost o festivitate a 50 de ani în Wieliczka. Deoarece Wieliczka a început în Wieliczka, în Polonia. Efectul în linii generale a minilor saline, efectul terapeutic. Deci este antiinflamator și imunomodulator. Dar de la salină la salină, de la peșteră la peșteră diferă. Și acum mă opresc la un lucru semnificativ. Nu toate salinele, nici nu toate peșterile au proprietăți terapeutice. Și cele care au proprietăți terapeutice în unele mine saline sunt mai active, mai folositoare, mai efective terapeutic, în altele nu au aceleași proprietăți. Și atunci fiecare locație, fiecare mină salină sau peșteră care este utilizată trebuie să aibă studiile ei, recomandările metodologice, indicațiile și contraindicațiile medicale. Astea sunt documentele necesare absolut ca ea să funcționeze. Fără astfel de documente n-ai ce face în locațiile astea. Minele saline din România s-au utilizat și a fost Târgu Ocna și Pride, care s-a folosit cu 30 de ani în urmă, începând din anii 70, din păcate s-a poluat Praidul, iar Târgu Ocna s-a surpat secția unde a fost acolo, crăpată galeria și acum e o galerie nouă dedicată speleoterapiei, însă încă nu s-au făcut studii și încă nu are permisia de la Ministerul Sănătății de a fi utilizată în scopuri medicale. Un proiect, primul proiect național a fost dedicat minei saline Slănic-Prahova. De atât am spus că mina salină Slănic-Prahova are un studiu făcut de mediu, și are un studiu medical. Este un proiect național, a fost terminat. Asta este Slănic-Prahova. Și asta este secția de speleoterapie atunci. Acum s-a mai modificat. Știți că au fost niște probleme cu liftul și s-a mai modificat și secția. Sper spre bine. Parametrii microclimatici. Toate minele saline din România sunt cu temperatură între 11-15 grade. În alte părți sunt și de 20 de grade, ca în Solotvino, Slatina, 17 în Polonia și în Austria, ca și 45. Dar fiecare are recomandările metodologice proprii, specifice. Unii din parametrii. Aeronizarea. Deci aeronizarea nu e mare schimbare, dar se poate de spus că coeficientul de polaritate este înspre negativ, înspre particulele negative. Radiația. Partea de radiație nu a făcut-o institutul nostru, a făcut-o institutul, un colaborator cu care noi lucrăm, Institutul de Fizică și Inginerie Nucleară Horea Holubei din București. Este colaboratorul nostru în toate proiectele. Se vede că radiația este destul de mică. În toate minele saline este foarte mică, în comparație cu suprafața. Asta este destul de bine. Deși, când am intrat mai detaliat, am găsit și ceziu în Slănic-Prahova. De unde credeți? De la Cernăuț. S-a adus înăuntru, prin haine, prin încălțăminte. Și atunci s-a recomandat, s-a luat un strat de acolo, s-a curățat în secție și s-a recomandat ca intrarea în secție să fie în haine de schimb. Sunt de unică folosință, pot fi folosite. Deci trebuie să păstrăm ceea ce este bun în țară. Unii parametri ai Ministerului Slănic-Prahova, dacă vă interesează. Acei parametri pe care îi socotim că au un efect terapeutic împreună, toți. Particulele de aerosol sunt, vedeți, 80% până la 5 microni. De ce? Fiindcă e mina salină veche și s-a format acel aerosol și există acolo, dar în comparație cu mina salină Dej, pe care o veți vedea, unde se face încă extragerea de sare, este diferită în mina salină Dej. Datorită extracției de sare. Acolo nu se mai face în mina salină Unirea, în Slănic-Prahova. Deci asta este o supoziție, o teorie datorită cărei Deci toți factorii trebuie să fie implicați ca să fie un efect terapeutic. Nu poate să fie implicat doar un factor, nu numai aerosolul, și ceilalți factori. Rezultatul, la 6-7 proceduri de speleoterapie, se începe terapia ca atare, după care efectul respirator se vede prin parametrii respiratorii la a 15-a zi de speleoterapie. Efectul cumulativ. Vedeți, e foarte, foarte complex. E efect și la nivel celular. Și de atâta Sfântul Prahova s-a recomandat pentru corecția imunității. Asta ceea ce v-am spus mai înainte. Deci se activează sistemul imunitar la 12 procedură și se curăță bronșile după procedura 10-a, 11. Alt proiect a fost în 2008-2012 dedicat mini-saline Ocnadej, tot proiect național, cu implicația mai multor instituții, a Universității București, ca partener Institutul de Fizică și Inginerie Nucleară, Corea Clubului, Institutul Babeș. Deci, s-a lucrat asupra acestor mine. E mai complex, deoarece s-au făcut experimental și secții, prima dată de speleoterapie, acolo unde n-au existat, și s-au făcut studii și pe animale de laborator cu o patologie indusă, cu asgroșec experimental. Și pe urmă s-a trecut la pacienți. Asta este secția, prima secție, este fosta sală de bal numită din anii 50, care a fost adaptată pentru adaptarea pacienților la mediul din mina salină, la 30 de metri adâncime. Și pe urmă, pacienții au fost duși mai adânc în secția de speleoterapie, unde au stat cu doamna doctor din Suceava, Belha. Deci s-au făcut, este și recuperare la suprafață, este și un hotel cu o bază de tratament în Cacita. Deci, e cea mai curată sare și mediul destul de curat. Din păcate nu s-a putut de făcut secție de speleoterapie acolo, deși experimental am făcut aceeași ca și în mina salină Cacica, deoarece are o intrare numai. Dar după cerințele de securitate minieră trebuie să fie 2 intrări. Asta, până ei ori face încă 2 intrări, reținem faptul ăsta. Turda e bijuteria României, vă spun. N-am să mă opresc mult la Turda, va vorbi domnul director 20 de ani în Turda, domnul Mera, cu care am colaborat. În 2 proiecte s-au făcut în Turda și un proiect fare. Parametrii sunt excepționali. În principiu, aerosolul este până la 5 microni, deci poate să intre în căile respiratorii mai adânc. Dar este nu e o problemă, trebuie luat în vedere că și celălalt aerosol are proprietățile lui terapeutice. Și de la 10 microni în sus. Parametrii de gaze, dioxid de carbon, s-a controlat tot ce s-a putut tot ce e legat de mediu. Asta este secția. După terapie, s-a făcut cură de pacienți pe 2 loturi de pacienți. Și sunt recomandări metodologice. Sper că în curând mina salină Turda va primi drept oficial de la Ministerul Sănătății. Haloterapia. S-a vorbit despre haloterapie, mă opresc foarte puțin. Haloterapia a început în Slatina, dincolo de Tisa. Sunt câteva brevete vechi. Ulterior au mai apărut brevete și îmi pare foarte bine că se dezvoltă în țară la noi. Deși sunt multe camere de haloterapie care nu au dreptul de utilizare, după părerea. A fost în cadrul proiectului 2250 și haloterapia. S-au luat în considerație studiile făcute în mine saline ca să ajungem la haloterapie. Fără studii de la mine saline nu se poate de ajuns la haloterapie. Experimente s-au făcut și pe animale de laborator și aceleași studii de mediu pe care au fost făcute în minele saline s-au făcut și în camera de haloterapie, care e făcută cu partenerii care au fost numiți. Și s-au făcut și studii experimentale pe animale de laborator, cu patologie indusă și ulterior pe pacienți. Asta este camera de haloterapie din Institutul Național de Recuperare, Medicină Fizică și Balneologie. Este o clădire. După cum vedeți, este cu totul altceva. Este o suprafață care e bine să rămâie. Cu cât e suprafața mai mare, cu atât este absorpția mai mare. Aerosolul, noi am dovedit acest fapt. Aerosolul se formează după câteva luni doar. Aerosolul. Și poate și să dispară. De aceea, camerele de haloterapie, unde nu se generează aerosol, nu cred că au același efect terapeutic. Asta este ce cameră. Ați văzut, are pentru pacienți intrare, este cabinetul medicului care primește, care vede și îndrumă. Parametrii camerei de haloterapie pot fi modificați în dependență de necesitate și de recomandările metodologice. Se poate ridica temperatura, se poate decrește concentrația de aerosol, se poate de dat altă dispersie de aerosol. Deci, în dependență de patologie, unde trebuie de acționat, pe căile respiratorii superioare sau mai adânc, se dispersează aerosol și se reglează toți factorii, chiar și temperatura. Asta este materialul de conferințe în prima conferință națională care a fost în domeniu. Și asta le-am spus. Este abstractele din Turda în 2012 și în 2015 materialele sunt în acta balneologică din Polonia. Astea cărți le puteți vedea pe site-ul Comisiei de Speleoterapie, le puteți deschide toate lucrările. Commission. Vă mulțumesc!
Thanks very much. Must say that Dr. Ioan, please say it's a very important specialist. He didn't present his results after the Chernobyl accident because in mine in Solonica was treated a person who have problem after irradiation of Chernobyl with very good results. So this is science. Now we go to the second presentation. Mr. Hera? I think so. Ovidiu Hera? No? Mera. No? No. Roa Popescu, Cristina Nica, Mihaela Bertescu? Okay. Yes. new serum lipid biomarkers can be useful in bronchial asthma and speleotherapy treatment monitoring.
Good afternoon. My name is Ioan and I represent the University of Bucharest. My presentation for today is new serum lipid biomarkers can be useful in bronchial asthma and speleotherapy treatment monitoring. Bronchial asthma is a pulmonary disorder characterized by reversible obstruction of airflow, hypersensitive for airway, chronic inflammation, and generation of inflammatory mediators and epithelial cells exfoliation. If in the past patients with asthma use only bronchodilator, corticosteroids, leukotriene inhibitor, and E-immunoglobulin receptor antagonist therapy to improve asthma symptoms, nowadays more and more patients with severe asthma tend to appeal to the alternative and complementary methods of treatment such as speleotherapy. Speleotherapy uses the underground of caves and salt mines as a therapeutic method in treating inflammatory infections, chronic obstructive and allergic disease of airway. The underground climate characterized by a constant temperature, humidity regime, lack of air pollution, high carbon dioxide levels, atmosphere without bacterial load, and allergens saturated in aerosol is believed to have some benefit for people suffering from asthma by reducing bronchial hypersensitivity or normalize serotonin levels and restore the balance between lipid peroxidation and antioxidants. Aim of the study is to relieve new serum biochemical markers, helpful for monitoring the asthmatic patients, and to compare the experimental parameters valued obtained from patients who took only medicines and patients who used only alternative therapy like speleotherapy besides medicines. As material and methods in this study were evaluated human volunteers, healthy persons, asthmatic patients who were subject to speleotherapy. Serum samples from these patients were used to determine total concentration of protein from serum, xanthine oxidase activity, free thiol and carbonyl groups of proteins as a redox test indicator, determination of serum level of malondialdehyde, determination of low density lipoproteins concentration, and determination of sialic acid conjugate with oxidized low density lipoproteins and of sialic acid free in the serum. As a result and discussion, due to their implication inflammatory and immune mechanisms, oxidized low-density lipoproteins were high in anti-asthmatic patients, a level that is lower and tends to normal values in patients who were treated with saline aerosols. Compared to controls, increased total serum sialic acid concentration in untreated patients may be due to high level of immune cells present in an airway mucosa, sialic acid being a ligand for these cells. Total sialic acid and sialic acid from oxidized low-density lipoproteins are very sensitive markers from inflammatory lung disease, so it could be used as serum biomarkers for bronchial asthma. As conclusion, our data shows that the pathological process involved in asthma implies an increased enzymatic activity of xanthine oxidase 28%, which correlates with increased levels of malondialdehyde, total sialic acid 30%, carbonyl groups 18%, and a decreased level of thiol groups 37%, oxidized LDL 29.6%, and sialic acid conjugate with oxidized LDL. After halotherapy, all values have tended to be normalized. Based on these results, we consider that our study parameter can be successfully used in the detection of bronchial asthma, monitoring the speleotherapeutic treatment in asthmatic patients. Thank you. No. Only human patients.
Only human patients, yes, but in different level of age?
No, not yet.
Furthermore. Okay, thanks. Second paper with Christina Nika. No. So, it's my presentation. I beg audience if Can I speak in Romanian or my diapositives are in English? Well, my diapositives are in English. If I can speak in Romanian, it would be better because it's kind of project for Romanian region concerning solid medical activity. If not, I can speak in English. English is better? Okay. So, studies regarding the bioclimatic potential of Cacica salt mine in Suceava County. It means that we have a region of a salt mine. Can we make there a hospital? Can we make something medical activities? Can we do something? So, here you have, it's not a perfect diapositive. It means the salt is here, the statistic, industry, geography, archaeology, medicine, pharmacology, alimentation, chemistry, tourism, medical tourism. All of these colors should be treated in my paper because it's like a kind of lesson, should be A, B, C, D, E, F. It means we start with the A, occlusion, dentition, speeching in human evolution. It means that we are interested to see if we need to eat salt. It means that you have seen an interesting paper with a fish. A fish, we have dental activity as stones to take the eat. Second, you have here human evolution. I think the historian, the archaeologists are much prepared than me. But most important for me is this. After these are a comparison between skeleton of Neanderthal classic and Neanderthal with this and normal one, but this involve, I will best, this is interesting for me, after we have fire, after we have different meat, after we have a very good dentition, we develop a cranial capacity about 1,500 centimeters cube. It means the brain explodes and the man can make a lot of other things. It means tools, it means fire, it means organization and everything. We can pass here because from the German school you have 7 levels: mastication, walking, speaking, seeing, hearing, sensitivity and laugh. These 7 are very important. The most important is first mastication because the development of the the development of brain is important with this type of mastication. So you have here an interesting seeing the musculatory muscle of musculatory from dental. But if you see here, this muscle show a same imaging like an Eiffel Tower. So the activity of mastication can be induced in architectural, this is an Eiffel Tower. Second, you see here it's very important, mastication and speech. It means we have Doppler activity. It means that from the beginning of our days to the end of our life, we must eat, so we have a very good mastication, and speech with a phoniatry very good, to preserve cerebral activity in very good condition. It means that we must eat very good, we must have mastication, and to eat very good, we need salt. Salt is very important because preserve normal activity. Second, induce with the water the kind of cellular activity which is similar with good life. It means that if we eat 20, 30, 35, 40 grams of salt per day, it's very good for our activity. Second, we will go to the B point. Does this salt region, water region, this kind of activities, water, spa, are presenting in the history? So the second point, the history. Yes, we have here an interesting map. It's Böttinger map, was created first to the 4th century before Christ, probably marble tables. probably handwritten copy by a monk of Colmar dated 1265, discovered in Worms in 1494 and given to Konrad Oettinger, a German humanist in Augsburg. Several copies between this. In one, since the 18th century, original copies is preserved in Vienna National Library 1 and probably one in Vatican with a marble original. Here you have this map, and this map shows that in the Roman organization, you know, the historian knows very well, and I'm sure that the Roman knows very well, India knows everything. I think here in Sarmatia to the Russian, they have avant-post for their activities. Here, in this, they have special center for, how can we say today, spa, sanita per aqua. So health in a special way where the soldiers or all of these are going can stay there. This distribution on this map of the resorts shows there are in the main Europe, Central and Western Europe, in the Mediterranean area. Romanian, it's one, you know very well, Aqua Herculaneum. It's very well documented. And these activities, including spa or resorts for health for people, are recognized for thousands of years. It's a useful document which is very important. It means that we can use speleotherapy, halotherapy, water for the treatment. And now we go to the history in our lands, because in my town everyone now are saying Iași, cultural capital of the Europe, etc., etc. I'm sorry to say this, the father of the intellectual activity in Iași, it's Dr. Jakob Cihak. It is very important for two things. He was born in Aschaffenburg in Germany. He passed the medical studies in Heidelberg. At the end of the study, he became in love with the wife of a professor of neurology, so they must go farther in the west, and they arrive in Iași. Here in Iași, he found first Romanian society of the medical and biologist and naturalist in Iași, which was the embryo of cultural activity of the university in Iași. This is very important because he has three periods. I will pass with this, the other. He was a very important person. He was the professor, he was medical doctor, chief of the medical of the army. Not Bucharest found first hospital military in Romania. Dr. Jakob Cihak made first hospital in Iași, second in Roman, third in Galați, with all the papers approved. Second, this is very important, he take attitude concerning the forest exploitation in 1857. Probably we sent a letter to Mr. Hrebenchuk to understand that they have problem from those times. He made the scientific activity for the natural area, which are good for the health. It means he goes and make in Slănic, Moldova, first scientific study. In 1757, no one was at the Slănic, Moldova. I'm sorry for the Russian, I'm sorry for the others. It was an empty place. The first inhabitants was taken by the Serdar Mihalae Spiridon, and in this area, with the studies of Dr. Jakob Cihak, during the years started the effect of the waters, of the air, and the next work now with the salinotherapy and everything, these good activities. I will pass for this. Second, Bălțătești, same Dr. Jakob Cihak made all the studies for the water and the climate. I will pass to this. Vatra Dorni, Same Dr. Jakob Cihak, you can see here, he make these first studies with the Austrian one, I will pass. And we must say, in Romanian was Dr. Cihak, but in Europe we take an important paper, climatotherapy and balneotherapy, number 1. It's Sir Herman Weber. I recommend this book to all the people who want to understand how can they write a book with bibliography, with index, with everything. The book was written, you have here 1907, and here you have, for example, the water salt mine and this environmental area in Herculesbad, because it was Austro-Hungary, and Borsec. And then in Romanian you have the most important Șarodorni, Câmpul Lung, Sărata Monteoru, Slănic, Vulcana, Balta Albă, Constanța as a first embryon. These are the places where the Carol first started the balneoclimatology and this activity. This is the history clear. Now we have a natural area in Cacica, and I, with my colleague, dreaming to the future, make a project. How can we make a good European research area for treatment? It means an area for treatment in with the natural factor analyzed. Here we have, I will pass, we have this scheme. We analyze climatic factors, speleotherapy, and halotherapy, and hydrotherapy, the geological factor, local authorities, bioclimatic area therapy, social and economic. So, can we make in Cacica a kind of resort, as like in Europe, resolving the problem, because we have very important thing, we have salina and the salt water. Here we analyze, as concerning the climatic factor, we have a single fact to explain to you. The Cacica depression, this one, covered by the forest, is blessed by the God because it's the saline, the trophic animal, and it's with the water and saline, so everyone is healthy there. It means if they preserve this area, they are healthy. So we put our analysis here, modern tools. So we analyze the hydrometry, the atmosphere, everything. So the results were very, very good. It means that the air from the Cacica is pure. We have see here the microparticles are 2.5, and here this is location. Geological factor you will know very well because it's the Carpathian and everything, speleotherapy, and here it's Salina. We have the rooms. Now in Romanian it's a special social activity. It means everyone who don't know healthy, they say, I start medical tourism. I make a room, take two technical tools, and I will start medical tourism. In Salin, they say, we have these chambers, we put there something for sports, everything is good, we take the money for each person, everything is resolved. But we analyze Cacica Salin in two locations. I will pass the concentration-based data distribution of particle number according to the size and their volume Cacica. The air is pure in the Salin, with one condition, to be preserved. So the people who are going, making their activity, to be very, very well analyzed. It may not go with different things. Second, we make the conductmetry. The results were good. So we have here location. Here it's Dr. Simonka. He preserved the studies with the special mouses inside the salina. So the important is for immunitary system. and for the respiratory system. The technical is simple, but we have the scientific proof that salina is very good. The hydrotherapy with the saline water is very good. We have the environment that demonstrated that it's very good. Can we start normal activity? So the social factor. The social factor, I'm sorry to say, the last mayor was an engineer, and his proposal was to buy 2 apartments in Iași. And the actual mayor, it's a lady who started from a restaurant to a shopping small center and make a big hotel with special blocks, rooms, you understand, to save his money. The local authorities, I say very clear, don't have the thinking, the mind, the projection for the future to understand what must they do. We have no support from them. Local authorities, it means social economic factors and local authorities. We don't have investment there, the people with the money. If you see here, I make the analysis on the hexalic scale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's a mathematical project, you can analyze, for example, everything which will pass. To make in Cacica a resort for medical treatment as an European model, we need a kind of dictatura. It means this is good, these are the money, these are the activities, this can be started. Or a kind of open economical cooperation, but in very clear, understanding way for everyone. Because the climatic factor should be changing, because they cut the forests, they use new technical device for steaming, for everything. The geological and geographical factors are influenced. Social economic factors don't care, and local authorities only the money. Here you have, take care, these are the plans under the Austro-Hungaria, Cacica salt mine, the principal street, administrative, medical and everything. This is, the important thing is Cacica church. It's, everyone says, this is important, there are 2 icons with Santa Maria Cernizname, with the black, one is in Czestochowa, one is here. The Pope, John Paul II, says that Romanian is blessed by the St. Mary land and everything, not because we are so happy and everything, just because in this region, the train with the treasure of Poland escape and go to Constanza, and with this Mary's fortune, they have this. Not because we are very tall, beautiful and everything. You observe these architectural activities. This is the blessed God region. This is very beautiful, can be made as in Austria, with the same, if the respect, the hexalic scale, architectural, local authorities, biological, etc., etc. But you can see here what we have done. Of course, under the communism, they cut everything and let the old mine. You see this part, and the church. You will observe. This is new vision. This is new vision because in front of the church, a priest, a very good economical future priest, says, "Okay, we need money for our activities, so we need a place like near the blocks." So this is the old church. The old church have around her 25 old trees. Each trees take 80% from water from a storm and have no damage problem to the building. The priest cut the trees, make this construction with the engineer from the Asaki University of Construction, betons and everything. So it means that the church have problem of the basement and with his stability. Here it was the old library of Romanian in the Empire, Austro Empire, where the young children learns to write, to read in Romanian. They say we don't need this. We must cut down. And they make their parking place. You understand? This is Gajica. We make the project as we investigated. This is the beautiful area. I make with me a kind of judgment. I say that in 5 years we have 2 conferences there for the money, for the project, for everything. In 5 years we cannot resolve this. Should be like it is now, Herculane, which is a kind of Alexandru cel Bun market. As for the future, in 2030, 1 person from 4 should be old. They need to have activities. Second, you have here from 2012 to 2020, you must prevent the falling down, the Alzheimer, nutrition, activity at home, medical personalization, program of resources, social cooperation. It means that saline and water saline, it's a kind of coin, golden coin, who can take a lot of money if it is done with the scientific proofs, with the economical development, and not dreaming. We make a mathematical program, for example, in Gajica, if someone has $10 million and he wants to invest in Gajica, how should he make this project to preserve the salina, the activity in salina, the medical activity? The result was disappointed for us. The mind of the people with a lot of money is not social, it's not educated, it's not preserving these activities, no. He's thinking at his level of normal activity. Thanks a lot. I hope if Dr. Sinionca, we make, and of course with the golden coin of Romanian, Turda, we can start the medical activities, so based on scientific research. It means that not all who put on paper and say, I will make a lot of things, it's true. If we can start with this, maybe we will resolve. Thanks a lot. I think we have a very, very waiting break. Everyone go to lunch, yes?
Yes.
And how much time?
Well, how much time we have there?
I think in 50 minutes, yes? Okay?
No, it's not 50.
10 minutes, 2 minutes.
No, we go now to lunch and we
Okay.
have enough time. 1 hour, 1 hour.
Okay, thank you. So for lunch, I propose to 1 hour, if you agree, because our last communication, we have a lot of communication after lunch, so we don't want to miss our dinner again. I don't think we will want. So just one more thing. Tomorrow morning for the trip, 8 a.m. in front where we took the group picture, okay? At 8 a.m. Please don't be late, okay?
I will announce something about the conference. Okay. Okay. But,
1 hour from now. Dar și acum așa ca să oprim asta să faci.
Nu, lasă să spun.
Dacă le închid, trebuie să le fac un event pe YouTube și reconectez. Încă?
Nu mai întâlnit. Nici măcar să mă uit.
Sunt vezi la fel?
Nu?
Vezi la fel?
Nu o să fac. Mă uit Bangladesh. Să facem mai la cioră, trebuie să ceapă rău peste. Da, mai este. It's game for you. I think it's not working. It's working. Hmm? It is working. Except, yes. Now it's okay.
Small announcement, only 2 minutes announcement, not for the hour.
But it will take another hour break.
No, before of that, I told that director and both for the felicitation from your team. Behalf of the government of India. Okay? This is okay?
I think it is.
Some exemption will be there.
Roxana.
Si tu descends vers la bibliothèque, il y a sauté où il est.
We complete 2 minutes.
Yeah, we will continue after lunch. Okay, okay.
Excuse me, could I use the computer to change
Charging? Of course, charging. This one.
I just want to remove some slides. Yes, I want to change a couple of things. I just remove a slide, I'm sorry. Nothing difficult. So what are you doing with microphone in your hand? Are you practicing or?
What?
Do you have a presentation now?
Karaoke.
So I see you with a microphone in your hands. I thought.
You want to make an announcement?
Announcement.
Oh.
But I think everybody will be here in an hour. Not now.
No.
No. Because it's lunch break and everybody is.
Yeah, we started.
So
Yeah, it's 1 hour.
Okay, what, baby?
in an hour before the next session.
So I'm going to be the chairman of the next session,
Okay.
but I don't know the details of these people. So.
Let me see. So I'll have to talk to Gregor on my to see if you keep this. Takamura is here. Andrea just is here.
So do I have to present something about them? Or just
oh. Pass the word.
Katja is me.
No, you want to be
back.
This is here. I have her paper. Now let's
Igor, so we will co-chairman.
Yes.
And chairman, chairwoman.
We have to decide who does what. What to present.
But do you know?
Can they give you the
presentation?
Yes, we have now after the break. You have the presentation after the break.
Yes.
This halotherapy, heritage. Sorry.
Heritage. Yes.
Here.
Yes.
Okay.
So
Then we. That one. And then Montaño presentation.
So, but
thank you very much.
Exponencia Congreso de la Sal.
Exacto. This is mine. And the other one, Salinas, is of Montaño. The video of Montaño.
Should I copy it too?
I think so, yes. It's going to present it.
Oh, the movie.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
You're welcome.
Okay.
All this section finished.
No, yeah, okay.
No, but I think
But what about this?
This one was the first.
Once the session is finished. So we will begin
Because I'm thinking myself, so maybe
I will present you.
and then take my time.
Okay. Because I will next session.
Perfecto. ¿Te podemos robar un minuto para la entrevista o después? Tranquila.
Just sit down here. Please, copy your presentation here in today folder, which is on the desktop, and then
¿Quieres aquí? Sí. ¿O allá? Aquí. ¿Allá? Ahí está otro libro. No? You know that? Why? About your presentation. Without camera? Without camera, only audio? like personal camera roll.
Yes.
Start.
Okay. Background?
Yeah. No, this is important.
Okay.
That's good.
Okay. Romanian girls.
Okay?
Ready.
No, porque no de la pena.
Pena.
Okay.
En Romanian, ¿cómo se dice? What do you say in Romanian pena? How do you say it? Pena?
Never mind.
Pena y hablamos ahorita ahí. Sí, lo que le digo. I see the jacket. This is a sample presentation. Yeah. Can you put a 2 minutes long presentation? Like I need to do. Mr. Milgar, okay.
For some reason I cannot close this, so maybe you can
Jeremy, look at me.
Eu strâng.
Tu strângi, strângi.
Tot.
So this has already been copied in the directory, but I cannot close it for some reason.
No, estamos en la primera congreso internacional de la sal en agosto de 2015 en la Universidad Ioan Alexandru Cuza de Iași, Romania, y estamos con el representante de la India. What are your impressions of this congress?
Here, integration conference, I learned very
It's
much.
copied over here. You guys have
About the anthropological observed is very nice, considered for the country of India also. In India, what are the unpresented subject regarding of the Malikas? They are using of the lifestyle of salt, taking of the skin processing, and other than using of the personal using of the salt in pickles and etc. Also, protection of the salt is very important for the country, and it will be goes on look for the country's strengthening also. Once upon a time, means in the colonial period, we fight the means of the colonial government, Britishers, and we have the Dandi Satyagraha, same thing. It happened now it's a modernized globalization system. We required salt production and protection also. And for the government of the globalized system, based on salt, we have the main streamline for the culture and ethical and economical and political and everything will be coming under the salt for nation. Thank you.
Estamos con el
your impression about the main what's what do you think is the main result of this Congress?
I think there are many research studies in the world in each region, but most of them are done. So it is important to get everyone from the world and discuss so on. So now we start with that's the most important result of this conference.
Thank you. Thank you. Estamos hablando de Tapia Hueso por diputadas, ella es de España, doctora, Paisol, esta institución que representa, qué hace, cómo surge, cuáles son los lugares que trabajan, digamos, todo lo que puedan
Paisal, el Instituto del Patrimonio es una institución que se dedica a la investigación, a la formación y a la difusión de los valores naturales, culturales y humanos de los paisajes y patrimonio de la sal. Empezamos trabajando en los paisajes de la sal porque es un tipo de paisaje cultural que tiene muy poca atención. Otro tipo de paisajes culturales más conocidos. Este es un paisaje fundamentalmente desconocido, pero que merece por sus valores atención específica. Y de ahí es un paisaje. Trabajamos en todo tipo de salinas, tanto salinas de obtención de sal, de producción de sal, tanto en el interior de los continentes como en la costa, pero también en paisajes naturales de la sal. Tienen características similares y la gestión de este tipo de paisajes tiene retos parecidos también. Así que trabajamos en este tipo de ambientes y en cualquier parte del mundo donde podamos ser útiles. Es verdad que estamos especializados en la península ibérica, donde más hemos trabajado, en Europa en general también, pero allá donde podamos ser útiles, pues ahí podemos estar.
Can you tell us the same in English, please?
Yes, absolutely. IPAISAL is the Institute of Salt Heritage and Saltscapes. It works, it makes research, dissemination, and promotes the sound use of saltscapes everywhere. It's interested in the values, natural, cultural, and human values of saltscapes. IPAISAL has started its work because we consider saltscapes as the fourth sister of cultural landscapes. Other cultural landscapes are well known by the public, but saltscapes are not. And it deserves specific attention, we think. IPAISAL is doing its work in any kind of saltscape, not only salt-making areas, but also natural saltscapes, both inland and coastal saltscapes. And it's also working worldwide. It's specialized in the Iberian scenario, in the Iberian Peninsula, but also in Europe and elsewhere in the world.
Thank you. Picture. Mario Tiberio, Alexandru. Correct. Estamos con el doctor Mario Tiberio Alexandru. Él es el principal impulsor del Congreso Internacional de Antropología de la Sal que se lleva a cabo aquí en Iași, Rumania, en la Universidad Ioan Cuza, es la principal universidad y la más antigua de Rumanía. Doctor Alexandru, votre principal idée de ce congrès et de l'anthropologie de la salle.
avec des Roumains qui font partie de mon projet. On a étudié beaucoup de zones de la Roumanie et on a trouvé sur le terrain un vrai et grand univers de sel. Cet univers de sel ne peut pas être étudié par des sciences séparées. Et il faut être étudié d'une manière cohérente pour surprendre la signification totale de cet univers rural sur le sel. C'est pourquoi j'ai fondé une nouvelle discipline qui s'appelle l'anthropologie du sel. Et le sens principal de ma proposition, c'est de comprendre tout ce qu'a signifié le sel pour l'humanité, du point de vue diatopique et du point de vue diachronique. Qu'est-ce que je veux dire? Que le sel est un élément universel qui se trouve presque partout sur la Terre et qui a été exploité depuis le néolithique, c'est-à-dire depuis 8 millénaires dans l'Europe et surtout dans la Roumanie.
Parfait, merci beaucoup. Merci. En este primer Congreso Internacional de Antropología de la Sal en la ciudad de Iași, en Rumanía, en la más antigua universidad de Rumanía, la Alexandru de Ioan Cuza, tenemos el honor de entrevistar el día de hoy a una científica mexicana, investigadora del Instituto Nacional de Antropología e Historia en México, en particular en el Estado de México. Doctora, usted va a presentar un tema apasionante, que es el de las deidades prehispánicas en México respecto a la sal. Toda esta cultura ritual, religiosa, semiótica y significativa. ¿Nos quiere explicar un poco de la importancia del Congreso y de su trabajo?
Gracias. Bueno, con respecto a la importancia del Congreso, pienso que es pionero en este tema y es muy importante porque la sal, por lo menos en la época prehispánica en México, tiene que ver no nada más con el aspecto nutricional de los habitantes de la cuenca de México, que es donde yo me especializo, sino también tiene que ver con los aspectos políticos, económicos y sociales del pueblo mexica. Con respecto a la diosa, que es Huitzilopochtli, diosa de la sal, ella es parte de las deidades de la naturaleza que tienen que ver con la tierra, con el fuego, con la fertilidad, y ella tiene antecedentes desde el clásico mesoamericano. Ella migra con los mexicas, sin embargo, al parecer aún no se tiene muy claro el parentesco con los dioses de la fertilidad, sin embargo todos sus atributos tienen que ver con el agua. Entonces se cree que es hermana de los tlaloques, sin embargo en algún momento tienen desavenencias y la dejan abandonada en las salinas y a ella se le atribuye el reconocimiento de la sal como un elemento importante y ella es la que crea toda la forma de explotar la sal y a su vez ya en el posclásico ella enseña a los mexicas no nada más el aspecto nutricional, sino también a surtir las pieles, a limpiarse los dientes, a curar los abscesos, a curtir la piel y a preservar la carne. Entonces, esta es la importancia de la sal en el México prehispánico, que en el panteón de los mexicas está incluida como una diosa muy importante.
Perfecto, muchísimas gracias. Vamos a mandar la copia, ¿no? Sí. escrito y no todos lo tengan. Sí. Muchas gracias.
No, al contrario.
Estamos con el doctor Ovidio Mera. Él es uno de los principales investigadores, estudiosos y conocedores del tema de la sal en este congreso, en el primer Congreso Internacional de Antropología de la Sal en Iași, Rumania, dentro de la Universidad de Alexandru, Cuza, que es la universidad más antigua de Rumanía. Pero el doctor Ovidio Mera es particularmente porque él dirige y representa a la salina, al complejo salinero de Cuza. Qu'est-ce que c'est quelle est l'importance de la salle pour Cuza?
Oui, avant 20 ans, je commençais les études et ma passion pour le sel. Je travaillais à mine de sel de Cuza et les possibilités de voir une évolution positive pour cette mine. C'est une ancienne mine de sel qui a été exploitée jusqu'en 1932. L'attestation du sel, les documents qui attestent l'exploitation du sel à Cuza sont datés du XIIe siècle. Et en ce moment, la mine est l'une des plus intéressants objectifs touristiques pour le monde entier. Ça parce qu'ici on peut voir seulement en ce lieu, dans tout le monde, les grands champs d'exploitation du sel, la première méthode auticienne hongroise, puis auticienne hongroise, dans lesquelles ont été exploités le grand gisement de sel. Je vous invite de visiter cette mine parce que c'est très intéressant et je suis heureuse parce que parmi les touristes qui ont visité notre mine, il y a des touristes de Mexique aussi.
No, pero no se toma ningún. No sé qué. A ver, déjame tomar una nada más.
Merci. Merci.
Non,
Merci beaucoup. Estamos con el licenciado Jesús Montaño. Él participa en el primer Congreso Internacional de Antropología de la Sal en la ciudad de Iași, Rumanía, en la universidad más antigua de Rumanía, que es la Alexandru, Ioan, Cuza, y en esta sala Ferdinand, donde se lleva a cabo este congreso, él presentará hoy un importante trabajo. Maestro Jesús Montaño, ¿qué trabajo va a presentar? ¿Qué representa? ¿Qué significación tiene para nosotros, para los mexicanos?
Desde que la exportadora de sal, que es la que venimos a presentar hoy en Iași, en Rumanía, es una de las 7 más importantes a nivel mundial. Incluso es la más importante en cuestión territorial. Esta exportadora de sal, que yo desde que la conozco me impresionó mucho ver y conocer. Recuerdo muy bien mi infancia cuando la primera vez que vi los vasos de color rosa de esta salinera. Vamos a presentar un trabajo para que todos de aquí vean la importancia de gran parte del Puerto Sur, que orgullosamente venimos a representar aquí a Rumanía, en este lugar. La verdad es una belleza de paisajes, de gente que hemos conocido en esta travesía, y precisamente el trabajo que vamos a presentar el día de hoy es referente a todo el proceso de la sal, la importancia que tiene cultural, social, económica para nuestro territorio en México. Nosotros nos encontramos el día de hoy en un lugar que también huele a sal. Si nosotros podemos sabernos, tenemos sal, entre el 5 y el 7% del cuerpo humano genera precisamente la sal, y es por eso que a nosotros se nos hace muy importante desde momentos culturales, como lo hemos escuchado de otras personas que me han antecedido en esta locución, saber la importancia de la sal, que desde que vive nuestro cuerpo, cómo la conocemos. Hace un momento la doctora Katia nos explicaba incluso de los paisajes que se están ahora ya llevando con paisajes turísticos, promoción turística de la sal. Entonces la sal está dentro de nosotros, la sal vive entre nosotros olemos a sal, y es por eso que que es el primer congreso antropológico de la sal, se hace muy importante para todos nosotros. Creo que vienen muchísimas cosas para los que nos atrevimos a venir hasta acá con todo el esfuerzo, con todas las ganas, con toda la importancia, con toda la pasión con que estamos aquí hoy en Rumanía. Es por eso que este video va a quedar ya como un recuerdo, una memoria, para que todos nosotros entendamos este proceso de la sal. Así que allá donde nos estén escuchando en este momento, un poquito de sal para darle sabor a la vida. Me encuentro con el doctor Ramón Ojeda Mestre, un importante promotor cultural, social en esta ocasión, y en particular de la sal. El doctor Ojeda Mestre, quisiera que nos platicara un poquito la importancia de la sal, y si nos pudiera también platicar acerca de su intervención en el primer Congreso Antropológico de la Sal aquí en Iași, este lugar verdaderamente histórico de una importancia social y cultural muy importante. Doctor.
Participamos en este primer Congreso Internacional de Antropología de la Sal, que es una disciplina antigua, pero nominada recientemente por el doctor Mario Tiberio Alexandru. Él es un profesor investigador de esta universidad, muy destacado en este país. Nosotros hemos venido desde México porque consideramos que este encuentro internacional, donde participan más de 25 países científicos, promotores, investigadores de distintas disciplinas, porque la asignatura de antropología de la sal es transversal, es una disciplina que requiere de las demás ciencias para manifestarse y para extraer las principales experiencias y lecciones. Nosotros en particular hemos venido desde Baja California, México, desde Baja California Sur, en México, para traer la experiencia del cuidado del medio ambiente en la producción moderna de sal. Como todos sabemos, venimos de la reserva natural más grande de México, que es la Reserva Natural del Vizcaíno, y esa reserva convive armónicamente con la producción minera de sal, como lo ha dicho el profesor Mario Tiberio Alexandru y otros investigadores como Oliver Weller y grandes maestros que han participado aquí. La sal no es un producto natural, la sal es uno de los primeros productos culturales del proceso civilizatorio del ser humano, y por ello todo lo que sepamos acerca de la sal, de las nuevas ventajas, de las nuevas aplicaciones, de los nuevos beneficios que se le van extrayendo a este producto tan importante para la cultura y para la salud, para el turismo, para la historia, para la química, para tantas disciplinas, pero sobre todo para que el ser humano encuentre mejores caminos para vivir armónicamente con la naturaleza. Nosotros participamos con el tema medio ambiente y sal, es decir, protección ambiental y producción industrial moderna masiva de la sal. Venimos de una entidad que produce más de 10 millones de toneladas al año de sal. Es la mina de sal la productora de sal más grande del mundo, en Guerrero Negro, en el paralelo 28 de la península de Baja California, en donde se juntan las entidades de Baja California Sur y Baja California, parte en Guerrero Negro, parte en la isla de Cedros. Por eso es importante este primer Congreso Internacional de Antropología de la Sal, en donde hemos oído participaciones en muchos idiomas, en rumano, en hindú, en francés, en italiano, en español, en ucraniano, en ruso, en francés, en fin, son tantos los idiomas y hemos logrado todos aprender mucho, porque cada quien trae un enfoque, trae una experiencia y viene con mucha generosidad a participar. Este no es un congreso de lucro, este no es un congreso comercial, este no es un congreso de promoción política, no, es el afán del ser humano por adelantarse en la cultura. Soy su servidor, Ramón Ojeda Mestre.
Bravo, bravo.
Ucrania.
You can interview. No. Okay, I'm handling
One
is there, you know that one was. That's the same thing he has said.
University. And Victoria Research Institute.
I'm going to ask you in English. At the end you say something in Ukrainian.
Okay.
Because we are going to give you a copy of this.
Oh, super. But what should I say?
I'm going to ask you about your impressions.
About Congress.
What was your about Congress? What was your participation? And then you say whatever you want. Estamos en el primer Congreso Internacional de Antropología de la Sal en Iași, Rumanía, la famosa universidad, la más antigua universidad de Rumanía, que es la Alexandru Ioan Cuza, en la sala Ferdinand. Estamos con el doctor Igor Liman, él es de Ucrania, él es de un país muy importante y viene de una universidad también no menos relevante. Doctor Liman, what is the importance of this Congress? What do you think about the conclusions and what was your participation in this?
First of all, I would like to say that such a format of Congress is perfect. Why perfect? Because everybody knows what does it mean salt. And every day, everybody uses salt. But here is specialists who know about salt something that other persons don't know. Here are specialists from different disciplines, historians, anthropologists, archaeologists, etc. And thanks to this interdisciplinarity, we receive new experience. So the Congress, the idea of Congress, the topic of Congress is super. Another thing which I want to say is huge geography of this Congress. Here I receive scientists from Japan, from India, a large delegation from Mexico, from other sides of the world. And it's very important for future for contacts in this sphere, in other spheres. We have program and theses or abstracts of all our speeches. So we have emails of all participants. I think that it's continuation of previous researchers, but and beginning of future researchers. And some words in Ukrainian. Я дійсно щиро вдячний організаторам, що ми тут. І я дуже радий бачити мексиканських дослідників тут, оскільки Ми маємо зараз тісні контакти саме з мексиканськими вченими з міста Пуебла, з Мехіко Сіті. І сподіваюся, що знову ж таки контакти, які налагодимо тут, продовжуються. Дякую, до нових зустрічей. I know, but they ask the last sentences in Ukrainian for salt of speech.
Ukrainian Republic of Mexico.
Okay. What do you want me to ask?
What do you want? What do you want to ask me?
About the Congress, maybe you have been, whatever you want to say. Okay, right. Estamos en el primer Congreso Internacional de Antropología de la Sal que se lleva a cabo en la ciudad de Iași, Rumanía. Es la universidad más antigua de Rumanía, que es la Ioan, Cuza, y nos encontramos con uno de los principales organizadores, el doctor Félix Tencario, de aquí de Rumanía. Él no solamente ha sido ponente, ha sido organizador, sino que también tiene a cargo el más difícil trabajo, que es el del registro cibernético, la parte técnica de un congreso, que es fundamental para que haya memoria. Los congresos se realizan no nada más para hablar entre los pares, entre los conocedores del tema, sino también para que futuras generaciones o instituciones de otros lugares puedan tener acceso a los documentos, a las presentaciones, a las nuevas ideas de la antropología de la sal. Dr. Félix Tencario, what do you think about this first international conference on anthropology of salt, and what about the anthropology of salt itself, and what's your main interest? Because you were also a participant.
As you can see, I'm an organizer and also I'm a participant. What can I think about this Congress? I think it's great because of so many possible explanations. First of all, it gathers people from all around the world. We see people from Nepal, we see people from Mexico, we see people from India, Romania, Ukraine, Russia, I don't know, Italy, you name it, United States. They are all passionate, interested in the salt, the different aspects of salt, the relation of salt to the human now and 2,000 years ago, 6,000 years ago. There are so many facets of salt represented here in this Congress. So I think it's great, of course, not only as an organizer, and not bragging about our Congress, but as a participant also. And as you have seen, my interest was in the anthropology of salt, and also in experimental archaeology, and especially interest was to find a middle way to balance these two. Let's call it subdiscipline archaeology. And I think I found a way by dealing with the Wikital from prehistoric Romania and trying to reconstruct some of this interesting technique of obtaining subcaves out of brine in clay containers by means of fire. I don't know.
Thank you.
son de 2005 y me dieron precisamente, bueno, el tema del medio ambiente. Yo soy doctor en medio ambiente, en la Universidad de Manchester, Inglaterra, en la Universidad de Arizona, universidades superproductoras, Yo voy a la Facultad de Derecho Ambiental, y en otras universidades, diversas materias. Gracias a eso,
Guardian's presentation.
Que asesoría igual que con la arqueología, la antropología, todo tiene que ver con arqueología. Entonces ahora estamos apoyando la historia a través de la doctora María Gutiérrez, el museo con las culturas rupestres. Venimos principalmente al Congreso Mundial de Culturas Rupestres. Ese congreso. Y entonces hay de eso. Tiene un espectro completo y la idea es muy especializado sobre lo que es la Basílica 34 neoclásico. Entonces, con lo especializado de naturaleza siga creciendo, pero digamos, la herencia de los gobernantes políticos.
Aș vrea să deschidem Alexandru. Mâine lângă străziul meu ca să nu se ridice în timp când vorbesc. Da, folderul ăla.
Sí, y hay clases, tengo talleres.
Merge pe ele, asta nu știu ce nu iese, nu iese pe ăla.
Tengo un foro de ya.
Sigan entonces.
N-am știut să le fac mai
presentation. Nos encontramos en el primer Congreso Internacional de Antropología de la Sal en la ciudad de Iași, Rumania. Es esta universidad la más antigua del país, la Alexandru, Cuza. Nos encontramos con un participante muy singular, muy importante, el doctor Alexandru. Él es de aquí de Rumanía y tuvo una importante participación. Le vamos a pedir que nos diga cuáles son sus impresiones del Congreso y con qué trabajo participó. Dr. Popa, what was your idea? What's the purpose of this conference? And what was the subject of the theme you presented? Estamos en el primer Congreso Internacional de Antropología, the first International Congress of Anthropology in the University of Alexandru, Cuza, in Iași, Romania. We are a very important participant of this Congress. Please give us your name, your impression of this Congress, and what was the subject of your presentation was regarding about what?
Hello, my name is Anthropology. I'm from Romania, from the National Museum of Eastern Carpathians. I am an ethnographer and I am trying to specialize in the ethnography of soul. As I've been researching until now the Transylvanian area of Romania. So this is one of the subjects that I will be presenting this afternoon. And I also have a very short presentation about an archaeological camp, experimental archaeology, which the team from my museum conducted a few years ago in trying to experiment prehistoric ways of salt exploitation. For me, being here at this Congress is very, very important. As far as there are many, many interesting things to find out. I've been reading a lot of books, but bibliography can never replace meeting all the people that actually write everything that we can read. And yes, getting to know people and making new connections and finding out new information and illustrative researches in about source has the most important thing. Now it comes to me in French. How do you say welcome in your language?
Bienvenido.
Bienvenido.
In French. Bienvenue.
Ah, okay. Many. In Romania, you say
Cu plăcere.
cu plăcere.
Cu plăcere.
Și
mulțumesc.
Cu plăcere.
Va a la otra. Estamos con el profesor Mario Tiberio Alexandru y nos hace corroborar otro testimonio de una perspectiva distinta respecto al atuendo, a la vestimenta que luce en este primer Congreso Internacional de Antropología. Quelle est la significance de
Voilà. Moi, j'ai eu une grande chance, c'est-à-dire de pouvoir visiter le Mexique en 2008 à l'invitation de l'École nationale d'anthropologie et du professeur Ramon Blas. Et à cette occasion, j'ai eu la possibilité de visiter quelques sites avec l'exploration actuelle de Sel, environ dizaines de kilomètres par rapport à la Ciudad de México, qui est une ciudad extraordinaire. Et moi, j'ai été vraiment heureux de pouvoir revoir mes amis du Mexique, parmi lesquels aussi de nouvelles personnes. Et ces nouvelles personnes m'ont donné cette cravate avec les couleurs de Mexique. Je vous remercie beaucoup.
Mai dați place să vorbim matale de 3 ori, nu? Tu ce ești acum?
Tengo de cosicano.
Mexicano.
În
românesc. Din România.
French.
Tanto il pop, un interview in limba maggiare.
Estamos con el doctor Daniel Costache, que participa en el primer congreso de la sala aquí en Iași, Rumania, en la Universidad Alexandru de Cuza, que es la más antigua universidad de todo el país de Rumanía, y en esta sala está en este agosto de 2015. El doctor Costache will have impressions of this first international conference on anthropology of soul, and what was the presentation that gave us. sea, cualquier momento.
Okay.
operate the computer?
No. To operate
Pásale. Yo por aquí me voy a sentar. Ahí te las dejé. Ah, ya me las mandó ahorita. Ya te las mandé después.
Yeah, sorry, but you must please, because after visiting the museum, yeah. I want to speak just now about some that accelerate.
Or short each presentation? Okay.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome to all. Fourth section panel Heritage. Sorry, I am not saying.
Somebody told that there is
So, dear colleagues, it was false start, but now is real start of our panel about heritage. And first of all, the first presentation is from Georgia Romanescu, the distribution of resources and quality of salt in Europe.
First, my apologies for my English language. It's very bad, but I try speaking in English. If it will be very difficult, I change in French. the title of my presentation is the distribution of resource, the production and the quality of salt in Europe with my colleague Alexandru Marius, because we work together in the same project. This presentation will be on special view on the quality, the resources, the quality of salt in Europe, but in special the quality of resource in Romania. Why in Romania? Why in Romania? Because it's a big difference between the quality of salt in the Transylvania depression and the quality of salt in Subcarpathian area. The majority of salt is found in the planetary ocean. Salt has marine origin and is located in the great sedimentary basins. In Romania, you have a great sedimentary basin in Pennsylvania, and in the same time in the part of south of Romania. The evaporation determines the accumulation of thick stratum, hundreds of meters. What is hundreds of meters in Transylvania? The things of the salt deposit, it's until 400 meters, but the maximum of the salt deposit it's until 1,000 meters. In the Subcarpathian area, we have things of salt deposit until 300-400 meters maximum. Usually it's situated between 100 and 200 meters. The great salt basin in Europe is located in Germany, in Poland, in North Sea, in United Kingdom, it's Ukraine, in Romania, in French, in Spain, in Italy, in Slovenia, in Bosnia, in Herzegovina, etc. The developed countries have exploited the salt and used it in the chemical industry. Some ex-communist countries have a low salt production because it was not economical profitable. In the communist period in Romania, the production of the salt was very important. After the revolution, because chemical industry was destroyed, not completed, but was destroyed, the production in Romania now it's too small. You can see is another slide. For considering the salinity of the water, you can see many classes of water. It's fresh water, brackish water, saline water, and dry water. Black Sea have a salinity too small, so the Black Sea is not on saline water; it's on brackish water. Black Sea, it's about sweet water in too close of the littoral, because the Danube river, the salinity it's about minimum until the fresh water. The main element of salt is sodium chloride. The difference in quality is given by impurity, not salt. The salt is found underground as mineral halide and mixed evaporated salt lake, forming marine lagoon completely isolated. You can see here in this slide Salinas Grandes in the South America. In Europe, you haven't this sort of salt, but in South America and in North America, there's a lot of salt of this type. Marine water has a salinity of 3.5%, from which 2.6% is natrium chloride. From a chemical point of view, the salt contains 16.6 chloride and 36.3 natrium. In Europe, especially in France and in Spain and Italy, we have a big resource of salt, but it's salt from the evaporation. The general name is French, it's Mare Salant. We can see here a big production for Mare Salant. From France, it's in Camargue, Guérande, Metz, Marmoutier, Rhône, Oléron, Saint-Armel, Carnac, Giraud. In Italy, it's in Porto Vecchio, Sicilia. In Spain, it's in Delta Ebro. In Tunisia, it's Medellin. In the United States of America, in San Francisco Bay, a Great Salt Lake in Utah. In Morocco, in Bolivia, in Mexico, in Slovenia, etc. In Romania, you cannot salt from sea, because in the Black Sea you have not a tide. The tide of the Black Sea, it's until the amplitude of the tide, it's until 9 and 12 centimeters. So it's not enough for production of the salt from the sea. You can see the biggest reserve of salt deposit of the world, especially for the Europe, for the North America, for Asia, for South America, and for Australia. In Africa, you can see it's only on big salt deposit in the south of Africa, in Zambia, in the east of Egypt, in the Red Sea. But in Europe, we can see many salt deposit, very important, because the thickness is very important, until 1,000 meters, and especially in the North Sea, in Germany and Denmark and Holland. We can see a map with the age of the salt deposit in Europe. The Paleozoic salt deposit, it's special for Germany, for Poland, for Germany, for Denmark, for Netherlands, for North Sea, for Ukraine and Russia. Russia, especially in the Moscow Basin. For Mesozoic salt deposit, it's Spain, south of France, the east of France, it's Switzerland, in Austria, in Slovenia. And for tertiary salt deposit, formed especially in Aquitanian and Badenian, or Totonian is the same name. It's especially in Romania. In Romania, it's in Transylvania Basin and Subcarpathian area. In Ukraine, in Slovakia region, in Slovakia, in Poland, in Spain, and in Italy. Between the Transylvania Depression and the open ocean, it's a big difference of the quality of It's a difference between the quality of salt deposit. Why it's this difference? Because in the open ocean was another condition. Was the condition with high temperature, with the hot condition, and in the depression of the Transylvania was the cold condition. because this is natural condition in the Subcarpathian region, Subcarpathian area, the salt have a big impurity, in special with the dolomite, with gypsum, with magnesium, with calcium, with potassium. And in Transylvania depression, it's about pure salt, in special natrum chloride. So it's on different condition between two regions. You can see here on the map it's the distribution of the salt deposit in Subcarpathian, Moldavian Subcarpathian region. And here it's another distribution, in special for the Getic Subcarpathian region. The biggest resource is situated exactly in the Vâlcea county. You can see here the global production for the salt in Europe. The first place is occupied by Germany, and after Netherlands, Ukraine, France, United Kingdom, Poland, Spain, Austria, Italia, Belarus, Bulgaria, Russia, Romania, Bosnia, Herzegovina, and Portugal. You can see Romania now it's having very low production because the chemical industry in Romania it's about nothing now. Thank you very much.
Maybe question. Oh,
thanks.
Thank you.
So it's my pleasure to present you Professor Takamune Kawashima from Japan with his presentation Ethnographical Perspective on Salt in Japan.
Salt studies after the modernization, after the late 19th century in Japan have been developed by ethnology, usually recognized as folklore studies, as well as history, which could reveal the production, in this case after the 8th century. Archaeological salt study have included such folkloric studies, especially on the interpretation of excavated artifacts and to reconstruct the use of salt. As noted elsewhere, Japanese salt has been made mostly by seawater since the Jomon period, because of the absence of rock salt. So it started approximately 3,500 BP. So my paper focuses on these three topics, kind of historical background and about ethnography, folklore, including place names, and finally I will show some museums. And first, as partly explained yesterday, there are several ways to produce salt. Irihama, the second one, is the most developed way, but it needed a geographical condition, like flat and large sandy beach and large gap between high and low tide. And most other traditional ways, such as direct boiling or using heat or hot spring for brine concentration, were abandoned along with rationalization of salt industry after the modernization. So the law was made 1905, probably because of the war expenditure between Japan and Russia. It lasted till recent. The oldest way can be seen in Shinto ceremony in Shogama Shrine in northern Japan. They use sea grasses. I showed too much this photograph for concentrating seawater. It's held forced to dry every year. So probably because of the ceremony, they don't dry well. Next day, they just spread the seagrass and put seawater on it. Then, salt processing using seagrass was mentioned already in the old literature, such as Yoshu, poem, and historical kind of mythological record, such no Futoki, but it just says seagrass salt. So we never know how they made the brine. So then, Agehama, this way is also has long tradition from the Middle Age, such as 12th century, archaeologically recognized clay paved beach, which belongs to 12th century. So this is all the way, but you need a lot of work. You have to bring brine to the beach, and then you have to spray the water. Okay, so finally this is invented. In the inland sea. So as I said yesterday, you don't have to bring the water to the beach. Water goes through the channel, and water go up by capillary action, and then you can get kind of salty sand on the surface. And then it's only developed in these areas. Mostly salt was produced in this way in inland sea area. And there was also small scale salt production in some areas where the Irihama, that salt fairs couldn't construct it just because of lack of large sandy beach and weather and kind of small range of tidal difference. And also inland salt production was historically documented in the 18th and 19th century, so we don't have any trace of ancient, prehistorical salt production in inland areas. Next, I will introduce some folkloric examples in Japan. So there were some important work on salt in folkloric field, and then folklore studies mostly focuses on the fields of daily life of the people, normal people. So except specialized production, salt was used for these purposes: seasoning and preserving food, and fermentation and ritual. So if you know small wrestling, probably you may have seen this kind of ritual. And also salt was used to make this stage. If you add salt, you can get solid foundation. And it also has meaning like purification. this is sushi restaurant. So if you go to Japan, and probably you will try sushi, and then you will see salt in the entrance. So to prevent, for example, evil spirit or bad things. And then nowadays people buy this food in supermarkets, but until several decades ago, each family made them by themselves. And I also have such experience making soy paste in my childhood. So not only salt, but this bittern is important to make the tofu. It's soybean curd. It's called in English. And also salt was used to make kind of fermented food. It's not the excavated one. It's and this was rice, and so it's kind of I forgot the name. But using bacteria, you can preserve the fish. You need several months to 1 year, and everything is soft and it smells strongly, but they like it. And it's also documented, it's a kind of original sushi, and it's documented in this 8th century wooden plate. Okay, so bittern will be accumulated in this way, so people buy salt, but it's not dry salt. It contains bittern, and then they buy a lot of salt and then just store them, and you can get kind of this one, bittern. Okay. And trade routes to the inland areas are also subject of folkloric studies, including merchants, trader, or post town, and so on, including their custom. So from the Japan Sea, first along with the river, and then on the horseback or using cattle, sometimes by people, go to this kind of mountainous region. So there was a questionnaire survey on salt customs, including some informants from Korea, 2 or 3, I guess, but mostly from Japan. And there are many questions, and I listed some interesting examples. Of course, there are regional differences even in Japan, but for example, this purificatory salt could be universal in Japan. After the funeral, for example, or when you have delivery, or menstruation, or even before, it's used before building a house to purify the land, and so on. Okay. Then place names and names after salt. I checked an encyclopedia of historical place names, and I found 529 place names, but some of them are overlapping, so it must be less than 529, but for example, almost 100 in one prefecture and 50 in another, so it should be more than 150. So 500 would be reasonable, and okay. So we have to be careful. Both Kagami and Kagami mentioned that salt, shio in Japan, in Japanese, is related. I mean, such place names are related in this kind of geographical and condition, or this vegetable probably it's also seen in Europe. It's kind of wild asparagus, something is also contains shio. And if you get this kind of vegetable in that place, then it could be shio blah blah or something. So not only relating salt, but also other features. So finally, I will introduce some informational museums which have exhibitions regarding salt, like the Tabakan Salt Museum, which is located in Tokyo and shows the history of Japanese salt as well as general information of salt, including world. And in salt production areas, they have local collections from their own tradition. Some museums have exhibition outside, so you see that kind of salt terraces, and so sometimes you can experience salt production. Also, museums of former post towns have historical buildings in situ sometimes, and then probably this is brought from elsewhere and reassembled. So these local museums, especially in producing areas, are used for sometimes educational purpose, like teaching local history for children, something. And now, because of the abandonment of salt monopoly by the government, and also recent trend of healthy life and organic things. Salt is not organic, but small-scale salt production seems to have revived. It's getting popular again. Thank you very much.
Mr. Kawashima, if you, this, I have a question about questionnaire. You show a picture with more than 100 pictures, but this questionnaire, as I understand, created many decades ago. Do you know about more contemporary questionnaire investigation in this sphere? We call it oral historical or ethnographical expeditions, etc. Do you know something about?
Yeah, but we have less chance now to use a lot of salt in household. For example, so people don't know, or people don't have such kind of custom. Mm-hmm. So, for example, the first questionnaire was done in 1925 or so, but after 30 years, someone did same kind of questionnaire survey, but got much less answer. Mm-hmm. So modernization was progressed, and then people could buy the salt easily in the store because of the monopoly law.
I understand, but for example, in Ukraine, if we create a questionnaire, we ask just older person. As I know, oldest person in Japan.
Yeah.
So
yes. Yeah.
So they remember times of pre-modern period, from pre-industrial period.
Okay. Probably we still get such kind of information in the
there. So that survey was done by kind of posting, let's say, kind of papers, questionnaires.
Without interviewer, without respondent.
So I don't know how it's organized, but probably if you go to the village, then you get some.
They remember.
Yeah, memory, and you can see the tools. So yeah, must be interesting.
Thank you. Other questions? Thank you. Next presentations from Andrea Kiricescu. The topic is traditional salt exploitation in southeast Transylvania.
Hello again. This presentation will be an overlook upon the researches the National Museum of Eastern Carpathians conducted in the field of salt ethnography. These researches were begun in 2003, and the initiators were Anthony Harding and Valeriu Cavru. And once they started researching the archaeological evidence in Transylvania related to salt, they also included in the project the ethnographical aspects. I have joined the researches in 2005. If I remember correctly, and since then it is the topic of my interest. Oh, okay, very, very nice. So, as it was mentioned before, we do have salt in Transylvania, and we do have a lot of it. And this is the area we researched ethnographically, the southeastern part of Transylvania. And we've split this region in 4 areas of interest: the Bistrița Salt region, and those are the localities where the researchers took part. The second one, so from north to south, is Reghin-Gurghiu Valley region. So it's on the valley of Gurghiu River. The third region would be Pride-Sovata-Corund region. So the finds are grouped around these 3 localities. And the fourth region is the Homorade Valley region, and we also added 2 points in Covasna County. There are some more, but we still research them, so we still need to do some research. We found 11 different types of salt sources so far. All of them are found in all 4 of these regions, with very small exceptions. Some still currently exploited, others were abandoned, and most of them belong to the community, so they are not private sources, or they can be used by everyone. Starting with rock salt, which can be seen on the surface, we find the salt mining sites, traditional salt mining sites, exploited by inhabitants of the communities, brine springs, salty brooks, salt marshes and halophyte vegetation sites, saltwater ponds, saltwater lakes, which are used also by the local communities, saltwater basins. So these are, some of them are artificially created, others are lakes which were arranged by localities, authorities. And then we have the brine wells, natural brine wells,
We have simple brine wells, so we can see the human touch, and brine wells with houses. So far we've discovered that these are specific for this area. Most of the times the houses that in which we can find the brine wells resemble the traditional houses of the area we find them in. Most of them have only one room, and most of them are wooden. So this is one of those that resembles traditional architecture. This is one of the most well-preserved well houses in Transylvania. It's found at Lueta in Harghita County. This is the place where people told us that they pay very much attention to preserving this construction and to preserve the brine because they consider it to be an element. It's part of their daily food. And some of them disappeared. The original well houses disappeared, but the local communities decided to construct other ones, and in some cases they didn't use wood now, they used bricks. And some images with the brine wells, how they look on the inside. See, some of them have lids. Some of them are bigger, others are smaller. This is one of the oldest ones we've found so far. It's actually a trunk of an oak tree, and it's dug deep inside the ground. People say it's more than 150 years old, but we didn't test that yet, so we believe them so far. Everything inside is made of wood. Sometimes the walls of the wells are made of wood, other times they are made of rocks, just like freshwater wells. The uses of salt in this area are in the three main categories: in the household, on the spot, and for trade. So for cooking and preserving food, they have a lot of recipes. It's very different in each village. It differs, although we don't know yet the concentration of the salt water from each of these villages because we haven't went so far with our researches yet. People know how much brine to use in their food according to the strength of the brine. That's how they call it, just like, so in Transylvania, palinka has strength and brine has strength. And they know how much to add. It is also used as a treatment for humans, so they bathe in brooks, in ponds, in lakes, in basins. They use salty muds for treating broken bones and arthritis, and without consulting any doctors. So they just know it, they just inherited everything, and they do it even nowadays. As a treatment for animals or in the food of the animals, this is a very interesting discovery. It's a trough. It was used to give brine to sheep. So this is the way they managed to control how much brine they actually give to them. It's something that I've heard it in other places also, in Moldova too. And people say that if you let the animal drink brine, it will drink up until it dies. So they had to find some solutions to control the quantity, but they found the way to still use this brine for them. As good for trade or to sell it, this is that traditional salt mining camp I found in Dumitra, in Bistrița, Năsăud County. I same site 1 year ago and 2 years ago, and the same man is still exploiting the same place. He is allowed to do that by the local community. It's his only way to survive, actually. And in customs and rituals, for weather forecasting, for example, the calendar with onions and salt. I couldn't find an original pictures in my researches yet, because I've never been in January in those parts, so I used another picture, but I have it documented. People told me about it, that they still use this calendar. So I'm sure that you're very aware of the concept of cultural iceberg. So the tip of the iceberg is what I've shown you so far. It's what we see when we go to a place like this. But to understand why people and how people use all these sources and why they are doing all these things, we had to go a bit deeper and start discovering everything related to behaviors. So all these why questions, everything related to their knowledge and their skills, how do they get it from, how do they give it further, and everything related to values, beliefs, attitudes, and customs. And we did that by using a questionnaire. What we'd like to do further on, so we did the direct observation and research of the Saliferous areas in Transylvania. The research is not over yet. There are still many things to find out, many places to discover, and also go back to all those places we've seen so far and see what changed. Then to observe and research the non-Saliferous areas neighboring the Saliferous ones in Transylvania, to compare and make the connection between them. And last but not least, to observe and research similar areas, Saliferous and non-Saliferous areas around Romania and around the world, in such way to describe the specific ethnographic scenery of the Saliferous areas in Transylvania. So you see, it's still a lot of work to do, but hopefully we'll have time and everything to do it. So thank you very much for your attention.
Questions?
I have one very simple question. How does this calendar work?
The calendar?
Yeah.
So you take an onion or three, because you might need more. You cut it into half, and then you take slices. So like slice, yeah? Yeah. Halves of onions. You put them on the table. You need 12. Each is for 1 month, and then you put salt in each of the pieces. And you leave them, they do it usually on New Year's Eve, actually. And you leave them through the night, or maybe in some places, maybe for longer time. And depending on the salt the next day, if it gets wet, it will be a rainy month. If it stays dry, then it will be a dry month of the year. For 2005, the picture I found was almost correct. So.
But what does Orthodox Church say about this superstitions, or how received Church this tradition?
I have no knowledge about having any interdiction related to these traditions. And again, the areas in Transylvania are multi-ethnic and multi-religious, so you'd find many types of churches, not just Orthodox churches, but they have no restraints, at least in the villages. Both religion and superstitions somehow survived and are still used, both of them. So people still go to church, but also believe a lot in superstitions. So it's a contradiction, but it's real.
I have seen that in Transylvania, it is a salt springs. En aan little house, constructed deasupra, cum se spune?
Above.
This is not in Moldavia and not in Wallachia. In east of Romania or in the south of Romania. The tradition is Romanian, is Hungarian, is Saxon.
Might be.
Yeah.
Yes, so it might be. It's a question I was asking myself the last few days when I was putting together this presentation. Actually, the same question went through my mind. Exactly because of what you said. It's only there in Transylvania. So it might be, it might have something to do with this ethnical specific of the area, and it might be Saxon. But we don't have Saxons in many areas nowadays, and in some of the localities there never were. But we still have to research this.
Acculturation.
Yes, 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 yes. But we still have to research it before giving an answer.
Well, may I add just a few words about that?
Yes.
Well, as we know, the earliest salt house is Cepari, which was the area under the domination of Saxons. So it looks that Saxons was who imprinted this tradition.
So it might be my impression also. We still need
Well, I think the ethnical determination of these traditions, it's not a correctly way to understand the roots of this culture indicator. In my opinion, it's a response to your question. It's in Transylvania itself. It's a part of Austrian Imperium. It's a part, not a Saxon culture. It's a tradition. It's how to say in English? It's a German Ordnung, but it's not.
But in Austria,
ethnical.
it is this kind of sort houses.
No.
I've never seen it so far.
It is a question for the future, Mr.
You have them in Spain if that helps.
Okay, thanks again. Now, like a presentation of Katya OSO Kartakas. What factors contribute best to preserve the heritage of inland salinas in Iberia?
The pointer is this one in the middle?
The point is green, right here.
Okay. Thank you.
Right.
Hello, good afternoon. This doesn't work if I don't turn it on.
Yeah.
My name is Katya Wojsos. I've been presented, and I'm representing here IPAISAL. It's the Institute of Saltscapes and Salt Heritage. I'm presenting a work that we just recently did for the Ministry of Culture in Spain, and it's part of my PhD thesis. So just very briefly, IPAISAL is a non-profit organization devoted to the research, to the dissemination and to the sound use of the natural, cultural and human values of saltscapes and salt heritage. If you need more information, I will leave some leaflets on the table so you can take them with you. So inland salinas, that's quite a rare phenomenon. I'm surprised at how many brine sources there are in Europe in general, but inland solar evaporation salinas are not that common. So I wanted to show in this map how abundant and how distributed are these salinas in Spain, mainly in Spain. There are a couple of them in Portugal too. And that has a very easy explanation. 200 million years ago, during the Trias period, the Iberian Peninsula, or the former Iberian Peninsula, was covered in its eastern half by the sea, which evaporated and in the end the salt remained below the surface and appeared in some areas as brine salts. So here is a map of contemporary Spain and Portugal with the different provinces, and the bigger the dot, the more inland salinas there are. And you can see here the province of Jaén with almost 100 inland salinas, but provinces such as Guadalajara, Teruel, Zaragoza, Navarra may have over 20, each one of them. So if you go to overall figures of the Iberian Peninsula, then we can see, we did an estimate a few years ago how many salinas there were in Spain and Portugal. We classify them according to two parameters: the type of salt site, so salt mines, inland salinas, coastal salinas, and natural saltscapes like lakes, rivers, lagoons. And on the other hand, when were these sites active? When were these sites in production? If we sum them all together, we came to a figure almost roughly close to 1,000 salt sites. If we only look at inland salinas, if you only look at inland salinas, we had a total of 500, over 500, which have been abandoned either before the 20th century or during the 20th century. So, in the beginning of the 21st century, where we are now, there are only 44 remains of inland salinas that are visible nowadays, that are clearly visible. So this is roughly 10% of all inland salinas in Spain. This is something that worries us. There is a lot of references to salinas, not only inland, but mostly, that are actually gone, that are disappeared. Now, if we look at how these landscapes are recognized, are protected, the figures are even more worrisome, because we have different types of protection statuses, like SCI or SAC. These are Natura 2000 figures, according to the Birds and Habitats Directives. You have Ramsar sites for wetlands. You have monuments, acknowledged as a built monument. And you have museums that is not strictly a way of protecting a site, but it's a way of acknowledging its values. So if we look to our study that we did for the Ministry of Culture, we were interested in seeing how the inland salinas that were protected as a monument, how good or bad were they doing? How healthy were they? Well, we will see there's a huge difference in health between the 9 inland salinas that are protected in Spain. In the table you saw 10 because there is one in Portugal as well. But we only studied 9 in Spain, which are these, from north to south, northeast. Poza de la Sal in Burgos, Añana in Álava, Basque Country, Yerri de la Sal in Catalonia, Peralta, Arcos de las Salinas in Aragón, Imón, San Juan in Castilla-La Mancha, home of Don Quixote, Espartinas in the province of Madrid, and Ramla Salada in the province of Murcia. Those are the 9 that we have studied. How have we studied these? What were we interested in looking at? We knew these places. We knew already that they were having different conditions. Some were in good health, some were really in bad health. Why? They were all protected. So what's the difference then? So we used 3 main tools to try to understand why this was happening, and not only that, but try to extract the good practices that could be useful for other salinas, not necessarily protected ones. We had one tool based on indicators. I will show you now a bit more details. Another tool was interviews with stakeholders, and another tool was visits on site and observations. So just to make a big overview, we used 25 indicators classified as intrinsic, meaning those that were specifically dealing with the characteristics of the site, and those extrinsic indicators that were dealing with the relationship of the site with its environment, with its hinterland. because a salina is not hanging loose from heaven, it's somewhere, it has a relationship with its territory. So we have these 25 indicators, and there is this table, we have 5 tables like this, which assign a certain value to each one of the indicators. So each indicator can have a value from 0 to 4. So that means if we have 25 indicators, a salina can have a degree between 0, a range between 0 and 100. This makes it very easy to compare not only the salt or the salinas between themselves, but between itself in time. We also did interviews. I'm not going to get into all the details of this, it's a long story. It's written in 2 books, so it would be impossible to explain in 10 minutes. And also we looked at good practices in each one of the sites. What did they do? How did they do it? What were the processes? Who was a key person or key institution in those processes, etc. And from the good practices and the observations, we found that 2 key elements were important. Salt production and to be open for visitors. Those were 2 actions that were contributing to keeping these landscapes alive. But yes, salt production, that's obvious, that's what a salina is made for. What else can you do? What other socio-economic improvements can you do with the salt-making site? A lot of them. This is just a few examples. I mean, halotherapy, there was a lot of talk about this morning. You can do it in a leisure way, you can bathe in brine, or you can have respiratory treatment, many other types of treatments with salt. You can do research on bacteria, on halobacteria. These bacteria have multiple applications in the industry, and this is perfectly compatible with the conservation of heritage. Also, you can use the heritage for other purposes. This is an old, storage building that has been used as an auditorium. If you look at the visitors, guided tours is the most obvious option, but you can choose otherwise other types of dissemination strategies, like historic reproductions, making the site accessible for all kinds of public, using volunteers for all types of work, and letting the public feel the salt, harvest the salt. This is perhaps the most important, because the sense of belonging is very much strengthened, and these people will in the future protect these landscapes. So this is a key table here. I won't be going into all the details, but these are the 9 sites, and this is the grade they got from 90 maximum to 22 minimum out of 100. Why did this happen? The year of declaration doesn't seem to have any influence. The institution declaring the site as a monument doesn't seem to have an influence, whether it's a government, an NGO, or even a private person, no influence. But if this institution had some influence in the management of the site, then yes, there is a clear correlation. If it has an influence, the outcome is more positive. If it doesn't, the outcome is quite negative. And also the ownership. If there is a public institution involved in the ownership, not only being owner, but also having some kind of agreement with the owner, then there is a positive correlation. If not, the outcome is quite negative. So there is a list of things that you should do if you want to keep a saltscape alive. It's not only protecting it. If you only protect it, that's probably only on paper. But if you take a few steps in certain order, then you have good possibilities to keep these landscapes alive. First, you should identify your stakeholders. Who is there? Who is doing what there? Make a plan, a strong master plan. Reach strong agreements between the parts, between managers, owners, associations. Include or coordinate at a horizontal level and at a sectorial level. The different disciplines that are involved in the protection of the site should be involved in this. Diversify your activities, not only salt making, not only guided tours, but many other things that are perfectly compatible with each other should strengthen your possibilities to be alive. And of course, seeking synergies with other activities, other businesses, other stakeholders. So if you do this in quite this order, you have good chances to have a nice, healthy salina. And then with that comes the acknowledgement. This is a case of Salina Dañana in Álava, has recently obtained the Europa Nostra Award in April this year. And of course, they're very proud of this. But not only this, I think in countries like ours, like Romania or Spain, you have a very strong salt heritage. Why not work in networks like this in the Atlantic areas or ERI for the industrial heritage and many others that exist in Europe? Why not strengthening our assets together? Thank you very much.
Questions?
Just a suggestion. But it is a very nice, very pleasant example how we care about salt heritage. I really admire your thoughts. But what we have to understand, we are different people from universities, from museums, from heritage organizations, from academic research. All of us, we have to realize today that the most important thing which we have to do is to save this heritage for knowledge, for social involvement, and so on. So, if I am allowed, I just invite you together to realize that salt heritage is not a heritage of Spain, of Romania, of Mexico. It is a human heritage which disappears. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just looking at something, because you gave me the reminding idea, I didn't mention in these interviews one key element was interviewing the salt makers, the people that use the salt, that make the salt and that have created these landscapes. Normally we tend to ask these people about the technique of salt making or how this or that used to be in the past, but we never ask them how do you want this to be in the future, while it's their landscape somehow, and we found this very important. Thank you.
Next presentation from Marta Monzon Flores and my colleague will announce pronunciation of
Marta Monzon Flores, but this is not Spanish. Huistosiatl? The goddess of salt. Goddess of salt, sorry.
Okay.
Yes.
Right, forward. Bueno, mi presentación es en inglés, pero prefiero hablarle en español porque es bilingüe. Antes que nada, quisiera agradecer al comité organizador del Congreso, sobre todo a Roxana y a Marius, la calidez con que he sido recibida en este Congreso y bueno, espero estar a la altura con mi trabajo. Mi trabajo se llama Huistosihuatl, la diosa de la sal, de los mexicas, la época prehispánica en México. Okay. El objetivo de mi trabajo es mostrar la magnitud que tuvo la sal en la vida ritual de los mexicas, que incluyeron a una diosa como patrona de los que la trabajaban y los que la vendían. Se analiza en la Cuenca de México y en el posclásico mexicano, que va aproximadamente entre el 750 y 1521 después de Cristo. En el México prehispánico, la sal influyó en los grupos que la beneficiaban y la controlaban, que controlaban las salinas a través del intercambio y el comercio, lo que significó riqueza y estatus. Fue considerada como parte del desarrollo económico, político y militar de los pueblos. Bien, este es un mapa que elabora un autor mexicano en 1946 y él propone que todos estos puntos que ustedes ven, que yo marqué en gris pero no se marcaron aquí, son todas las salinas que se encuentran distribuidas sobre todo en el Océano Pacífico, en la parte central de México y algunas en lo que sería el sureste mexicano. Y aquí estoy marcando con este punto lo que sería México-Tenochtitlan, porque es el área que estoy trabajando, la Cuenca de México. Se explotaron, en el México prehispánico, se explotaron todos los nichos ecológicos donde había salinas. La sal tuvo diversas calidades de acuerdo al lugar de recolección y al proceso al que se expuso la salmuera. Hubo sal de alta, mediana y baja calidad y en ellos se aplicaron las técnicas de evaporación solar y por fuego. Los comerciantes estamos hablando ya del posclásico, los comerciantes estaban agrupados en gremios, controlaban la mercancía y las rutas comerciales. Eran a la vez correos y la información obtenida se daba a los militares que aprovechaban para dominar a los pueblos, extraer el tributo y conseguir prisioneros para el sacrificio de los dioses. Es necesario comentar que estos comerciantes tienen tradición desde el preclásico, pero van afinando las rutas y para el posclásico están perfectamente bien organizados. La sal también era moneda de intercambio en los mercados, fue un instrumento de poder militar y político, controló las rutas comerciales y el producto. Hubo conflictos étnicos por la posesión permanente de las salinas, ya que ésta aseguraba independencia económica. Bueno, este es el sistema de lagos, que es una aproximación sobre cómo se presentaba el sistema de lagos en el posclásico. En el centro está ubicado lo que sería la Ciudad de México, Tenochtitlan, y todos estos son caminos que conectan con tierra firme. Todos los alrededores había salitre, estaba trabajado por salitreros y esto se empieza a trabajar desde el clásico, pero los mexicas afinan las técnicas y por eso hay una tradición importante de salinas en esta época. La sal también se utilizó como tributo dado a los tlatoanis o gobernantes de la época prehispánica, y ellos a su vez también la utilizaron como un obsequio para dar a otros tlatoanis de otras regiones con el fin de dirimir controversias y evitar enfrentamientos bélicos. La religión en esta sociedad influyó en todos sus ámbitos. Se consideró al orden político como una teocracia militar y el fin guerrero estuvo subordinado al aspecto religioso. Fue politeísta y el panteón estuvo conformado por dioses y diosas con antecedentes del clásico mesoamericano, es decir, el periodo anterior al que estamos tratando aquí. En cuanto a la religión, estaban divididos los dioses en deidades básicas de la naturaleza, agricultura, fertilidad, agua y fuego, y los dioses señores de las diversas partes que tenían que ver con la guerra. Estos últimos estaban ligados a un pueblo, a una dirección y tenían un color. Su carácter distintivo, su carácter militar fue militar y sus atributos guerreros. Los dioses se desgastaban como la naturaleza y el hombre como su intermediario tomaba sus atributos y se convertía en el dios para entregar su sangre. Así el dios que había dentro de él moría en la ceremonia pero renacía en el acto. Los dioses guerreros debían ser alimentados con la sangre y el corazón de los hombres. Había sacerdotisas y sacerdotes quienes cuidaban los recintos, las imágenes de los dioses y fomentaban la fe de los feligreses. Cumplían diversas funciones dentro de la sociedad de carácter educativo, legislativo, adivinatorio, histórico y musical. Las fiestas consideradas como grandes dramas de culto. Participaban en ellas todo el pueblo y los sacerdotes, quienes representaban al dios, y los prisioneros de guerra. Se personificaban los ciclos de la naturaleza para que a través de la magia se canalizara para proteger y beneficiar a los hombres. Huitzilopochtli, la diosa de la sal, se relaciona con los dioses del agua y la vegetación, presididos por Tlaloc, dios de la lluvia y del rayo. Era hermana mayor de los dioses de la lluvia, los tlaloques, que por controversias internas la desterraron a las aguas saladas, donde inventó la manera de hacer sal y procesarla. Su atavío se relaciona con el agua salada. Tiene pintura facial amarilla, penacho de plumas verdes, orejeras de oro. Su vestido tiene imágenes marinas y chalchihuites. Usa sandalias con cascabeles de oro y caracoles. Porta escudo con flor acuática y en la mano lleva un bastón con flores. Esta es la imagen de la diosa de la sal y estos son los atributos marinos. Esta sería una representación del agua salada. Este es su penacho, este es el bastón que porta, su escudo y sus sandalias de algodón. Aquí dice gustoso. Hay varias maneras de escribir. La fiesta en la que celebraban a Huitzilopochtli era en junio, el mes llamado el séptimo Tecuihuitontli, cuando las mareas inundan los esteros y se forman salinas naturales. Son notables en las riberas de los lagos alrededor de México Tenochtitlan, donde todos los salineros la consideraron como su patrona y abogada. Su culto fue popular. La representante de los dioses tomaba sus atributos. Las salineras bailaban alrededor de ella sin descanso. Los huichtontis y después ella eran sacrificados en nombre de la diosa en el templo de Tlaloc, y su corazón era ofrendado al sol. Bueno, creo que me adelanté demasiado con el tiempo. Tenía 3 versiones, esta fue la más corta. Bueno, mis conclusiones son que en el posclásico mesoamericano la sal tuvo un papel fundamental en la vida de los mexicas, tanto a nivel nutricional como en los ámbitos económicos, políticos, sociales y religiosos. Gracias por su atención.
Questions?
Question? No. Thank you.
Okay, now I would like to present a fellow Mexican, Dr. Ramon Ojeda Mestre, who is going to present a work together with Tamara Montalvo Arce, Jesus Montaño Vilés, Maribel Patiño, on the environmental care in modern salt production and experience in Mexico.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present you this little perspective about the relationship between environment and massive salt production and experience of. Please take out this time. Well, in the meantime, let me tell you that in Mexico, the salt has been forbidden in the restaurants.
Yeah.
So it's a little confusing because we drink 5,000 millions of liters of alcoholic drinks a year.
That's good.
And 5,000 million liters of coca also. And we smoke 20 millions of boxes of cigarettes a year, and we forbid salt because it's bad for our health.
Okay.
So, again,
Sorry.
Environmental care, it's okay, thank you. Environmental care model salt production. As Professor Monson have said, we have this goddess of salt in the Aztecs. We have both Mary Superior Alexiano and Roxana Gabriela Turca. Thank you very much. She explained everything about this goddess, so I don't have to say anything else. This goddess is in our literature. She's very popular, so that means that even in the pre-Hispanic culture, we have a great appreciation for the salt. She is related also, as Professor Monson said, Dr. Monson said, with other goddesses of the Mexican pantheon. One is Xalxiutlicue, which is related to stones. So Professor Monson explained about the dress of the goddess, and also, and very importantly, the Coatlicue, which is a very important goddess, the goddess of earth. She has snakes, corn, skulls, Quetzalcoatl. I mean, she was very important. So I'm talking about this massive salt production in the peninsula of Baja California Sur. We will talk more about later. I live here, and our main production of salt, the biggest salt production in the earth is here, in one place. Besides the curiosity of this 10 million tons a year of salt production is that it's located in a natural reserve, a natural protected area, which is the biggest in our country. So it's the biggest mine, the biggest salt plant, but also within the biggest biosphere reserve of UNESCO and United Nations classification. So it's a very interesting, harmonic, industrial, cultural, ecological, environmental, educational, and so on. It's a good harmony, and we could be producing the double without any harm. So we have also this kind of protected species, but besides, and this is very important for you, Dr. Monson, besides, we have in the neighbor of this natural protected area, in the neighbor of this huge salt production, we have rock painting, rock art, 10,000 years old of these cave paintings that you will see. And we have the biggest mural cave paintings in the whole continent of America, the American continent. They are the biggest mural format cave paintings. We have also the birth and how would you say, mating of the whales in the lagoon of Ojo de Liebre, also registered by our ancestors in the cave paintings. I asked Professor Blas Castellon, but he never answered me, if we have identified the ethnical group of cochimias in the peninsula if they produce or use the salt to preserve the food or something. So I don't know. So I give the answer to Professor Blas later with some drinks. The whale is a lagoon, a huge lagoon, as you can see. I will let you know now the surface or the size of this lagoon of salt water. So we have whales here, hundreds of whales, and also millions of tons of salt producing, but millions also of birds, 140 classified species, with no problem. So with this, we have this taking care of the environment. This here is the population is 51,000, and the surface is 2,259 hectares. It's huge. Oh, excuse me. It's a Ramsar site for, ¿cómo se dice humedales? I forgot. Wetlands. Also World Heritage of the UNESCO, Man and Biosphere, and so on. So we have characterized the species, protected. The environmental problematic we have is illegal hunting, overexploitation of a species like Damiana. Damiana is an herb very famous in that region because it's aphrodisiac. They say that. I have tried many times, I didn't feel anything, but they say it is.
It's because of you, not because of me.
You're a traitor.
I know that by my experience.
I know you're a traitor. So, that's what we were talking to Professor Blas. Our first population were cochimias in this area, which is here is the salt production, the Guaycuras, which is in this area, the capital of the state, and the Pericues, which is in Cabos, in Peninsula Baja California Sur, Cabos, a very famous tourist destination. We will talk later about with Professor Mario of this question. So we're preserving biodiversity with a lot of participations, and these are 132 species of birds documented and so on. Beautiful birds all the year round in 6,000 hectares. This is very important for all of the people that feels patient about the salt like us. These are microbian carpets that get formed, and we have the NASA, the National Agency of Astronautical. Why? And they have been for years here studying, because they are taking these microbian carpets, because you know that even within the salt we have life, and they are taking this, they take a little bit of this, and they are taking out to the Mars and to the moon, and they are having secret experiments in Mars with these microbian carpets. I think you mentioned the microbians, the bacteria and microorganisms in the salt. Even in the Dead, how do you call it? The Dead Sea. The Dead Sea, we have life in the Dead Sea. Even we have 37% of salinity. We have microbian, bacteria, and fungi.
Halophile microbes. Halophile microbes.
Halophile microbes. So this is very important for possibility of humankind to be in other planets. We love environment, we love the birds, we take care we have a lot of agreements with the institution, government and non-governmental, and we have this important company to produce the salt. It's important for many reasons, but for us, it's important because half of the Nakamura, Hiroshima, half of this you are the owner, and we are the owner of the other half. So we are partners. Yeah, but the curiosity is that it's a private company, very important, which is Mitsubishi. He's the son of Mr. Mitsubishi, and I am the son of the government, because it's private sector of Japan with the state sector. We have 0.5%, and they are producing very well and taking care of the environment. So this is important. Okay, no, I think of course half of the salt we produce we sell to Japan, our partner, and the process is normal industrial. If you are interested, you can see with this in detail. The installations are in Guerrero Negro. This is the machinery. We have 3 kinds of salt. That's it. Thank you very much.
Questions? I have not question, but just remarks. I think that this section, our section, is a perfect example of interdisciplinarity of salt problematics. During just an hour, we get to know a lot about tradition in Japan, about preservation of salt tradition in Spain, about all gods in Mexico, and even about new gods in Romania.
Yeah. Well, if I allow a few words as usually, well, your speech was a very good example to our theoretician in heritage science, which divide cultural and natural heritage. I think that we have to try to impose this new view in which cultural and natural parts of the heritage in the same body. And probably the best formula for this new expression would be saline landscape. Alive, natural, human, animal, everything. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, this is actually what our institution is fighting for. I mean, usually in this kind of conferences, now I'm together with a lot of human scientists, archaeologists. I'm a biologist by training.
Yeah.
But I'm also a member of the Salt Lake, Salt Lake Research Society, which is brimmed with chemists and biologists, and they are talking also about this. They realize how important it is to see this as a whole, to consider saltscapes as one single organism, so to say.
Yeah.
To have an overview of the relationship between human beings, living beings, the substrate, which is the salt itself, and how we are managing this. So I totally agree with you, and I thank you very much for acknowledging it, and hopefully this is the seed for a new Congress in which all these views are integrated.
Yeah.
So that's all for this moment. Yeah,
Coffee break. Beer break.
Good afternoon. behalf of the Government of India, I'm felicitating a team of the First International Congress on Anthropological Research. Please, Vijay, Director and Representative, please.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. I have to eat?
No, you can.
And then oh. Ah, okay.
This is
okay.
Thank you. What up? Please. What up?
We're getting married. Getting married. Perfect.
This is for us? Oh, thank you, thank you. I thought this is only for the ceremony, okay? It's a gift, okay? Thank you very much. Thank you very
La imagen de la tienen que pasar.
La importancia del Congreso y te voy a contar ¿querías algo de Estamos en el primer Congreso Internacional de Antropología de la Sal en Iași, Rumanía. Es en la más antigua universidad de Rumanía, que es la Alexandru Ioan Cuza, y hoy tenemos la oportunidad de platicar con el doctor Blas Castellón, que es uno de los principales expertos en materia de etnología, arqueología y antropología de la sal en México, y ha tenido la brillante participación el día de hoy en este congreso. Doctor, ¿cuáles son sus reflexiones de la importancia de este congreso? ¿Puede ser un poco acerca del trabajo?
No, da pena.
Es una continuación de es algo que se ha estado tratando de darle dar esfuerzos en diferentes países. Esa es una de las cosas importantes del Congreso. La otra es que, bueno, México tradicionalmente tiene una gran tradición de amigos, coloniales, abundantísima, es uno de los países más ricos en este tipo de cultural. Sin embargo, falta igual que el resto del mundo y esto solamente se logra a través de la colaboración. México, y eso es lo que estamos haciendo en el Congreso, das un paso más adelante. México tiene, yo creo, no solo el potencial, sino también de alguna manera la obligación académica, social, como herencia, como país, de llevar adelante este tipo de... Entonces, debemos van a hacer, a lograr que esta pueda ser en este compromiso más adelante.
Te llevaste la tarde con eso. Pero ponte
Hay
tu
una
tela.
gran posibilidad de hacerlo. Y bueno, pues vamos a ver, ojalá que se logre el objetivo de aquí.
Perfecto, muchísimas gracias. Estamos en el último día de los trabajos de la importantísima reunión celebrada en Iași, Rumania, en la más antigua universidad de este país, que es la Alexandru, Ioan, Cuza, que el día de hoy sirve como sede para el primer Congreso Internacional de Antropología de las Artes, First International Congress of Anthropology of Soul, y estamos con una destacadísima coordinadora, quizá la bujía principal que llevó al éxito este encuentro mundial, donde participan muchos países, muchos lenguajes, muchas visiones académicas interdisciplinarias. Nos referimos a la profesora Roxana Gabriela Cuza, quien hoy nos distingue con esta entrevista, y le queremos preguntar, primera, la importancia de este congreso, las dificultades de llevarlo a cabo y la participación que han tenido los distintos países o los distintos especialistas.
Gracias. ¿Puedo contestar en inglés? En inglés, gracias. First of all, I do not want to speak about the difficulties of organizing this Congress, because even if there were some difficulties, I don't want to acknowledge them. The important thing is that I succeeded to have you all here, that we have succeeded to make a very interesting and productive scientific reunion, that we have succeeded to gather people from so many countries, from so many disciplines, and the idea of organizing the first international Congress on the anthropology of salt is already a success, and this success is due to your participation here, to all the presentation, to all the wonderful ideas that you have shared with your colleagues. And I believe that in the end of the Congress, the most important thing is to realize that we have connect with each other. We have made an international academic network on salt, and I consider myself very fortunate to be among you, and very honored to have you as a guest here in our university. And for me, it's a great pleasure to consider you also my friends from now on, and I truly hope in a very successful collaboration in the future. And thank you all for coming. Thank you all for sharing your wonderful ideas. And of course, I wanted to consider this Congress just the beginning of a wonderful friendship. Thank you.
Perfecto, muchísimas gracias. Excelente. Bien, excelente.
I was not prepared for the interview. It's something that, but the interview, I want to see this interview.
No, estuvo muy bien.
No, but after that, you sent me, yeah.
Yeah, no,
everyone. Perfect.
Es que
Do you need a pen drive or something?
Yeah.
vamos a hacer el trabajo, es un trabajo global,
Okay.
de inclusivo del Congreso.
Okay.
Solo todos los idiomas, sí, solo para el Congreso. Porque
Gracias.
yo me di cuenta que ustedes no tenían quién. Ustedes no tenían quién grabar a nadie.
Sí, grabaron el Congreso, pero no
actividad.
No actividad. I have spoken at the radio, at the television, but before the Congress, not during.
No, pero no documentary.
No.
This is
documentary.
Sí. Él es un, he's an expert.
Yeah.
No, se queda.
Okay.
No, se queda.
No.
Where is the girl?
Okay.
Yes, if you need more
Sorry.
information,
Sí. Go and come back. 10 minutes. Yeah. Sí.
Ah, okay, take care.
We'll go on.
I think my colleague will
Okay, you want to get it?
Yes.
It's the video. Sí, es el video de Dr. Ramón. Ese. Vamos a escucharlo si se va a oír bien. Start, please. El audio. Who's video? The presentation.
We'll come back then video will be it will be take half an hour.
Come back. The video is the Cuza. One moment. Más para que
Then why you are
Este inmenso paisaje blanco nos recuerda la sabiduría de la naturaleza y su asombrosa capacidad para crear bellas formas que nos maravillan por su perfección geométrica. Pareciera que...
bring your camera.
Coffee time.
Well, at maximum 8.
When
Iași
movie? Right after the break.
This
is the first one. Right now. After coffee.
Also the road, also the 3 hours. But it's very nice to go with forest and see a lot of trees.
To the west or
South.
to the south. So you are to the south. Yes, from Odessa,
Yeah.
8 hours, so yes, it's logical.
Yeah, it's around 3 hours, that depends on the traffic and all the stuff.
It's a good organization, really. Without officials.
Well, we will try to limit the official part as less as possible. We did the introduction, the meetings, and that's about it. They have nothing to do with organization. We have done everything. We are just
And very friendly atmosphere, really.
the point. This is the idea. This is the idea.
Mais, né?
Mais de 4 horas de hoje.
Ah,
Yeah, I have to. He made me wear that, he put this on that, oh God.
Poor guys.
Well, I
He
knew.
waits until 1 o'clock to
I know. He's been waiting for me from I don't know how many hours. And I was calling, I said, okay, I have to go there and there, and I said, yeah, but I'm waiting for 1 minute. Okay, now I know why.
Because you have not
Așa have coffee
Erano sushi în mână.
Iar n-a terminat nici traducerea.
Foarte bine a făcut.
E o idee foarte bună că putem da.
Oricum se întâlnește.
Noi, fata asta e tare de tot.
Care fată?
Asta spaniol-olandeză.
Da.
E tare.
Dar nu știai. Știi că ți-am zis de ea?
Mi-ai zis tu de ea, eu acum m-am prins. Ea este.
Da.
Da, spune-te că ea e bogată sau ce are?
Că face totul în propriu. Vrei, da, tu vreau să ai bani.
Da, am înțeles că mulțumim și contractele, la Ministerul Culturii. Dar trebuie să iei dispozitive pentru colaborare, pentru orice mi-a zis.
Mă rog.
Și a zis pentru viitorul convenții, viitorul convenții mai sunt.
Eu sper că am tras niște învățăminte după rateul din primăvara asta. Am stat 3 luni, m-am ocupat numai cu asta și pe urmă n-am depus. Mă rog, totul a fost făcut așa, în grabă, hai.
Eu atât am spus. Nu ai fi avut o șansă de izbă.
Românii n-au ce
vedem. Dacă vedem ăla care se pune primit, acolo nu mai înțeleg asta.
Da.
Ca să-i mulțumesc cu ăștia care tot ziceau, bine, bă, dacă numai acolo. Și atunci a fost.
Și la Twins,
cine are numele? Mai stai. Dar de la Iași a depus rubă, care a duce la șansă, care acolo trebuie și o latură economică.
Da, și eu.
Și a dat cu autostres, iar celălalt economie crește, comparanța între Germania de interioară și noi, să construim
da, se pare
faptul așa. Ei fac...
Adică un băiat de succes rapid și ușor.
Da, ei fac...
E harnic, da.
Ei fac în Germania,
Eu am de filmează.
Și mai sunt
Da, bun, vreau să spun că sugestia pe care mă rog, a sigurat e așa, în sfârșit, că următorul conversă care pentru viitorul conversă, fără să le convine, nu mai foarte mult.
Da, mă rog.
Dar tipul din Mexic, adică în care a durat, fiind și
bun, pensionat. Dar
Dacă fac conversul, să ai în discuție, ești foarte mult.
Eu nu știam ce poți să aici. De când am văzut seara, eu când am văzut seara de cura, am scăpat. Da, că ai atacat cartonaș și faci practică, ca să te oprești în timpul ăsta. Dar de ce nu s-a mai practicat după aceea? Cu analizele la zi, nu aici, e cu analizele la zi altă, nu mă întâlnim. Trebuie să faci, dacă stai rigile lipse.
Participarea chiar foarte vizibil și fără să mai treacă de acolo.
all people from adoption.
pour la première fois. On commence avec un film réalisé par M. Aviles, Baja California, sur the Queen of the Soul in Mexico.
Muy buenas tardes. Para aquellos que no tenemos prejuicio, si hiciéramos esto, nos daríamos cuenta que somos exportadores de sal. Entre el 5 y el 7% de nuestro cuerpo tiene sal. Yo me imagino que cuando el Big Bang se registró, este Congreso se estaba cociendo apenas. Desde ahí, desde el elemento tan importante que es la sal, hoy nos damos cuenta que la verdad es un elemento que donde quiera lo llevamos, lo tenemos, lo saboreamos, lo utilizamos culturalmente, científicamente, incluso para comunicarnos. Cuando alguien tiene mala suerte, dicen que está salado. De esa manera, la sal está en nuestro cuerpo, en nuestro ambiente, y en este Congreso, la verdad que me siento muy contento de acompañar a la delegación mexicana, que está, por cierto, muy bien representada, en especial el doctor Ramón Ojeda Mestre, quien vengo acompañándolo en esta travesía, gritándole al mundo que en Baja California Sur contamos con una de las exportadoras de sal más grande del mundo, territorial, y también la manera que la produce. Este video que vamos a presentar el día de hoy es de la exportadora de sal de Guerrero Negro, que por cierto es allá donde las ballenas famosas van a tener sus críos, precisamente por la cantidad de sal que tienen sus aguas, en especial la laguna Ojo de Liebre. Voy a mi ponencia, más allá de comunicarles científicamente datos, es la ponencia con un video para que ustedes vean qué es lo que se hace en Baja California Sur, México. Agradezco la invitación que nos hicieron. Es un gusto conocer este lugar del mundo tan interesante que es Rumania. Les dejo el video, espero que les guste y quedamos a sus órdenes. Muchísimas gracias.
Este inmenso paisaje blanco nos recuerda la sabiduría de la naturaleza y su asombrosa capacidad para crear bellas formas que nos maravillan por su perfección geométrica. Pareciera que el hombre jamás ha puesto un pie en este lejano y mágico lugar. Pero este paraíso no solo es un milagro de la naturaleza, es la salina más grande del mundo. Se llama exportadora de sal y está en México, en el poblado de Guerrero Negro, municipio de Mulegé, 4 kilómetros al sur del paralelo 28, en la costa occidental de la península de Baja California. Aquí hay mar, viento, sol, grandes extensiones naturales de terrenos planos e impermeables y enormes depósitos naturales de sal. Desde 1954, Exportadora de Sal inició trabajos en esta costa, donde existen condiciones ideales para aprovechar el mineral, y desde entonces comenzó un fuerte impulso para desarrollar lo que hoy es una industria mexicana de clase mundial. Exportadora de Sal utiliza el método de producción más amigable con el medio ambiente, a través de la evaporación de agua de mar por radiación solar, aprovechando el viento favorable y la escasa precipitación pluvial de la región. Para producir el mineral se convirtieron 20.000 hectáreas de salitrales en humedales. Los vasos de evaporación atraen a miles de aves. De las 132 especies que se han documentado en Guerrero Negro, 95 de ellas, incluidas 60 especies migratorias, utilizan la salina para alimentación, refugio y anidación. Más de 170.000 avistamientos de aves al año. El desarrollo de la industria salinera en Guerrero Negro lo ha convertido en un lugar seguro para miles de aves, Por eso ahora pertenece a la red hemisférica de aves playeras. Exportadora de sal, protege la reproducción del águila pescadora y del halcón peregrino. La abundancia de aves que se observan en la salina de Guerrero Negro la han hecho merecedora, junto con el complejo lagunar Ojo de Liebre, de reconocimientos internacionales. La ballena gris se reproduce en esta zona. En diciembre llegan a las lagunas Ojo de Liebre, San Ignacio y Bahía Magdalena cientos de ballenas grises a cumplir con su ciclo de reproducción. 4 meses después, inician su regreso al Ártico, acompañadas por sus crías, nacidas en aguas mexicanas. Desde hace 52 años, en Guerrero Negro, se realiza el monitoreo más confiable de estos mamíferos marinos, ya que cada año se contabilizan los ejemplares en el sitio de su reproducción. Esta industria mexicana aumenta su producción y moderniza sus instalaciones, impulsando permanentemente una cultura ecológica que respeta, promueve y protege el medio ambiente para trabajar en armonía con la naturaleza. Los habitantes de este paraíso mexicano, llamado Guerrero Negro, reciben todos los días los beneficios de la producción de este generoso mineral. Inicia en esta costa mexicana con el bombeo de agua de mar. Después se produce la concentración y cristalización del mineral. El proceso de producción de sal solar es similar al de la agricultura. La cosecha de sal ocurre después de que el proceso de evaporación natural se ha completado. Y es importante subrayar que, mientras haya agua de mar, sol y viento, la producción mexicana de este mineral está garantizada por muchos años. Antes de transportar la sal a Isla de Cedros, pasa por un procedimiento de lavado que incrementa su pureza. Exportadora de sal, construyó instalaciones portuarias e industriales de gran escala para la exportación en Morro Redondo, Isla de Cedros. Hace más de 50 años salió el primer barco de exportación con sal y desde entonces, exportadora de sal, nunca ha dejado de cargar y llevar su producto a otros países. El abastecimiento seguro y confiable, el manejo de grandes volúmenes y la pureza del producto la convierten en una industria orgullosamente mexicana y altamente competitiva en el mercado de la cuenca del Pacífico. En 1994 se construye la planta de sal de Mesa con capacidad de 100.000 toneladas anuales. Para ello, se desarrolló un procedimiento natural propio y patentado que nos permite la elaboración de productos de la más alta calidad. En la actualidad, se comercializa bajo las marcas Ballena y Baja Pacific y se cuenta con una amplia variedad de presentaciones en sal de mesa, sal marina, de grano, martajados finos, mixtos, yodadas, floradas y contamos además con una sal única en el mundo, la sal marina baja en sodio para la industria alimenticia. Exportadora de sal, produce un promedio anual de 7.5 millones de toneladas métricas de sal, de las cuales se exportan 7.3 millones a países como Japón, Estados Unidos de América, Canadá, Corea, Taiwán y gran parte de Centroamérica. Esta industria mexicana genera una balanza positiva neta promedio de 65 millones de dólares anuales. En noviembre de 2003, exportadora de sal exportó la tonelada número 200 millones, manteniendo su posición como la salina más grande del mundo. La sal mexicana es utilizada mundialmente para la conservación, deshidratación y preservación de alimentos, para producir cloro, sosa cáustica, PVC, colorantes, plaguicidas, disolventes y medicamentos. También está presente en el tratamiento de aguas, el procesado de metales y la producción de celulosa. En el desierto blanco de Guerrero Negro nace la sal que se disuelve en los sabores y en la industria de todo el mundo. No ha sido fácil lograr tanto en tan poco tiempo. Exportadora de sal, es un gran orgullo para México y el mundo.
La présentation suivante, Monsieur Igor Liman et Victoria Konstantinova, Ukrainian traditional salt traders in the north of the Sea of Azov.
First of all, thank you for invitation to this Congress. Of course, I can't concur with such masterpieces movie about salt in California, but I will just explain the case study of Berdyansk district. After the fall of Byzantium, for a long time, over the centuries, the Black and Azov seas were a peculiar so-called inland lake of the huge Ottoman Empire. The coastal lands of the northern and eastern Black Sea, as well as the Sea of Azov, were at the periphery, served for the empire as a buffer with Moscow, which under Peter the Great was transformed into the Russian Empire. Here is a map of this part of empire, and here is the Black Sea, the Sea of Azov, Berdyansk, and Iași, where we are now. The territory where Berdyansk was founded in 1827 was under rule of the Ottoman Empire until 1774, under the Crimea Khanate until 1783. In this year, it was incorporated into the Russian Empire together with all land of the Crimea Khanate. Crimea Peninsula and north of the Sea of Azov. Unlike many other cities of the region, Berdyansk was the product and the factor of not the military territorial expansion of the Russian Empire, but of the economical development of coastal areas. The north of the Sea of Azov long time remained a region of activity of Ukrainian traditional salt traders, so-called Chumaks. According to some researchers, the roots of Chumaks trade in the Sea of Azov could be found in the times of the Greek colonies in the northern Black Sea region. For example, researcher Rudchenko, researcher of 19th century, wrote that first this trade with Greeks in the region was carried out by Scythians, then Slavic traders who attended the Greek colonies became the link which later evolved into Chumaks. These Slavic traders as well as Chumaks used the same trade routes and techniques. Here you can see modern picture, and as you can see from the sky and to the land. That's why Milky Way in English, but in Ukrainian it's Чумацький шлях, Chumak Way. When Ukrainian look at the sky, they see Chumaks, salt, etc. That's why Chumak Way. Expansion of Chumaks directly in the area where today the city of Berdyansk lies was connected with the Zaporozhye Cossacks, who collected salt in the local estuaries, although these territories was not on the Cossacks' territories. These territories, as I have told, was under Ottoman Empire. The process of transportation of salt was conducted by wagons that were pulled by 2 oxen paired with yoke. In the last year of existence of Zaporozhye siege or Zaporozhской вольности in 1774, academician Johann Anton Geldenstedt, it was German on service of Russian Empire, visited this area and described in his diary the process of salt extraction. Here you can see in Russian, he wrote in German. When the land became part of the Russian Empire, Russian and Ukrainian entrepreneurs began to rent the local estuaries exactly for salt extraction. Here is the text of a project of a contract about salt extraction near Berdyansk Spit, written in 1784 by Maxim Sobetsky. The situation was changed in 19th century, which was directly related to the emergence and development of the city of Berdyansk. Opening of the pier and port development created conditions for the transformation of this area into a powerful center of trade where Chumaks wagons were directed. Here is picture of Berdyansk, here is picture of Berdyansk speed, 18 kilometers, and here is salt lakes or estuaries or limans in Ukrainian, in Russian. Here is picture of these salt lakes of 19th century. Of course, not color picture because you understand the technologies. The peculiar chronological descriptions of the history of Chumaks in Berdyansk region, in Berdyansk district, are the articles of the most popular in the 19th century regional newspaper Odesky Vestnik, or in English Odessa Herald. Several years ago, I and Professor Konstantinova published 3 volumes of the archaeographical edition, which contains about 600 of articles about Berdyansk from the year of beginning of creation of this city and to the end of 19th century. And several dozens of articles in this newspaper. Newspaper was published in Odessa, was exactly about Chumaks in Berdyansk. Here just several examples, but we have approximately 40 such articles in this newspaper for this period. Now we, again with my co-author, with Professor Konstantinova, are writing the book From Cumberbatch to Greaves, British consuls and at Berdyansk. It's a book more than 600 pages and approximately 60 reports of British consuls from the period of Crimean War and to the period of beginning of Bolshevik power. And in some of reports we have information again about Chumaks, about salt production, about salt trade in Berdyansk. Here are just several examples of such information in these reports from Berdyansk. In general, Chumaks prospered until the end of the 19th century, when competition from railroads made longer trade routes unprofitable. There are many reasons to talk about originality and great significance of the phenomenon of Chumaks, which is far beyond the purely economical sphere. Chumaks created a unique culture that maintained and transmitted thanks to a specific way of life. Just imagine a large number of men for several weeks or months are moved on a road being at wagons with salt. During the night stops, older Chumaks transferred their knowledge about the world to the younger. To study this phenomenon of Chumaks, we have conducted a series of archaeographical expeditions plus intensive archival and library heuristic for several years. Interesting folks materials including a series of songs of Chumaks we have found. And I repeat that almost 10 years we conduct oral historical expeditions. Here are just several examples of our books with oral historical interview, and in some of them we have also materials about Chumaks in our region. This research shows that folk memory about Chumaks is quite deep. Regarding to collection salt in the local estuaries in Berdyansk, it continued until the beginning of 1960s. Now estuaries exist in Berdyansk. Here you can see one of them, but there is not a layer of salt on them. According to one of the versions, salt disappeared due to the level of groundwater and drainage system changes. We hope that participants of our Congress will have an opportunity to read the full text of this presentation in the proceeding of the Congress. Thanks a lot.
Madam Ana Ilie, salt in Romania's tradition, not for the intangible heritage in the Bovița country.
Hello. My presentation is an ethnographic presentation. I'm an archaeologist, and I'm quite newborn in this art problem. In 2010, I started to be interested by this problem, and I took the protocol of inquiring which provide Iași University, the team from Iași, and at the end I have quite a lot of questions the people answer, and I didn't understand anything. So, interdictions, superstitions, spell, life cycle, seasonal practice involving salt from local sources. I tried to integrate it in a large area and systematize them because I'm an archaeologist. To track the symbolic and ritual roles of salt in Romanian tradition. The most important role assigned to this mineral was as weapon against evil spirits, witchcraft, and sorcery. Because the animal were the thriving of peasants, the most striking presence of salt in ritual is the presence of salt is in ritual for animal protection. Although what it was used in a range of rituals to protect everything from the living world and even the future. The ritual to protect the cattle and the sheep has its complex, has several sequences. The first is the enchantment of salt on Christmas Eve, St. Andrew or Pentecost, and the burning of it under the doorway of house or barn. And the second is the unearthing the salt on St. George, grinding it and put it in animal food or melting into water and spread on sheep and shepherds. The practice of salt sacralization is not very well known. I think it's a spell, and from Dâmbovița County I encountered this practice of Pentecost, which consisted in placing a lump of salt and some wood in the middle of a sacred dance performed by their person who dance and is supposed to heal the ill people. The protection of pig can be linked to the practice of giving alms in salt and bread on December 20, of the day of when the pigs are sacrificed. And the other custom was the salted cross made on the behead of the sacrificed pig in the same day, which was meant to preserve the meat, but was explained as the meat to be blessed by God. The scattering, another practice, is the ritual to place and house consecration, which was done by scattering the salt of the ground of the future house, and or the gesture of placing the morning and salt on the table feast, or in the consecration religion service, or in the New Year's Eve, considered as a symbol of abundance. If the gesture of powder the salt is linked to removal of bad evil, at least in traditional Romanian practice, the placing salt on table feast we consider to be the result of modern transformation, awakening of confidence in the intrinsic strength of the substance, a switch from magical to augury. There are some spring ritual linked to the protection of garden and courtyard on March, and there are ritual linked to the successful sowing in the March of 25, which is another religion day, feast, Annunciation. And the other ritual are for newborn protection, and there are quite a lot. I will not detail all of them, but I will mention that the period following the plowing and sowing until germination is considered to be have the same transitional character with the one between the creation and the birth child. and is marked by numerous prohibition and magical gesture, and one of them is the use of a magic bag with wet bran, garlic and salt, which is supposed to defend the new harvest and the child. There are horrifying ritual linked to the presence of death after the wake. The dead people took and buried bread, salt, a glass of wine, and some grassy wood would be replaced on the dead bed and released the next morning on the water. The folklore counts many superstition and prohibition very well implemented in collective mind. These one were performed in order to avoid or to return the spell or witchcraft. I review only those what I have gathering in Dâmbovița County, and all of that contain the gesture of sprinkled salt, which means vanishing the charm. This gesture is explained in some old folklore records, who say when someone charms you, you are hurt, but it is nothing more effective to escape than to give him bread and salt. Or this one, when it's a frog in the house, it's one of embedment of evil spirits, not hurt him, just give him bread and salt, and will go running to the one who sent it to you. Another way to use salt is in curative magic spells, and also I review only those from Dâmbovița County, and they range from treating anthrax, named the lac, bubă neagră, to festering sore on the head, named bubă dulce, inflammation of the throat, named bușter, toothache, otitis, named năjit, stomachache, and so on. The name of these diseases treated by magical incantation have Slavic origin, and the age can be traced in the 11th century. In the Middle Age, diseases were considered to be caused by an evil spirit came true in the head or body of the ill people. The magic and charm also used to remove this unseen enemy, and salt being used implicitly or explicitly. I will detail only the treatment for throat infection. The practice is still in use in cases of infection the tonsils with thought. The spell, it is verbalized echo of the gesture. In the treatment of sore, associating with the case we found with the stomach wheel, the spell completes the practice of taking salt with 3 fingers and pass across the stomach. After uttering the incantation, some salt is put on the backhand of the witch, and the sick person, usually a child, take magical substance with the tongue. Other superstition and prohibition collected from Dâmbovița County and from other ethnographic area are important to underline the role of that salt plays in protecting the richness of house. It's a household. It's identified with stealing salt. For example, stealing salt from the house will take away its serenity and prosperity, and the richness of the household was also consisted in milks. So milks meant to be given away must be sprinkled with salt, so that it will not take away the cow's mana, the richness of the milk. Salt as offering. We don't find any of this tradition Dâmbovița County, but are very interesting for the role that salt plays on the Romanian tradition, and we have it that we have some salt offering to gain access to healing power, and salt is present in all important feasts. The faith celebration, the engagement, which in some area it's a symbolic one, only with bread and salt, or on wedding, when the oration say that the first dish is with bread and salt and only for God. Salt convenience, usually found in ancient tradition, are different form in Romanian tradition, and I put here the one of guest welcoming, which has apparently Slavic resonance, and is considered a gesture of hospitality by excellence and the integration measure which ensured that the one who eats became alike, removing the danger of enmity. The second practice I related to the first one, and for the other parts of Romania we encounter this practice of salt used to seal understanding and to brotherhood convents, which has an historical, it was attested historical, and had, in the 14th century was very spread practice of brotherhood of cross between feudal lords, and is also encountered in large is practiced on large scale, was practiced on large stage. The brotherhood between young men and women recorded at the end of the 19th, beginning of the 18th century. The last role of salt is as element between two words, and the most striking evidence for that I consider to be the divinatory practice seen in weather forecasts, in prediction the sex of unborn child, and in finding out or attracting a future partner. There are quite a lot of this practice spread all over the Romanian in county and ethnographic region. As a conclusion, I can mention that the practice encountered in Dâmbovița County, which is not very large county, are not new. They integrated. They are fragmented of what we found in other ethnographic areas. Salt acts like a link between two words. All of them, it seemed to have this, to provide this role of salt, and generally have a positive one, is a positive one. Many practices have Eastern Slavic origin or are influenced by the area that are around, but their roots are probably in antiquity. And it's obvious that we are the witness of the significant functional transfer of elements for the magical role to an augurally one. Thank you.
what you mean when you say that people sacrifice pigs? It is just a translation from Romanian a sacrifica porcul, meaning killing of pig, of this real sacrifice.
Even if not all people are aware, ethnographically speaking, they consider the gesture to be a sacrificial one. So I think, yes, it's a sacrificial one, and the people on the countryside, they steal some parts of the initial ritual. You have to give a portion of your pig to the others. You must give away some salt and some bread. There are some sequence of this ritual which is still present. Is still present. Yes.
More questions?
Thank you. Thank you.
Maintenant, je vous en prie de me permettre de vous présenter quelques dons sur le transport vertical de sel en ancienne mine de sel de Burda. Les anciennes mines de sel de Burda est un complexe minier qui accomplit des chambres, de deux types de chambres d'exploitation de sel. Il s'agit de chambres en forme de cloche, des chambres isolées. C'est le premier type d'exploitation, de chambre d'exploitation du sel qui a été utilisé après le IIIe siècle jusqu'à la première partie du IXe siècle. Et la deuxième type de chambre, c'est la chambre avec la section transversale trapézoïdale. Et cette chambre a été utilisée depuis le commencement du XIXe siècle. C'est une méthode découverte, si on peut dire ça, implémentée par les Autrichiens et sur le territoire de Roumanie. Cette méthode a été expérimentée pour la première fois en Maramureș, dans les salines du Maramureș, et après 1800, plus exactement 1792, cette méthode a été utilisée à mine de sel de Ocnamureș, et puis après 1850 à Burda et Dej. Les systèmes de transport, le dispositif de transport vertical de sel ont été réalisés et ils ont des particularités constructives qui dépendent de formes de gisement de sel. Si on parlait de gisement avant-fosse, par exemple le gisement de Vielichca, Pocnia et celle de Cacica, où le sel est un mélange, c'est des boules de sel de dimension moyenne qui sont en alternance avec des argiles, des formations argileuses. L'exploitation de sel ne peut pas être réalisée dans des grandes chambres. La mine a été projetée pour suivre les formations salifères et la quantité de sel extrait est petite, en petites poules, et en conséquence, ils ont utilisé des dispositifs de transport actionnés à l'aide de force du travailleur, du mineur. Il y a deux types, celle qui a une structure verticale, le tambour, le rôle de câble est vertical, le câble est roulé sur cette partie du dispositif et en tournant la machine, un bout de câble se roulait sur le tambour et l'autre se déroulait. Le mouvement est transmis en vertical. Le récipient chargé avec sel monte vers la surface et l'autre descend pour être chargé avec sel. C'est un dispositif actionné manuel de Vielichka et une autre où le tambour est positionné au vertical du puits d'extraction. Il y a un rôle, en roue avec Chanel et le tambour est solidaire avec la roue qu'elle était actionnée par les travailleurs. À Turda, le premier le gisement a d'autres caractéristiques. La grosseur du sel est très grande et la formation salifère est située très près de surface de terrain. La couverture sédimentaire ne dépasse pas 20 mètres grosseur et la formation, la grosseur moyenne du sel est de 230 mètres. En ce cas, la première méthode d'exploitation du sel qui a été utilisée depuis 1271, l'année quand a été daté le premier document qui nous parle d'existence d'une exploitation du sel à Turda. La chambre isolée, cet diagramme, bloc diagramme après Fichtel, contribution sur l'histoire minérale de Transylvanie, nous présentait le CUIVAC, le dispositif de transport qui a été emplacé aux surfaces de terrain et à l'intermédiaire du système de roues, ils ont fait l'extraction. Les récipients sont confectionnés du bois de bœuf, Bos Buffalo domesticus, et la quantité de sel qui a été transportée à une cycle est d'environ 500 kg. Ce type de chambre ne peut pas être utilisé si elle dépassait la profondeur de 120-130 mètres parce que le temps nécessaire pour évacuer le sel coupé par les travailleurs au bas de chambre est très long. Et pour ce motif, ils ont abandonné la location et ont ouvert une autre exploitation sur un lieu, une nouvelle place. La position ou le mode de positionner l'outilage à surface et il peut être positionné à dans une position qui suivit l'axe commun de les deux puits d'extraction et l'autre situation, il est dans une position perpendiculaire sur les axes de puits d'extraction. Ici, c'est une carte par la mine Ojokneana de Turda. C'est les deux situations qui sont proposées pour remplacer le nouveau machine d'extraction. En Transylvanie, en Maramureș plus exactement, ils ont utilisé une machine d'extraction qui a deux bras, mais et à chaque bras ont été attachés de cheveux qui ont fait un mouvement autour de l'axe de la machine et ont mis en mouvement l'outilage. À Vielichka, ils l'ont utilisé en construction avec roues dentées. Le tambour est emplacé à vertical du puits d'extraction, vous pouvez voir ici. Et les chevaux ont été attachés à le bras du machine. Une autre image, la même installation. Et la deuxième type, quand le tambour est vertical et le quatre bras, vous le pouvez voir ici, la troisième et le quatrième, où sont attachés les chevaux. Ils ont attaché un seul cheval à chaque bras. Et ici, il y a une image pour le terminal du bras, le terminal vertical, où sont attachés les chevaux, et le chaise pour les conducteurs du attelage. C'est une image de machine d'extraction de Pride, Krivac de Pride, qui est en ce moment au Musée national technique de Bucarest. Je vous dis que après la deuxième partie du 19e siècle, après 1850, la mine de sel de Turda a été modernisée et ils ont démarré les travaux. Ils ont projeté des chambres trapézoïdales avec une disposition latérale vers le chambre en forme de cloche. En ce cas, le machine d'extraction a été emplacé en souterrain. Dans ce cas, ici est emplacé le puits d'extraction qui desservait aussi l'activité de transport du sel du chambre trapézoïdale. Il s'agit en ce cas de chambre minière Rudolf et aussi des anciennes chambres en forme de cloche, la chambre minière Theresia. Les ensembles techniques où est emplacé le machine d'extraction se sont formés d'une chambre pour le puits et une chambre où ils ont emplacé le machine d'extraction. La chambre trapézoïdale Rudolf de mine de sel de Turda, avec le compartiment de circulation pour les travailleurs, et le puits d'extraction est situé latéral. Voilà le bas du chambre, le bas du puits d'extraction dans la chambre minière Theresia, la chambre en forme de cloche, puis le bas du chambre minière Rudolf, l'horizon situé au niveau de 35 mètres en haut vers le bas du chambre, et la chambre de puits d'extraction où il y a au-dessus du puits d'extraction qui est situé ici, il y a une construction en bois où ils ont déchargé les récipients avec des boules de sel. Au-dessus, il y a un tourne où est emplacé la rôle qui conduit le câble d'extraction au milieu de chaque compartiment de puits. Il y a deux rôles. Ils ont 30,1 mètres en diamètre et ils sont utilisables en ce moment parce que sont très bien conservés. Ils sont dans un état il peut fonctionner. Le câble d'extraction est dirigé vers la chambre de machine d'extraction à l'intermède de deux petites galeries en lequel est emplacé un roue intermédiaire et plus roue petit pour diriger le câble. Et la machine d'extraction qui est située dans le chambre de machine d'extraction, il est nommé en roumain Krivac et en document allemand Gepel. L'état de conservation de cette machine est précaire parce que probablement pendant la période de Deuxième Guerre mondiale, quand le mine de sel a été utilisé comme abri pour la population de ville, ils ont démolé, ont détaché des parts du Krivac. Et pour ce motif, nous avons fait une étude et j'espère que dans une prochaine au prochain, je peux présenter à touristes et à spécialistes en restauration la maquette fonctionnelle de machine d'extraction. Elle est réalisée à une échelle 1 à 20 par la dimension réelle. Et l'attelage qui ont actionné. C'est en ce moment je travaille pour réaliser cette miniature, cette maquette. Quelques données techniques sur les Krivac de Turda. Et je vous remercie pour votre attention. Si vous avez des questions, je suis tout à fait à votre disposition. Merci. La présentation suivante va faire par mon ami et collègue Tudor Podea. Il nous parle de l'activité minière et le tourisme dans l'ancienne mine de sel de Cuza.
Hello everyone. Oh, too shy. Yeah, my name is Tudor Podea. I'm representing Cuza Salt Mine. I'm a tour guide there, but I'll try to tell you another story rather than my colleague already told you. First of all, I want to show you where Cuza is. Yes, it's in Transylvania, as my colleague said. It's in the northwestern part of Romania. It's in the Cluj country, and yeah, it's very important because it's a historical place. It has a history more than 2,000 years, and of course because of the salt mine, which is very spectacular, and I hope you will enjoy it. From a geology point of view, as you can see, it's put it on the west alignment of salt deposit. Yeah, from the alignment is coming from north, from Dej, and is coming southern to Turda and to Ognamureș. The age of the salt deposit, it's Middle Badenian, Galician. Yeah, the history of the town, as I said, more than 2,000 years. Here you can see the ruins of the Roman fortress. Turda was one of the most important towns in the Roman period because in Turda, so going through Turda is flowing river Iași, which in Latin it is called Aureus. This because it was transported the gold which was extracted in Alboruz Major or Roșia Montană as we know it today. But it's also important because of the salt. But you have to know that the salt, or the salt extraction was mentioned first in a written document, just in the 1st of May 1271, so just 13th century. Back then, it is said that the royal house of Hungary is given the right to the cathedral in Alba Iulia to extract 5,000 pieces of salt. The salt, you have to know that was extracted in Cuza, as my colleague said, in trapezoidal and conical chambers. As you can see here, you see conical chambers, and in the next picture, trapezoidal chambers. I will stop a bit here because I want to tell you that first, initially, the extraction was made in these conical chambers, and they were individual chambers of excavations. And you will understand what happens to some of them later. As you can see, initially, as I said, yeah, conical chambers, very deep. The deepest chamber into the salt mine today, it's Maria Teresa chamber that can be seen here in the picture. It's 120 meters deep from the surface. But you will see that the part of them, they were destroyed in time. In the other picture, trapezoidal chambers. And talking about these conical chambers, you have to know that these are specific for the salt mine, because here is the only place where you can still see these type of excavations. If you don't believe me, you have to come here and to visit it. Yeah, this is advertisement. But because of the extraction of the salt in this area, it was an impact over the environment. In Cuza, there are two depressions because of the salt dissolution phenomenon. One is Cuza, as you can see, Cuza salt bed, Baile Sărate Cuza, and the other one is in Turgău, Valea Sărată. Valea Sărată means salty river. Yes, and because of big dissolution salt, you will see it is made also salty lakes. These salty lakes that you can, you can see here salty lakes. Yes, these salty lakes are in fact old salt mines made in conical chambers, and there, because of the let's say erosions, and especially because of the rain and snow which flows, the top of the conical chambers, it collapsed, and by collapsing, it formed a bottom of the lake. Yeah, and of course, raining, it was filled with water and transformed into salty lakes. But what was bad for that in that period is good for us now, because we transformed them into swimming pools. Yeah, you can see here there are two salty lakes, and by the way, this is the new entrance into the salt mine. Going further, you can see. Oops, not working. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Here I put some images just to show you the lakes. Yeah. Profund lake means without the bottom, or Tarzan lake. This is the Roman lake, which was transformed into swimming pool. Privilegiatoria, Chiki, and Kimpa Lake. Yes, and the other depression, as I told you, there are two. Yeah, you can see here Turgău Lake, Dulce, which means sweet lake, brown, Ogne, and sulfurous. Also, because of the salt, you can see here erosions, yes, slope erosions because of the rain and because of the torrents, and they are forming here small torrents because of the salt. But as I know, what is under it, it's clay, so the water is not going down, so it's okay for the salt mine because it's safe, let's say. Yeah. Also, the impact it's over the biodiversity. You can see here species of flora which are specific for salt. They are adapted to salt, like Aster tripolium, Salicornia, or Statice. To the salt mine nowadays, you already saw this picture. This is the visiting plan of the salt mine right now, because in the 90s, Turda, you have to know in the communist period, it was one of the, it was a very industrialized town, but after 1990, unfortunately in Romania and in Turda it happened as well, the industry was going down. So the administrative part of Romania, of Turda, sorry, they thought that they should do something for the economy of this region. And they were thinking, okay, maybe it's a good idea to invest money in the salt mine, because we saw that in Europe there are places where the salt mines and the old factories, they were transformed into tourist attraction, and let's do something similar. And you have to know the salt mine was open as a touristic place from 1992, but if you're coming now, you will see somehow a different salt mine. This because of Mr. Mera, who had a very big contribution to making this salt mine, as you can see it nowadays. Because now it was modernized between 2008 and 2010 with European funds. Yes, and in the salt mine there is a playground for the kids. Not necessary for the kids. It's a playground. People can rent there table tennis, mini golf, billiard. Also, we have a Ferris wheel. It's the only one in Europe, underground, and some boats at 120 meters deep below the surface in Maria Theresia chamber. And here I put some images with the salt mine. This is a new entrance into the mine. The same entrance. This is the first stairs that you have to go down, around 100 stairs. This is Rudolph's chamber. You already saw this chamber before. Maybe you to go back to show you. A lot. Yeah, this is Rudolph's chamber before the modernization, and I have to click it now. Yeah, this is how it looks like now. Here is the Ferris wheel, yes, and yeah, the playground. There is a modern elevator. It's a panoramic elevator. Yeah. Here it's the amphitheater. It's the room. It's very good for concerts. It's have a very good acoustic. Also table tennis and the Ferris wheel. Yeah, here you can see the lake and the bottom of Maria Theresia chamber, because as my colleague already explained you, these two chambers, Rudolph and Maria Theresia chamber, they are connected. And this is Maria Theresia chamber, the chamber with the lake where people can rent table tennis, the boat, sorry. Beside the recreational part, through the salt mine, it's having also the spa tourism. People can come to treat their respiration problem like asthma, bronchitis, allergies, pneumonia, and we do that because there was made some researches. Mr. Simionka here and together with Mr. Mera, they did a great job, and they do. This is experiments first on the animals with induced asthma, and then over patients. And these are the results of the perimeter of underground environment. Okay, I think that's a lot. Thank you for your attention, and if you don't believe me, you can come to see the salt mine. Thank you.
We believe you, and we will come.
Well, I will wait for you there, and I promise to be your tour guide. Okay, I think it's coffee break. Yeah?
La H.
Dar și mai bine, sigur că vorbim la telefon, și mai bine ne auzim la telefon, vorbim în mașină, vin la noastră, discutăm la față. Și eu vin cu toate materialele video din care se vede obiecte. Că știți care din nou? Eu n-am
Eu nu am PowerPoint. Doar să apară probabil.
Da. Vă transform în filial amândouă. Glumă, sigur. Nu. Glumesc. Forme de colaborare pot fi multiple. Una dintre ele cea mai adică să facem o chestie că țin să doar să aducem obiecte. Din om acolo, să le aici sunt niște variante. Cu proximă ocazie, când avem povestim, rezolvăm toate, când avem o familie care e bună, dar mie mi se pare, știți care? Dom'le, știți care e bună?
să vorbească cu chairman-ul să se poată
Deci, eu vă zic care ora. El a descoperit dar nefiind arheolog, ce apare
Ne-am spus, hai la o țigară, da. Cred că mă bați.
Scade și au captat oamenii din satul, vecinii satului, pe ce? Și făceam și dos.
Ahí está ya un
istorice, stările istorice ale orașului. Dar și prejudin și mai citit undeva. Avea construcție de protecție casă.
Păi a spus acum
și mai este un izvor de pânzărie și unde la un izvor cu apă de tot așa, sărată pe care toți sătenii sale de să bucură
și o îndoiesc, pentru că nu e sărat.
Deci îi de văzut și ăla. Deci pentru
Ăsta noi, deci vreau să termin de incident, nu am intrat în toată povestea asta, din modul strict științifice, dar să știe că trebuie să dau, să fac ceva, studitul că nu am exact, pentru conservarea ce am spus din mediul sărat, ce trebuia să scot sare.
Mai este o sesiune întreagă, o să vă șase la
ceea ce a fost câtva luni. Arată că mor și l-a ținut în mediul acela umed și sărat, era singurul care de vântul la care termic, oxigen, temperatura și repede la problema.
¿Verdad que te había dicho que era
She likes very much dress and going before. She likes very much.
Y usted le manda algo. Y usted le manda algo. Sí, intercambio.
Adesea refer, distracții,
Sì,
sigur, doi. Apă sărată este
Trebuie să o schimb. Estás viendo la foto
care sunt trece
claro, claro, claro. Ya no he dicho nada ya.
Michaela, are you ready for the interview?
No, already.
Are you ready? Why?
But after the session, because
yeah.
Hi.
I can try in English too, but you assure me that you cut a lot after. The table, sir.
What happened now? The film
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends and colleagues, the last shall be the first in the kingdom of heaven, that is Restauratul Oscar. I know everybody is hungry, so we'll try to stick to 10 minutes, which is
too strict limitation. So we are in the last bunch of literary linguistic presentations. We'll try to observe 10 minutes. I'll be a very strict, not supervisor, convener, as they say nowadays. Since Professor Dimitrov is not with us, the Bulgarian colleague, I'm the only, I won't say male, man here. I'll say ladies first. I'm the old school. So 6 presentations, which is approximately 60 minutes plus 10 minutes for discussion, which makes 8, 30. Yeah. So since the first paper is going to be presented by my dear convener, Professor Mihaela Paraskiv, she'll be the first to start to open this session of linguistic and literary presentations.
Thank you. Ma relation est en français. Ils ont PowerPoint, je m'excuse. Il s'agit de la littérature de la cuisine. Ta Obsarcutica Biblia était le nom donné au livre de cuisine par l'érudit grammairien grec Athénée de Naucratis dans son ouvrage Deipnosophistai, les Deipnosophistes. Cet ouvrage, écrit à Rome au IIIe siècle, comprend 15 livres au cours desquels les convives de ce banquet de sophistes, réunis par l'auteur autour d'une même table, discutent à coups de citations d'auteurs anciens sur un très grand nombre de sujets, parmi lesquels les banquets grecs et la littérature gastronomique de la Grèce. Ce livre devient ainsi un véritable traité de gastronomie qui contient des informations précieuses sur le coutume alimentaire des Grecs anciens et aussi sur les auteurs des livres de cuisine dont la grande majorité sont aujourd'hui perdus. On y trouve aussi des conseils et des recettes concernant l'usage des condiments, y compris le sel, comme la suivante. Les figures ont, comme les autres fruits d'un sucre, une qualité muqueuse du cèdre, en principe salin. Elles provoquent le sel, les rendre plus copieuses, fluides, mais sans causer des douleurs. Dévorées avec du sel, elles fournissent un sucre muriatique et âpre qui cependant se délai promptement avec les autres humeurs. Parmi les auteurs cités par Athénée figure Archestra de Gela, poète et célèbre gourmand grec d'origine sicilienne qui parcourut tous les pays civilisés de son temps pour connaître ce que chacune d'elles produisait pour la nourriture humaine. Le fruit de son expérience fut consigné dans un poème gastronomique rédigé vers 330 avant notre ère, une vraie parodie d'épopée, bel exemple du genre Spudogeloion, qui mêle le plaisant au sérieux, auquel il donna le titre Gastrologie, mais qui est aussi cité sur ceux de gastronomie et du parti d'ethnologie. Archestrate, à qui l'on devrait le terme gastronomie, s'insurge contre les artifices de la cuisine très à la mode en son temps. Il prend un retour à la simplicité, au goût naturel des ingrédients et au peu cuit. De son poème, il ne reste que des bribes, une soixantaine de fragments, sauvés de l'oubli par Athénée. Archestrate s'inscrit dans un vaste mais éphémère mouvement contestataire mettant notamment en cause la doctrine hippocratique de la pexis coctio qui considérait le cru ou peu cuit comme une pratique barbare. Au contraire, Archestrate recommande de servir les viandes peu cuites, saignantes et salées et le revendique une nouvelle cuisine réclamant outre la simplicité et la naturalité à l'aide du sel, cet important pilier de la cuisine antique. Archestrate s'insurge contre le buis dans sa fameuse recette pour préparer le lièvre. Faites le rôti, débrochez-le quand il est encore un peu saignant, saupoudrés avec du sel et présentés en la chair à chacun de vos convives affamés. Toutes les autres manières d'apprêter le lièvre sont absurdes, à mon sens, dit Artestra. Chez Artestra, on trouve aussi le mot tarijos, qui à l'origine désignait la salaison, c'est-à-dire la viande et le poisson salé, mais l'usage voulut bientôt que le mot signifiât exclusivement du poisson salé ou mariné. En latin, tarijos est traduit par salsamentum, en se conservant ainsi la signification primaire du mot grec. Un autre mot lié à la pratique de la salaison est chez Artestra l'adjectif neales, qui signifiait jeune, frais, mais par l'étymologie populaire, on a rapproché cet adjectif de hals, ainsi qu'il signifiait encore nouvellement salé. Paul Chantrain observe que chez le poète sicilien, l'expression neales turos signifiait fromage qui absorbait récemment du sel. Contrairement aux opinions d'Artestra, Aristote, son contemporain, considérait que le bouilli était supérieur au rôti parce qu'il supprimait la crudité des viandes. Superposition à l'intérieur d'une même époque de deux conceptions différentes qui ne cesseront toutes compte fait de s'affronter et de s'harmoniser au cours des âges. Artestra, dans son quai du naturel, a eu peu de chances de se faire entendre. Son apologie du petit avait de quoi choquer les Grecs pour lesquels la cuisson était un impératif sanitaire, car les Grecs ont également jeté les bases de la diététique et dans les principes diététiques, la digestion qui est associée à la cuisson commence en cuisine. Malgré la théorie de la naturalité des aliments défendue par Artestra, les gourmets grecs et romains aimaient l'artifice et la métamorphose, comme en témoigne le livre gastronomique de Oxonis et Condimenti Sive d'Arte Culinaria Libri Decem, le nom donné à une compilation de presque 500 recettes culinaires romaines en 10 livres constitués à la fin du IVe siècle de notre ère. Bien que placé sous l'autorité de Marcus Gabius Apicius, célèbre gastronome du début du 1er siècle, la rédaction de Reco Culinaria, qui est en fait beaucoup plus tardif, On a parlé même d'un autre auteur, Gabius Apicius, qui a vécu pendant le IVe siècle. On s'avère ainsi l'affirmation du Tertullien qui, dans l'apologétique, disait que les cuisinières se nommaient d'après Apicius, tout comme les adeptes d'une école philosophique, linguistique ou médicale se nommaient d'après leur fondateur. Sénèque mentionne avec mépris le nom d'Apicius. Il dit « De nos jours vivait Apicius, qui dans cette même ville d'où l'on chassait un jour les philosophes, comme corrupteur de la jeunesse, a professé la science de la taverne, scientia popine, et a infecté le siècle de son enseignement. » Le premier auteur qui semble clairement évoquer un livre de recettes attribué à Apicius est Saint Jérôme à la fin du IVe siècle. Dans l'Adversus Jovinianum, il accuse le moine Jovinien de vivre voluptueusement et de se consacrer aux sauces d'Apicius et de Paxamus, ce dernier étant l'auteur d'un livre de cuisine en grec, Oxartutica, cité entre autres par la Souda. Oxartuticos, c'est un adjectif grec dérivé du verbe oxartio, préparer la nourriture, oxon, la nourriture en grec, et artio, préparer. Cette collection célèbre de recettes, l'art culinaire d'Apicius, est une excellente synthèse de la haute cuisine romaine. Nettement influencée par la Grèce, elle a aussi de forts accents orientaux, et c'est un témoignage unique de 4 siècles d'invention culinaire dont l'influence provient de toute la Méditerranée. Il faut dire que Apicius utilise rarement le sel dans les recettes de ses compositions culinaires parce qu'il utilise surtout et pratiquement partout le gare, dont parle avec mépris le même Sénèque en l'appelant précieuse pourriture des méchants poissons. On sait que le garum ou liquamen est aussi Alex, c'était une sauce d'assaisonnement, le principal condiment utilisé à Rome de la période étrusque. Il était obtenu en salant fortement du fretin, petits poissons et les entrailles de poissons de bonne taille laissées sécher au soleil jusqu'à ce que la chair soit transformée par ses propres sucs digestifs. Quand même, dans les 10 livres de l'art culinaire d'Apicius, on peut trouver presque 30 recettes qui utilisent le cerf sous diverses formes et quantités. Le type de sel chez Apicius, sal communis frictus, sel ordinaire grillé, sal frictus et trictus, sel grillé et broyé, sal congitus, sel aromatisé ou sel aux épices. Il s'agit d'un remède universel considéré bon pour la digestion et pour empêcher l'apparition de toutes les maladies, qui est composé du sel ordinaire grillé, de poivre blanc, de poivre noir, de graines de roquette, de céleri, de safran, d'hysope de crête, de persil et d'aneth. Cette recette était à la fois médicament et aromate et met en évidence la double propriété des épices. Rendre la cuisine digeste et en même temps donner un fumet particulier, un goût sapide d'origine. Les quantités de sel ne sont exactement indiquées. On se rencontre des indications comme sal modicus ou modicum salis, sel en quantité modérée, pugnus salis, une poignée du sel, sal plurimus, beaucoup de sel. On peut observer en même temps dans la recette apicienne la préoccupation d'éviter l'utilisation du sel. Par exemple, même si dans la conservation de la viande on utilisait traditionnellement le sel, Apicius enseigne ut carne sine sale que vobis tempore recente comme on peut conserver la carne à l'aide du miel. L'ancien livre d'Apicius, appelé Excerpta Apicis Avinidario Viro Illustri, est attribué à l'Ostrogovinidarius et il daterait du VIe siècle en témoignant le succès du livre apicien dans le siècle suivant. Les théories d'Orchestra seront en quelque sorte réhabilitées au tout début du Moyen-Âge par Antime, un médecin d'origine byzantine de la cour du roi ostrogoth Théodoric le Grand. Mis en ambassade à la cour du roi franc Théodoric ou Thierry le Ier, à la fin de sa mission diplomatique, il envoya au roi franc une lettre sous le nom Epistola Antimi ad gloriosissimum Theodoricum Regem Francorum de observatione ciborum. Cette épistule est connue sur cette lettre, est connue sur le nom tout court de observatione ciborum. Tout d'abord, conformément à sa conviction que la santé de l'homme dépend avant tout d'une alimentation adéquate, Antime tente de recommander au roi la cuisson de tous les aliments qui procurent une bonne digestion, mais en voyant que ces efforts sont vains, parce que les Francs aimaient le peu cuit, il se ravisse et fait quelquefois des concessions au cru. Toujours à l'instar d'Orchestra, Antime défend la saveur naturelle des aliments qu'il préconise de préparer simplement avec un peu de sel, mais surtout sine ulla conditura, dont les Romains aux épices, dont les Romains avaient la fâcheuse tendance d'abuser. Le traité d'Antime se compose d'une préface, d'un catalogue d'aliments, au fil duquel on témoigne de l'utilisation en cuisine de condiments comme le sel, la saumure, le garum, le liquamen. Contrairement à Apicius, Antime déconseille l'utilisation du liquamen en préférant le sel. Donc, à la manière d'Orchestra, Antime recommande l'utilisation du sel, mais en quantité modérée pour donner du goût aux ingrédients. Modicum de sale pro sapore faciendo. En liste de conclusion, on peut citer l'épigraphe que Jacques André, le traducteur français d'Apicius, a mis en tête de son excellent livre « L'alimentation et la cuisine à Rome ». Cet motto est le suivant. Les hommes ont toujours trouvé que l'alimentation de leur époque était la meilleure. Je vous remercie beaucoup.
Merci Madame la professeure. Si vous voulez introduire.
Oui, je donne maintenant la parole à Madame la professeure Claudia Ternolicianu, qui nous parlera des témoignages en latin sur l'exploitation du sel en Moldavie pendant le XVIIe et le XVIIIe siècle. C'est le titre.
Sujet de l'existence de richissement de sel en Moldavie au XVIIe et au XVIIIe siècle. Nous trouvons deux importants témoignages. La première appartient à un moine catholique d'origine bosniaque, Marco Bandini, qui en 1648 effectuait une visite dans les paroisses catholiques de la Moldavie et il a rédigé un rapport au pape, un rapport en latin bien sûr. Notre témoignage appartient au prince moldave Dimitrie Cantemir, qui, à la demande de l'Académie de Berlin, a élaboré en 1716 un ample ouvrage sur son pays, intitulé Description antiquie odierni status Moldavie, en bref, description moldavienne. En décrivant les régions de la Moldavie, les deux auteurs considèrent d'une importance particulière la mention de l'existence de gisements de sel près de la localité de Trotuș. On remarque l'option différente des auteurs quant à la sélection des termes qui désignent les mines de sel. Bandini utilise avec ce son un syntagme salis fodina ou fodina, creux, mine, a besoin d'un déterminant pour signifier mine de sel. Cantemir, peut-être influencé par le fait qu'en roman on avait il y a un mot spécifique pour les mines de sel, ocne, préfère le terme saline, évitant minera qu'il utilise pour les mines en général. Avec le sang de filon de sel, l'auteur utilise tant veine filon que meatus pour voie de passage. Le savant romain spécifie aussi le terme, l'équivalent romain, impolis ocna dicte. Les salines sont appelées par les habitants ocne. Bandini n'a fait aucune mention concernant ce mot en humain, aussi est-il possible qu'il ignore. Mais nous rencontrons chez lui une description de la saline telle qu'elle était en XVIIe siècle. La profondeur de cette mine est d'une centaine d'orgies et à l'intérieur, elle est d'une telle largeur que l'on pourrait y construire une forteresse, Civitas Fondi Possit. L'orgie, orgia, est une unité de mesure équivalente à 6 pieds. En ce qui concerne la qualité de sel, de sel extrait, Cantemir soutient avec une certaine fierté, suggérée par la tendance à utiliser le superlatif, qu'il est très propre et très transparent, sans être mélangé avec des impuretés. Il pourrait s'agir d'une légère exagération, étant donné que Bandini affirme que l'on extrayait aussi des morceaux de sel dont la nuance était plus sombre à cause du mélange avec la terre. Mais une fois broyé, il devient blanc comme la neige. Le même auteur le considère plus concentré que le sel de mer. Natura plus cesaris est multo acrior sale marino. Le processus d'extraction est présenté par Dimitrie Cantemir, parce que Bandini ne fournit pas de détails. Le filon de sel situé près de la surface était découvert facilement en enlevant la couche supérieure du sol. Dans une galerie où l'on extrayait les blocs de sel, les ouvriers laissaient derrière des poteaux du même minéral qui soutiennent la voûte et la terre en dessus. Pour permettre et faciliter le déchargement de nouveaux filons de sel. En 20 ans, affirme Cantemir, les galeries formées seraient chargées à nouveau. Le personnel travaillant à la saline était, semble-t-il, aussi nombreux. Dimitrie Cantemir rappelle plusieurs centaines de personnes. Quotidie plura hominus centena impendant operam. Nous apprenons de Bandini plusieurs détails à propos de la main-d'œuvre de son temps. Elle était composée de gens du pays, la plupart venant d'un village assez grand pour cette époque, situé à la proximité de Trotuș. Ici, les familles étaient exemptées de taxes. En revanche, elles avaient l'obligation d'extraire une certaine quantité de sel pour le souverain. La norme était fixe, hebdomadaire, non pas quotidienne, et comprenait la coupe de 40 rochers de sel. Selon le missionnaire catholique, à part les auxquels mentionnés ci-dessus, seuls les habitants de 12 autres villages se seraient consacrés à l'extraction de sel. Il n'était pas exempté de payer des taxes, mais il bénéficiait d'une rémunération en argent. En plus, chaque jour, on permettait aux travailleurs d'emporter une certaine quantité de sel, celle qui tenait dans un panier. Il semble qu'à la fin de l'année, on leur accordait une gratification. La coutume était que l'administration de la mine donne à chacun ouvrier de 1 à 3 chariots de sel. On avait choisi ce moment car à la fin de chaque année, les mines changeaient de champ blanc. Cămărașii de ochnă, de boiari investis avec la fonction des administrateurs de la saline. Bandini, au XVIIe siècle, se réfère uniquement à un seul champ blanc, d'un camerarius mutator, tandis que Dimitrie Cantemir, quelques décennies plus tard, au début du XVIIe siècle, en rappelle deux, investis aussi avec des fonctions judiciaires. Aucun des auteurs n'offre un équivalent exact au terme cămăraș de ochnă. Bandini utilise le terme simple, camerarius, tandis que Dimitrie Cantemir préfère lui ajouter un déterminant, un adjectif singularis, dans le sens d'unique en son genre singulier, camerarius singularis, pour le différencier des autres types de chambelans. De la seconde moitié du XVIIe siècle, après la séparation de la fortune personnelle du souverain de France, la chambre princière, de la fortune publique du pays vistérien, les salines ont représenté l'une des sources d'approvisionnement de la trésorerie du prince, de la chambre princière. Bandini affirme lui aussi que les ouvrières de la saline coupaient du sel pro principe pour le souverain, pour le prince régnant. La Moldavie traverse de la seconde moitié du XVIIe siècle une grave crise économique, ce qui détermine la réduction dramatique des revenus de la trésorerie de la chambre princière. Cantemir stipule que chaque année, dans cette dernière, dans la chambre princière, n'entrait plus que la somme de 100 000 thalers, dont 10 000 étaient obtenus des salines. De toute façon, le prix de sel était en permanence tenu sous contrôle par la Cour. On évitait l'exploitation excessive en imposant certaines limites à l'extraction. Le sel extrait était valorisé tant sur le marché interne que sur le marché externe. Les deux auteurs soulignent l'exportation intense de sel dans divers États, dont on obtenait des bénéfices importants. Selon Bandini, le sel de la Moldavie arrivait de l'Est jusqu'en Asie mineure, in Russiam, in Podoliam, in Ucrainam, in Turciam, in Tartariam. Cantemir ne rappelle que des régions vers lesquelles le transport du sel pouvait se faire sur l'eau. Le Jap, la Crimée, la Trébizon, la Sinople, le Constantinople, voire les terres lointaines, telles celles de l'Afrique du Nord, l'Égypte et les zones appelées Barbaria, les zones sous domination turque. Le transport se faisait sur le Prut jusqu'à Galatz, au port international à l'époque, après quoi le sel ainsi et d'autres marchandises étaient chargés sur des navires qui allaient sur le Danube vers la mer Noire et de là vers les pays de destination. Intéressant par la richesse des informations concernant les divers domaines de la vie publique et privée de la Moldavie de l'époque, les deux ouvrages ont la qualité de les rendre facilement accessibles au public européen élevé en les transmettant par l'intermédiaire de latin. Bien sûr que pour Bandini, le latin était l'utilisation de latin était due notamment à sa qualité de langue de l'Église catholique. Et il utilise le latin normalement dans un rapport au pape. Pour Cantemir, s'adressant à un public plus élevé, à une élite intellectuelle laïque européenne, le latin avait la qualité de langue internationale, de langue culture. Je vous remercie.
I think questions at the end for all papers. So if you have questions for both all papers. Next presentation. Dr. Wanamakar.
in English.
And PowerPoint, right?
Hi, I'm going to, so to be quite brief and not to go into a lot of linguistic detail. So my idea in approaching idioms related to food in Romanian and English was to go first from the morphology of the family of words in both languages. And I did so because this kind of morphology may give us information about things that are not strictly related to language. And I just point to one example. We have
Butonul verde.
So
Butonul
if
verde.
we look down in the table, we have the noun "fulter," which obviously is built by adding er to the root, to the original word "sult," which in English and quite similarly in Romanian we find it. So I should have a light somewhere.
You have?
Yeah, I have. Yeah. Build a noun that shows the performer of the action. So salter is the person who either extracts or trades salt. In Romanian, sărar is exactly the same thing. Then I started from the meaning of idiom as a word or phrase which means something different from its literal meaning. And I made a selection. It was quite difficult to make a selection because there are so very many idioms related to food in both English and Romanian. I selected some of them which are interesting in English and which do not exist in Romanian, I mean similar idioms. A very short mention here as well is that in English it appears that salt is very productive in what regards idioms, because one of the, let's say, very informed dictionaries, which is the Urban Dictionary, which is related to slang and very contemporary English, proposes a lot of expressions which are in use, new expressions. I mean, probably the most recent was from 2013 related to salt. I won't go now into detail. We have so very many as well in Romanian, so very many idioms related to salt. Most of them are quite old, but still in use. I'll only quote mention the first one, which is to salt one's heart, which means to get satisfaction from revenge. Or nowadays I think it can also mean from making a purchase that well, you have wanted for a long time. Two examples of idioms that are almost identical in English and Romanian. I provided below them the dictionary explanation in English, which, well, it is probably acceptable at least to a certain degree. So to rub salt into the wound, in Romanian we have something almost identical, and it is to cause further pain. Probably the origin in English at least is from sailor's knife. And then to eat someone's salt. Yeah, one of the previous speakers talked about this, well, let's say Romanian, but not only Romanian, traditional of welcoming guests with important guests with bread and salt. Actually, I found this kind of mention in the Bible. Again, I selected a very short instances where the salt is mentioned in the Bible, used as used to season food, used to, and if you look at the second item on the list, to eat salt with one is to partake of its hospitality or to derive subsistence from him. Obviously, there is a relation between this and the idioms I have mentioned a little bit earlier. Well, something that is a little bit disputable, whether salt means salt as it is or a generic name, but again, this is not the moment to talk about this. Some of the, and here in fact it is probably one of the best known salt idioms in the Bible. You are the salt of the earth. We have it in the Romanian translation of the Bible, of course, but it is not as widespread as it is in English, in Anglo-Saxon culture, in fact. And as a conclusion, salt is good, and so is this kind of event. Thank you.
So
Thank you very much. So salt people are the salt of the earth anyway. Now we have our dear organizer. As a reward, she's allowed to deliver 2 papers today. The first one is on ethnography, ethnography of salt, the other one on toponymy.
Yes, my first paper is about salt symbolism in the work of Cuza. This is Cuza and her work, the first edition, 1903 and 2008. Okay. Cuza lived at the end of the 19th century, middle of the 20th century, a period during which women had limited access to education. Despite this setback, driven by a passion for genuine Romanian mythology and folklore, and by a spirit of self-education, she became involved in the cultural life of the region of Bucovina. Through considerable efforts, especially material ones, she gathered within a private project and she wrote a huge amount of the intangible heritage of Bucovina. Furthermore, she focused on respecting the authenticity of the information she received as a true ethnographer. Her main work is traditions and beliefs of the Romanian people, gathered and mythologically ordered. The work was dismissed when it appeared, but as the time passed, it emerged as one of the most important and substantive regional monographs from that period, even more so as the author conducted the research by herself. The material gathered was ordered along the 4 eternal elements: earth, air, water, and fire. Within this section, the information is further structured according especially to mythological criteria. Salt is considered the gift of God, is one of the elements with strong imaginary properties, with numerous and varied functions: purification, redemption, or protection, including destructive ones. This explains why salt was dedicated an entire chapter in her work. The first mention about salt is the well-known folktale named Sarea Bucate, Salt in Beetles, whose main characters are a nameless emperor and his 3 nameless daughters. The youngest of them infuriated her father unintentionally by her answer when he asked how much she loves him. Her answer was, ca sarea în bucate, tată, like salt in Beetle's father. And he flew into a rage and he burst out. Get away from me with your salt and all. The idea of this tale is that the salt is a basic and irreplaceable ingredient. The second part of the material dedicated to salt refers to salt-related beliefs. The author lists them apparently without regard to logical order, specifying the name of the informant and or the locality from which he or she originated, or alternatively applies the label general when referring to a text that doesn't have a local circulation. I tried to find a rational basis for a grouping of the salt-related beliefs mentioned in Ana Niculiță Voronca's works, specifically the symbolic role of salt in the life of the community, positive and negative. Positive functions: salt is holy, it is the manna of God, the saint justice, recompense for women that spin fabrics as a sign of supreme appreciation for the work they carried out, house allowance, sporul casei. If it is stolen, the house and its inhabitants will suffer from troubles, bad luck, their livestock will die. If the thief is known, it will suffice to be fed bread and salt, sacred elements, which will punish them, and the same elements, bread and salt, are considering as possessing a destructive power, punishing those that charm or harm others. It is generally held that the enemies avoid eating bread and salt from their adversary. In this sense, of course, was widespread, meaning the same: may my salt and bread defeat you. Salt is not even borrowed, particularly on Mondays, a day that forbears the week to follow. Also positive, but inverse meaning, it is the belief that if salt is stolen from a house, that dwelling will enjoy auspicious times, the malefic forces flee, and the thief will have bad luck. When salt is borrowed, a greater quantity is turned, so as to not attack malefic forces, the salt has a protecting role. The above mentioned castigation, may my salt and bread defeat you, can also take another meaning, this time as an inverted positive course, as in may good luck defeat you. Salt is also protective. When the fire howls, it means that your enemies are speaking of you, and you must immediately put salt in fire so that their tongues will swell and hurt. Romanian pușcea. The house's doorstep and windows sills must be sprinkled with consecrated salt to keep malefic forces away. Salt is worn inside your footwear to prevent being a victim of spells. The bread and salt must be kept on the table at evening and thrown during the day. The spirits that ate the bread and salt left the house satisfied and without harming it. Salt is placed on the table during a fire, as it will slow down its spread. If pepper is spilled over, salt must also be spilled so as to not favor disagreements within the house. If milk boils over, salt is sprinkled as to not burn the cow's manna. When milk is given away, salt is sprinkled in it so that the cow's manna is not stolen. When milk is given to you, you return the pot alongside bread and salt as to not take the cow's manna away. And when you dispel somebody and the child is nearby, salt is sprinkled on the child's head so that ailments will not enter him. Salt believes with negative functions. Salt and bread are not placed on the windowsill as to not attract malefic forces. Salt is not placed on the window seal of a house with a small child inside it, because the child's angel will have salted path and child's luck will run away. Salt is not placed on the window sill because through it the luck will run away or a conflict will grow inside the house. Salt should be instead only placed on the table, and salt should not be placed under the chimney, as you will not be able to sleep otherwise. There are beliefs on salt that highlighting physical features maybe. However, still salt, the rock will be like that of salt. Now it is, now it's not. Salt is soluble. And during history, you shouldn't walk around with salt on your hands, otherwise your hands will sweat for the rest of the year. Salt favors respiration. Custom and habits. Finding the sex of the unborn child, the pregnant woman head is sprinkled with salt without her knowing. If she immediately moves her hand towards her mouth, the child is a girl, and if she moves it towards her nose, the child will be a man. And finding your match. The marriageable girls make a salted flat bread, which they will eat in order to dream their future husbands, who bring them water in the dream. The conclusion is that the salt has many symbolic uses, but the majority is positive.
Next, please.
Yeah.
Last but one.
The second one is about salt-related toponyms in the Romanian space between Carpathians and the Prut River. Toponymy is a complex science that involves psychology, geography, and history knowledge because it studies place names from multiple perspectives: origin, meaning, form, evolution, spelling, pronunciation, transliteration, and translation. These place names may also be studied from various standpoints, depending on the researcher preoccupations. The way in which toponyms are created and the role they play in the life of a nation are the concern of geographers, historians, ethnologists, and linguistics alike. Toponyms confirm the importance of salt in the life of the human communities, archaeologically tested since prehistory. This is the region between Carpathians and Prut River. The halotoponyms in the Romanian space between Carpathians and Prut River were inventoried after consulting various categories of sources as follows: collection of medieval documents, geographic dictionaries, toponymic dictionaries, scientific works, and maps. Halotoponyms were analyzed from the perspective of an original theory elaborated by an Iași-based specialist, Dragoș Moldovanu, and formulated as the theory of toponymic fields. The theory of toponymic fields implies the classification of place names based on their form or their content. This theory is based on a set of names developed around the core toponym. The toponymic field is a sui generis structure through which association of geographical objects, the designata, from a micro area performed by speakers are reflected at the level of expression by either analytic or synthetic oppositions. These oppositions are differentiation, which is the process through which, with the help of lexical delimitators, the part of named geographic objects are designated, and polarization, which is the process of creating toponymic derivatives from a core toponym corresponding to the object most important in a continuous unitary geographical set. When the two aforementioned types of toponymic fields are combined, mixed fields are created. Using the theory of the toponymic fields was elaborated few models which represent in fact the potential toponymic field of several salt-related place names, and these toponyms do not exist for each salt entity, but they are a collection of all the attestation found in the studied works. This is the map with the salt-related place names, and this is the map with the salt-related place names and the salt springs without the French account. In the space between Carpathians and the Prut, there are several saline manifestations named by their nature as follows: Slatina, brine, a mineral saltwater springs; Solonets, a group of soils characterized by a rich content; Slanic, derived from root slanu, which means salted; the Bulgarian Slanicu, which means salina, salt mine, derived from the same root. In Romania, it led to the term Slanic, used as a toponym. Sărărie, salt deposit; Sărătură, saltwater source; Slătoară is the diminutive for Slatina. Salt, the natural element which is found in different forms, solid or liquid. As toponymic core, only the solid manifestation is considered. Sărata is a name derived from a noun derived from an adjective by adding the definite article. Okay. All of these elements represent toponymic cores for polarizing toponymic fields, differentiation or mixed. We have the potential toponymic field bipolarization of halotoponym Slatina, and we have morphonyms, hydronyms, and hyleonyms. For morphonyms, we have Darul Slatinei, Vala Slatinei, Albura Slatinei, Optina Slatinei, Vala Slatina, Piciorul Slatinei. For hydronyms, we have Iazul Slatinei, Fântânacu Slatina, Pârâul Slatina. For hyleonyms, Coiana Slatinei, Fânasul Slatinei, Pădura Slatinei, Coiana Vârful Slatinei. In the second figure, we have the potential toponymic field by differentiation of halotoponym Slatina. It's a differentiation by debit, Slatina Mica and Slatina Mare. The third figure, the potential toponymic field by polarization of halotoponym Solonets. We have Vala Solonets, morphonym, and Drumul Solonetsului adenym. The fourth figure, the potential toponymic field by differentiation of halotoponym Solonets, differentiation by debit again, Solonetul Mare and Solonetul Mic. For Slanic, we have Piatra Slanic and Plaiul Slanic, both morphonyms. For Sărărie, we have morphonyms and hydronyms, Valea Sărăriei, Plaiul Sărăriei, and Pârâul Sărăriilor. For Sărătură, we have morphonyms, Dealul Sărăturilor, Movila Sărăturilor, Valea Sărăturilor, Valea Sărătura și Valea Sărătura Iepei, Valea Sărăturii, Dealul Sărăturii și Coasta Sărăturii, and for hydronyms, we have Gârla Sărăturii, Pârâul Sărăturilor. For Slătioara, we have morphonyms, hydronyms, and hylonyms, like Valea Slătioara, Valea Slătioarei, Dealul Slătioara, Mucea Slătioara, Piciorul Slătioarei, Vârful Slătioarei, and Vârful Piciorul Slătioarei, and the conclusions. And thank you.
Alors, pour couronner, heureusement, les travaux de ce congrès, je donne la parole à mon collègue professeur Adrian Poruciuc et Norbert Poruciuc, Sal Terminology in Germanic Languages.
So to misquote our friend Shakespeare, last paper of all that ends this long eventful history is mine. And I refer to only some things in this handout because it's impossible for me to cover everything. So my younger colleague covered the German material and I tried to cover the European one. Why? Why the European approach? Because there are some problems for linguists. The problems are not, the solutions are not the ones propounded by the so-called traditional Indo-European specialists. We see why. So there are three parts of it. The first part, A, is about sal, which is our basic word. It's accounting the word that goes around the world, if you think of it. From Romania to Chile and from London to Vladivostok, around the world to imperialism, if you want. So through Russian and English from London to Australia. But it's the same word. So the root of all these words for salt is sal, which was considered to be Indo-European, rather automatically. Why? Because the mainstream Indo-European school, if they discovered the same word or root of a word in three languages, they automatically marked it as Indo-European, which is not right. Yeah, so if the three languages are all in Europe, we have no right to label something as Indo-European. It's an European word. And if you have a look at this fantastic dictionary, A1, Buck, 88, he starts saying exactly that. Nearly all the European words for salt are based on the root. Well, more recently they say the root was not salt, they complicated it by a laryngeal, something like sal. Why? Because our vocalism is not so Indo-European. So practically, if you think only of Latin, all the basic Latin words we have all Romance languages with an R vocalism are obscure, they are considered to be a rustic, Etruscan, whatever, they are not Indo-European. Well, I'll mention only casa. Casa is an obscure word. There's no correspondence in India or in Iran. So the same about sal. You have sal, okay, you have sale in Italian today from Latin, you have sale in Hungarian, in China, tarim. So the tarim mummies probably said sal. It was recorded there. But Tocharian has clear links with Northern Europe, so with Celtic and Germanic. In weaving, in their anthropologic appearance and everything, they look European, they don't look Asian. So it's settled now by anthropologists that the ones they discovered as mummies in the Tarim area, they had immigrated from Eastern Europe, Northeastern Europe, to today's China, practically. So no surprise that we discovered that in Hungarian A or B, or in both, I think, they have a European word for salt, sal, exactly as in Italian. Then through Russian, you have, well, a change R to O, which is regular in Slavic languages, going from, well, Ukraine to Vladivostok, everywhere. And you have an instinct borrowing the abbreviation of the word sol, which is, well, ancient Slavic, say. The Hungarians borrowed from the show that you saw in some of the papers here, from Serbo-Croatian, or Serbian and Croatian, as they call it politically correct today. So it is a haunting word, but I repeat, I cannot, as a specialist, label it as Indo-European. It is a European word, period. So now about the origin of it and what it meant. According to the best specialists, much better than I, very early propounded that initially it referred to color. Schmutzig grau. That's what it meant. Well, for the English speakers, it's quite easy because you have sallow even today. Sallow is the name of a plant, which is a kind of willow that has dark grayish back of the leaf. You could know there are kinds of willow. And then you have sallow as the color was a sickly color of a certain taste. Yeah? So that's what it is. Schmutzig grau, as you find it in German dictionaries, he is exactly what we saw in what they got by the briquetage and the experiments they did today. Where it's usually that kind of grayish thing which is valid for both rock salt and salt created by fire, so igneous something. Yeah? And it's either yellowish or grayish, but it's exactly the same color as the back of that tree. So the name of that tree in German is beautifully expressed as Saalweide. So that Saal in Saalweide is exactly the same word originally referring to the color of this mineral. No wonder, since we have Dr. Vedder here, if you look at his map, you see Halle there, up there, see Hallstatt down there, German-speaking world, because the German languages contain most of the words that we may use in interpreting this term as European. So you have it in Celtic Irish, Salen with the suffix. You have it in Germanic language with another dental suffix, salt, which is salt, today salt, and salts. And then you have other suffixations that are instinct, like ina. Ina may be Latin, maybe Germanic, maybe Slavic, anytime. You have it in Salina, you have it in Slatin. But if you consider phonetics, here we have contacts and borrowings. Because phonetically, Slatina cannot be proper Slavic because of the T in it. It should be D. Yeah? Because in what is regular in Slavic is slat, which means today sweet. It's not salty. So it originally meant spicy, the pleasant taste, and then sweet, which is slatki today. So it should have a D. So possibly Slatina is based on a borrowing from Asian Germanic, so saltina, just like that. The other suffixation is also interesting because Halle and Hallstatt are not Germanic. I mean, Hall is not Germanic, it's Celtic. Because we have Hallen in Welsh with the same regular change of C to Ch, the original consonant, as in Greek and as in Celtic, but only in continental and Welsh. I mean, in Gaulish and Welsh. Or you find in Irish, because we have somebody from Ireland here, Salad with the old S sound origin. So we have, in such changes, you have traces of contacts between Celtic and Germanic that were very early. In the same region, you have Hallstatt and Salzburg. Salzburg is pure Germanic, but not Hallstatt. Yeah, so it refers to salt, but it's not, in all cases, from Germanic. It's from Celtic into Germanic. The same in the case of Slana in Slavic, which you have the same suffixation as in Salad in Irish. So we may have Celtic contribution there, I mean, borrowing from Celtic into Slavic, which is not unusual. The Celts moved east, the Elk Germanen moved east, and they even brought a Germanic term that I discussed in one article, Huska, referring to salt. I won't discuss it, but you have it in the reference. So far about salt. So salt, I repeat, may be pre-Indo-European, European, but not Indo-European. You don't find salt in India and Iran. In India and Iran, you may have the same word, us or lu, referring to burning, taking taste, spicy taste. Sometimes they have the same, as we have somebody from India, he may confirm it, but not salt. Yeah. So how come we call it Indo-European, but in one huge branch of Indo-European we don't find that word? Now they discovered one word that means river or body of water, and they say, oh, there is something in Sanskrit, salila or something like that, and they reconsidered the idea of, oh, it's not right. It refers to water, not to salt, and not to salty water. And it's only one word in a huge branch of Indo-European. So I'm positive that we should consider South as Old European, pre-European, or whatever, but it's not European. So the other two words, one of them, brine in English, considered to be obscure in all dictionaries that I checked, of unknown origin, etc. It's not true at all. It is a very clear Indo-European word related to Latin fermentum and fervere, which is vulgar Latin, fervere, probably classical Latin, which is Romanian affierte. So it is a clear Indo-European word referring to bubbling, sizzling, effervescence and such things, which is rather paradoxically because it may refer to fire or to water. So it meant the same thing for water, so this agitation of something, a fluid or fire. So it's the same Indo-European root for what? For burn, for brew, for brewery and everything. So there are hundreds of words in all languages. Probably even beer. The idea of bread, yeah? So fermented something. So this is Indo-European, because we find it not only in Latin, we find it in Old Persian, we find it in Iran, we find it in India. It's okay, this is Indo-European. And finally, the third example, pickle. It has a connection with prick too. Is funny because they don't know what to do with it. Some specialists consider that it is borrowing from Germanic into Romance. Other specialists that we have there, like De Vries in his dictionary of Dutch, etymological dictionary of Dutch, consider that the other way around. There are too many words with pick, peck, poke, which is true in Germanic, that probably very early they may have borrowed that Germanic word into Romance. If not, it's an independent heritage from pre-European something. Why? Because such rather strange vocalisms, like, as I said, you have pick, peck, like hand-pecked, you have poke, all meaning the same thing, practically using pointed objects in destroying something, cutting or making holes in something. So, and you have woodpecker, which was Latin picus, where there was pica, one bird, and picus, the bird what we call in the cartoons woody woodpecker, right? That's the pecker. So it is a very common word with a family, a huge family of words referring to the same thing, and it is Germanic, and it is also Romance. And since you have such variations in phonology, which is not in European phonology, for instance, I have no doubt that the French bec with a B has something with peck, but phonologically we cannot accept it because we don't have such alternations in the European phonology. But they are there, so there are lots of words containing that irregularity. So salt is and at the beginning of C, you have a very funny etymology included in a very serious American dictionary. That's Achter's American Heritage Dictionary of the English Language. So the only etymology they have there, it's not propounded by them, but they consider that it is credible. Pickle, I mean, creating, preserving food by brine, comes from the name of a Dutch fisherman of the 14th century who invented the procedure, which is hard to believe. I cannot believe that. So pickle comes from the same idea like piquer in Francais, and piquant, that it's international, piquant and so on, meaning a pricking taste. So a spicy pricking taste to the tongue. That's in both Romance and Germanic. But if we have borrowings or not, or we have common heritage, it's very hard to say. So you see that this is a very pretty problem, and I'll stop here. Thank you very much. Now, if you have questions or comments on any of the 6 papers, you are free to do it. You are not behind. No? Marius Alexandru?
Sabina se închidă lucrările.
So the restaurant is waiting. It will be very short. I would like to invite our colleague, the co-organizer, Dr. Olivier Dallaire, to share, to present the conclusions of this congress.
Very quickly, of course.
Very quickly.
Of course. So, I have the hard task to conclude this congress. During these 2 days, we are more than 60 participants here in Iași, and the participants are from 25 countries, different countries. It represents a success for this first international congress, of course, with a sufficient representation of all the continents in the world. But the potential is much higher, and in what concerns the implication of various countries, like from Africa, for example, or Oceania too. During these 2 days, we discussed different sections: archaeology, anthropology, history, heritage, allotherapy, literature, linguistics. We hope for the future more disciplines or science involved in the theme of salt, and more thematics studies. We want also to thank for the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to thanks to the CTO of Daguekna City. We go there tomorrow. We want to thank to the DAAD alumni Iași with the Professor Lucrețiu de Lima, to the Vitamin Aqua and Fornetti. And greetings for all participants, especially for far countries like Mexico, or US or United States, or India, Mongolia, and Japan. Thanks also for the organizers of this Congress, and especially for Roxana Gabriela Corca, for Michaela Ansadulesei, for Stefan Calino, Félix Tencario y Vasile Kochuga, pero no está aquí. I'm sorry, I mix all the language now. So, next year, 2016, is the last year of the Ethnosagro project. So, please send us the studies and the articles as soon as possible in order to be able to finance it, to finance the book, the act, by this project. So the quality of this next publication will be at the maximum. Thanks a lot, and now I think it's time to drink something. No question.
As soon as possible.
Well, as soon as possible, yeah. We will have, as usual. Yeah, I know. No, this is a trap, I know. We'll have multiple, as usual, multiple deadlines. I will not give you a deadline right now, but please make sure that you prepare your materials, because I will be very, very persistent with the emails. And there is something else that I wanted to present at the end of the Congress. we have a proposition for the next Congress on Anthropology of Salt. Perhaps it will be not only a proposition, it will be a certitude that is from Mexico. So I would like to invite Dr. Ramon Ojeda Mestre to give us some words.
There's two informations. First is, of course, you are invited to the next Anthropology of Salt Congress in Mexico, in 2 different places at the same time. I mean, 2 locations. The city of Cuyutlán, which is an ancient salt producer, the Pacific coast, the center of Mexico. And the second one is going to be in Los Cabos, a place that I showed you at the end of the peninsula of Baja California, which is a touristic destination very well known. That includes the trip to Guerrero Negro, which is the biggest salt plant that we show you. We need the cooperation of all of you and all of your colleagues to try to this Congress be a successful one. So we invite you to be part of the organization. Of course, we have Professor Blas Castellón and Doctora Monzón, Licenciado Montaño and myself, and another group, but we have engaged our leader, Professor Marius Tiberius Alexandru, and Professora Roxana Gabriela Curca, and I should add our friend Katia Hueso, because she speaks so many languages and she has a very nice scope of these works. But I insist that any of you that want to be in the organizing committee will be very, very helpful. Second, well, this would be in 4 years. Why 4 years? Because usually big congresses take place every 4 years, but also because we will have the change of government in Mexico in 3 years. So if we do it in 3 years, the actual government will be very tired and not in a very good position, as I can see now. But the new one, they arrive with so much hope and so much enthusiasm that I would prefer to wait. And the second one is because we are inviting you to cooperate very, how would I say, actively, more than actively, because we are going to be authors of the new International Continental Encyclopedia of Salt. That Encyclopedia of Salt is going to receive all kinds of approaches about salt, of any discipline, of any country, of any antiquity. Anything about salt must be put together. The first effort is that you help us to propose a kind of index, a kind of a classification, cultural, economical, religious, philosophical, whatever, technical, anthropological, archaeological, geological, anything about salt, that we put it at the beginning, an index that we all agree. Then it will be easier, full with the works that you or your colleagues send. The intention is to pay for those collaborations for the encyclopedia, so we can, you can finance part of your trip. The flight ticket to Mexico will give, of course, the accommodation, hotels, meals, ground transportation, and dinners, and so on.
And tequila.
And tequila. But we cannot at the beginning afford the flight ticket. So we better do an effort. We have 4 years to ask for our universities or our families or our friends or our enemies, because sometimes our enemies want us to be out of their sight. So I don't know if the idea is clear, but of course it's at the beginning of a long journey of this encyclopedia. I think it's going to be interesting. It's going to be something new to launch in our countries, in our institutions, and to encourage friends or colleagues in different disciplines to think and to write about the subject. But also we can introduce previous writings, previous texts that we have. So that would be very attractive. And also, of course, it will be in 2 presentations, digital and printed. Of course, we need to have all the materials in 3 years. So we have 10 months to print it, or to, I don't know how to say in digital, to register. So if you have any doubt, please tell me now or we have all of our emails. And I thank you very much, Professor Mario Tiberius Alexandru, and Roxana Gabriela Kurka, and I forgot Olivier Weller, I don't know how to pronounce it, Weller, because we have included as a brain also in the job. Thank you, without any consultations, to Katia and my colleague, Professor Jesus Montaño, and Doctora Monzón, and our leader, Professor Blas Castellón. I am at your disposition, and let's have a drink. Thank you very much.
If somebody didn't hear me today, tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Yes, I said that right. 8 a.m. Just in front of the university. No, it's okay. Who is at 9 o'clock is not going. Okay, 8 a.m. exactly the same place where we took the group photo. Okay? And now we are going to the same restaurant. I hope that is clear.
You will travel alone.
Well,
thought this film? The beginning of review
Perfecto, muchísimas gracias. Y te doy mañana los filmes que vamos a hacer para tus nenas.
Și am încercat să-l convins, tot așa m-a amânat.